2026 Football and Volleyball Media Day. Wednesday, July 29th, high school athletes and coaches from across the region come together for one big day of energy, interviews, season previews, and hometown pride. Brought to you by Glen Sane, Empower, NEASports, Temple Baptist Church, and KJNB. The 2026 Football and Volleyball Media Day. Watch it live Wednesday, July 29th on the KJNB Facebook page. Get ready for the 2026 Football and Volleyball Media Day. Wednesday, July 29th, high school athletes and coaches from across the region come together for one big day of energy, interviews, season previews, and hometown pride. Brought to you by Glen Sane, Empower, NEASports, Temple Baptist Church, and KJNB. The 2026 Football and Volleyball Media Day. Watch it live Wednesday, July 29th on the KJNB Facebook page. Get ready for the 2026 Football and Volleyball Media Day. Wednesday, July 29th, high school athletes and coaches from across the region come together for one big day of energy, interviews, season previews, and hometown pride. Brought to you by Glen Sane, Empower, NEASports, Temple Baptist Church, and KJNB. The 2026 Football and Volleyball Media Day. Watch it live Wednesday, July 29th on the KJNB Facebook page. Get ready for the 2026 Football and Volleyball Media Day. Wednesday, July 29th, high school athletes and coaches from across the region come together for one big day of energy, interviews, season previews, and hometown pride. Brought to you by Glen Sane, Empower, NEASports, Temple Baptist Church, and KJNB. The 2026 Football and Volleyball Media Day. Watch it live Wednesday, July 29th on the KJNB Facebook page. Get ready for the 2026 Football and Volleyball Media Day. Wednesday, July 29th, high school athletes and coaches from across the region come together for one big day of energy, interviews, season previews, and hometown pride. Brought to you by Glen Sane, Empower, NEASports, Temple Baptist Church, and KJNB. The 2026 Football and Volleyball Media Day. Watch it live Wednesday, July 29th on the KJNB Facebook page. Get ready for the 2026 Football and Volleyball Media Day. Wednesday, July 29th, high school athletes and coaches from across the region come together for one big day of energy, interviews, season previews, and hometown pride. Brought to you by Glen Sane, Empower, NEASports, Temple Baptist Church, and KJNB. The 2026 Football and Volleyball Media Day. Watch it live Wednesday, July 29th on the KJNB Facebook page. Get ready for the 2026 Football and Volleyball Media Day. Wednesday, July 29th, high school athletes and coaches from across the region come together for one big day of energy, interviews, season previews, and hometown pride. Brought to you by Glen Sane, Empower, NEASports, Temple Baptist Church, and KJNB. The 2026 Football and Volleyball Media Day. Watch it live Wednesday, July 29th on the KJNB Facebook page. Get ready for the 2026 Football and Volleyball Media Day. Wednesday, July 29th, high school athletes and coaches from across the region come together for one big day of energy, interviews, season previews, and hometown pride. Brought to you by Glen Sane, Empower, NEASports, Temple Baptist Church, and KJNB. The 2026 Football and Volleyball Media Day. Watch it live Wednesday, July 29th on the KJNB Facebook page. Get ready for the 2026 Football and Volleyball Media Day. Wednesday, July 29th, high school athletes and coaches from across the region come together for one big day of energy, interviews, season previews, and hometown pride. Brought to you by Glen Sane, Empower, NEASports, Temple Baptist Church, and KJNB. The 2026 Football and Volleyball Media Day. Watch it live Wednesday, July 29th on the KJNB Facebook page. Get ready for the 2026 Football and Volleyball Media Day. Wednesday, July 29th, high school athletes and coaches from across the region come together for one big day of energy, interviews, season previews, and hometown pride. Brought to you by Glen Sane, Empower, NEASports, Temple Baptist Church, and KJNB. The 2026 Football and Volleyball Media Day. Watch it live Wednesday, July 29th on the KJNB Facebook page. Get ready for the 2026 Football and Volleyball Media Day. Wednesday, July 29th, high school athletes and coaches from across the region come together for one big day of energy, interviews, season previews, and hometown pride. Brought to you by Glen Sane, Empower, NEASports, Temple Baptist Church, and KJNB. The 2026 Football and Volleyball Media Day. Watch it live Wednesday, July 29th on the KJNB Facebook page. Get ready for the 2026 Football and Volleyball Media Day. Wednesday, July 29th, high school athletes and coaches from across the region come together for one big day of energy, interviews, season previews, and hometown pride. Brought to you by Glen Sane, Empower, NEASports, Temple Baptist Church, and KJNB. The 2026 Football and Volleyball Media Day. Watch it live Wednesday, July 29th on the KJNB Facebook page. Get ready for the 2026 Football and Volleyball Media Day. Wednesday, July 29th, high school athletes and coaches from across the region come together for one big day of energy, interviews, season previews, and hometown pride. Brought to you by Glen Sane, Empower, NEASports, Temple Baptist Church, and KJNB. The 2026 Football and Volleyball Media Day. Watch it live Wednesday, July 29th on the KJNB Facebook page. Get ready for the 2026 Football and Volleyball Media Day. Wednesday, July 29th, high school athletes and coaches from across the region come together for one big day of energy, interviews, season previews, and hometown pride. Brought to you by Glen Sane, Empower, NEASports, Temple Baptist Church, and KJNB. The 2026 Football and Volleyball Media Day. Watch it live Wednesday, July 29th on the KJNB Facebook page. Get ready for the 2026 Football and Volleyball Media Day. Wednesday, July 29th, high school athletes and coaches from across the region come together for one big day of energy, interviews, season previews, and hometown pride. Brought to you by Glen Sane, Empower, NEASports, Temple Baptist Church, and KJNB. The 2026 Football and Volleyball Media Day. Watch it live Wednesday, July 29th on the KJNB Facebook page. Get ready for the 2026 Football and Volleyball Media Day. Wednesday, July 29th, high school athletes and coaches from across the region come together for one big day of energy, interviews, season previews, and hometown pride. Brought to you by Glen Sane, Empower, NEASports, Temple Baptist Church, and KJNB. The 2026 Football and Volleyball Media Day. Watch it live Wednesday, July 29th on the KJNB Facebook page. Get ready for the 2026 Football and Volleyball Media Day. Wednesday, July 29th, high school athletes and coaches from across the region come together for one big day of energy, interviews, season previews, and hometown pride. Brought to you by Glen Sane, Empower, NEASports, Temple Baptist Church, and KJNB. The 2026 Football and Volleyball Media Day. Watch it live Wednesday, July 29th on the KJNB Facebook page. Get ready for the 2026 Football and Volleyball Media Day. Wednesday, July 29th, high school athletes and coaches from across the region come together for one big day of energy, interviews, season previews, and hometown pride. Brought to you by Glen Sane, Empower, NEASports, Temple Baptist Church, and KJNB. The 2026 Football and Volleyball Media Day. Watch it live Wednesday, July 29th on the KJNB Facebook page. Get ready for the 2026 Football and Volleyball Media Day. Wednesday, July 29th, high school athletes and coaches from across the region come together for one big...
I want to welcome everyone to our 2026 Northeast Arkansas Football Volleyball Media Day event. I'm Ryan Fletcher. Here standing with me is the pastor of Temple Baptist Church, Andy Neal. Andy, As always, thank you for allowing us to host our event here at Temple Baptist.
Man, we love it. Love getting to open the doors, see all of these coaches and students come in here and just get excited about a season.
So we have over 40, 45, 50 teams coming in today, football, volleyball, to discuss their upcoming seasons. They'll get press conferences, a free meal if they choose to eat that, a free souvenir shirt. We've got things that you don't see in the background, two of our radio shows coming in for interviews today as well, and just a lot of extra that we've added today. Some door prizes even for coaches and players. So thanks to some folks around town that have helped us out with that. So thank you to all of our sponsors for today's event. But as we always do, we want to open up with a word of prayer, and then we'll go to break and come back with the Hoxie Mustangs.
Awesome, man. God, thank you for this opportunity, this privilege to open up the doors to this place and let these students come in and just share their excitement about a season to be, whether that's football or volleyball. And for these coaches just come in here and talk about what they're looking forward to. And God, in the midst of all that, we know that you are over all those things. You bring the joy and enjoyment to life. You have allowed us to have these sports. And so, God, I pray that in the midst of that, you'll show these coaches, these students, everybody inside and outside of this building today, that you love them, that you're for them, and that you're watching out for them, watching over them, God. And I pray that they'd see that throughout this season, that they would know that there's a God in heaven that loves them, knows them by name, and wants to have a relationship with them. God, man, let this day just go smoothly. Let it be a testimony to what this team all is doing in this place to put this thing on. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
We will be back here in a moment with the Hoxie Mustangs here on the NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day.
Here, life moves different. Not slower because we're behind. Slower because we choose to soak it in. From post to posting, from stream to streaming. With Empower Broadband, we can FaceTime family across the country and get our work done so we can get back to what matters most. From game to gaming, from boots to booting up, faster internet doesn't mean a faster life. It means more time to enjoy the slow one. Connect faster, live slower with Empower Broadband.
Milligan Heating and AC works to serve the Northeast Arkansas community in meeting all of your HVAC needs. Give Justin Milligan a call at 870-243-2820.
At Glensane, we know extra time is hard to come by. Your hands are full, your days are packed, and time doesn't slow down. We work hard when you have a service issue. With full service centers at each of our 4 locations, we will always do our best to make it convenient for you and your busy lifestyle. Thank you for trusting our family with your family for over 70 years.
Someone about their favorite show, there's a good chance it's on CBS or Fox, 2 of the most popular networks in the country. When you ask someone where they go for local news and information, they usually say Northeast Arkansas News. When you ask someone how they grew their business, they'll probably tell you they advertise with KJNB. When you add it all up, top-rated networks, local focus, and dynamic advertising, you get more than just a TV station. You'll get a hometown friend. KJNB. This is who we are. This is home. Ready for the 2026 Football and Volleyball Media Day. Wednesday, July 29th, high school athletes and coaches from across the region come together for one big day of energy, interviews, season previews, and hometown pride. Brought to you by Glensane, Empower, NEASports, Temple Baptist Church, and KJNB. The 2026 Football and Volleyball Media Day. Watch it live Wednesday, July 29th on the KJNB Facebook page.
Ready for flavor that flies above the rest? Wings to Go serves up fresh hot wings in over 20 bold sauces from homicide. We offer fish, chicken, or shrimp, along with many other menu items. So come on, call ahead, or swing by. Fast and always ready to serve you.
That's the guy right there. It's going to be a touchdown of 27 yards.
To the 2025.
NEASports, baby.
My favorite football week of the season.
He hit it! Oh my goodness!
Welcome to the 2026 NEASports Football Volleyball Media Day. On the stage now, we have the Hoxie Mustangs. Coach, if you would, go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us who you brought with you today.
Big influx of younger kids that have moved up from 9th grade to senior high, and we still have a healthy amount of seniors as well, and it really have a whole lot of depth at all the positions that we have on the offensive line. It's been actually a pleasure to work with these guys.
We're going to get a little workout passing the mic. Go ahead and give it down all the way down to Maddox. Maddox, you and I talked a little bit off air. Raised in Hoxie for the most part, you understand the tradition of Hoxie football. What does it mean to you as a senior to be a Hoxie Mustang?
Well, it means everything. I'm going into my 10th season playing football for the Mustangs. I've grown up around this program. It's really all I've ever known, and we've got a whole lot of history, and it would be amazing to continue that and even improve on it.
Good morning, guys. I want to ask you guys just how the summer's been. I want all of you guys to answer it, and then Coach, just overall, how have you seen this overall summer practice?
Summer's been great. I think we've got a lot of young guys who have progressed leaps and bounds upon where they were, and it's really amazing to see how these guys who are incoming sophomores have really developed in a way that I didn't expect them to, and we've got a lot of juniors and seniors that don't even look like the same players from last year. I mean, we've got an offensive line that it has a lot of returning players, but on average weighing about 30 pounds more while being more athletic. A lot of just great developments like that.
What's the biggest thing you've been working on personally this summer?
I would say, well, bulking up and increasing athleticism has been a big thing because I'm looking at playing about 50 pounds heavier than I was last year while being better in almost every single measurable, and that's been huge for me this offseason.
I know a lot of us are excited. I'm excited. I know how hard everyone's worked, and I mean, yeah, we're ready.
Biggest thing you've been working on this summer?
I mean, me and Maddox, we set a goal to get bigger, better. I for sure tried my hardest to get a lot stronger, a lot more athletic, and I think I've done a pretty good job at that myself.
Tristan, we'll throw it down to you. Two offensive linemen. Obviously, you're a skill position player. You play receiver.
Yes, sir.
Talk to us about the offense that Hoxie runs and how you fit in that offense.
How our offense runs, it's more run-based, but whenever we pass, we usually pass a little deep or a little short out. So usually it's like when it's like a third down conversion or something like that, so we just throw a quick out, something like that.
Coach Palmer, along those lines, talk to us. You lost a lot of couple running backs last year that were pretty good. Talk to us about who can we expect to be in the backfield this year for the Mustangs.
We've got a lot of younger guys back there that are taking the place of that group of seniors that graduated. They work extremely hard. They do anything you ask them to do. And if I can say that for the 17 years that I've been in hockey, starting year 18, the kids have always worked. They've always really strove to get better each and every year. These guys are no exception. Maddox mostly played defensive line last year, and he was my swing guy on offense. And now he's taking up a position of, he's fixing to start on the O-line. Brighton has switched positions, and he's embraced that and done an excellent job. Faust has done everything that we've asked him to do. I've seen them all from 7th grade on, so I've seen where they started at and where they're at today, and it's an amazing thing. It's the best thing about the job that there is you get to see the kids grow, and you get to see where they start out at and where they get to, and that's the beautiful thing about Hoxie football.
Hey guys, kind of want to know what are some big personal goals for the season, as well as maybe a team goal as well?
I know the main thing is just we're going to be better than we were last year. It's the biggest thing. Didn't really end off the season like we wanted to, but we will do better this year.
Same question, Maddox.
All right, so a big goal for me as a defensive guy, defense is my passion. It's what I play football for. Last year, our defensively, we were the lowest points per game in the conference in a very kind of high shootout conference. And I have a really big goal of not only being the least scored on team again, but trying to get that number down to 14 or less points per game. That's huge for me. That's my biggest goal for the season. And returning to that conference championship level team that we've been very consistently in the past.
Tristan, personal and team goals.
Same thing as Maddox for the defensive side of the ball. I would love to lead the team in tackles this year.
Coach Palmer, talk to us about the 3A3, where y'all kind of fit in the hierarchy as far as preseason rankings and what you're going to have to do to get back in the playoff situation.
Obviously, we're one game at a time type of team, but the 3A3, there are a lot of good teams in there. And every single one of the teams in our conference presents a challenge. We know that there's going to be a certain level of athleticism there, of toughness, of preparation that goes into each week, and we just want to take one game at a time and try to keep moving up and keep getting better each and every week.
Coach, I want to talk to you about sophomore Harper Fears for quarterback this year. What's he going to look like on the offense this year?
Being a young guy, Harper is, I don't get to work. My job is to protect the quarterback, not so much to train him up. That's Coach C that does that part. But he does everything that's asked of him, and he works hard, and he's learning, and he's as a young guy, as a quarterback, you got to be somewhat of a team leader, and he's learning that, and progressing each and every day. It feels like, actually, he's changed his body for sure, grown. He's one of the youngest ones in his class. I mean, he could really be in the 9th grade.
Maddox, I'll throw it back to you. I'm a huge Coach Sears fan. I know you probably are as well. He's been there long enough. He's the only coach you know. But he's so organized, has such a great atmosphere. Talk to us about the Tom Sears-led atmosphere at Hoxie.
Well, it's a program where there's that expectation of everything you do 100%. If you mess up at full speed. And that's the standard that you're held to. And if you don't meet that standard, he will find someone to replace you. And I think that's something that's been great about this program is each and every athlete, whether you're a sophomore or a senior, is held to the same standard. And as a senior, knowing that if there's a sophomore that were to outperform me, he wouldn't not think twice about putting them in over me. So it's a great program where he puts in the guys who he thinks is going to be the best for the program, and it's overall just a really intense atmosphere, and I think it's what's caused him to have such a good career as a head coach.
Well, guys, thank you very much. Coach, thank you very much. It was a pleasure having you here today. Good luck this year.
That's the guy right there. It's going to be a touchdown of 27 yards. To the 2025.
26, NEASports, baby.
My favorite football week of the He hit it! Oh my goodness!
Welcome back to the 2026 NEASports Football Volleyball Media Day. On the stage now, we have the Pocahontas Redskins. Coach, if you would, go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us who you brought with you today.
My name is Casey Chester. I'm the head coach at Pocahontas. This is my 25th year at Pocahontas. I brought Xavier Ballard. He's a all-conference running back, a 3-year starter. I brought Spencer James, all-conference quarterback. He started around 20 games at Pocahontas, very good player. And Ryder Baltz, he's a 3-year starter at linebacker, and he was also an all-conference player.
Ryder, I'll start with you because you have the mic in front of you. We were talking a little bit off air. I cannot believe y'all are seniors. Pocahontas has so much tradition, and you've been a part of that your whole life, I guess, being a Baltz from Pocahontas. Those two are kind of synonymous. Talk to us what is the feeling you get as a senior Redskin.
It's a surreal feeling. It's like really nice to like be here, the crowd at the games. It's really nice, and like the crowd's loud. Like when you're on the field, you can like feel the crowd, like the stadium pulse, and it's really nice to be there.
Spencer, I'll throw it over to you. I was actually there at your first start. Seems like a decade ago, literally 4 years ago, as a freshman. Talk to us about what it's like to be a senior at Pocahontas.
Being a senior is kind of crazy, but it's something I dreamed of, just playing and being a Redskin my whole life. And I've played for a while now, so it kind of doesn't feel real that I'm actually a senior.
David, you were kind of not a secret, but you were relatively an unknown. You're not anymore. You got a big target on your back. Talk to us about your expectations as the running back, if you will, for the Redskin offense.
I mean, I'd say it's pretty important. Our offense relies on running the ball. I feel like I have to be the guy they go to do that and get the dirty work done. But also, I'll rely on the O-line, and hopefully God bless us with another great season as we had like that last times.
You guys have a gauntlet in the 3-4A. I just kind of want to know, which rival are you looking forward to matching up most against out of the STAC conference?
I'd say Blava for me. We had a great game, and unfortunately we lost by 1 point in just a few seconds, so I'd like to get that game back.
I would say I'm most looking forward to playing Southside. They're one of the best teams in the state, so playing them would be fun. It should be a good game.
Robert, same question. No, Baltz, I'll ask you the same question. Is there a game most meaningful for you?
I'd say Highland. last time we won against them was 9th grade, and last year we were real close to beating them, same as the year before that, and it'll be real nice to get them this year.
Coach, you like to run the football, obviously. Spencer has the ability to throw it a little bit. He did a little bit more last year. How's that working into the game plan this year?
Well, we've worked all summer throwing the ball. Spencer's got a great arm. You know, in the past we've had mainly running quarterbacks. So we will try to be a lot more balanced this year and let Spencer. We have some really good receivers that come up from 10th grade, and we have some good receivers come back. So we want to be more balanced, and we want to throw the ball a lot.
This is a question for all four of you. What does the off season look like? What improvements are you making going into this upcoming 26 season in the fall?
Well, we went to team camps all summer. We played, you know, a lot of teams around here, Hoxie, Valley View, all those guys. We went 7-on-7. So right after spring, we never stopped. We've been going all summer. We're really excited for Monday, though, to put the pads on again.
I'd say that we improved a lot on offense-wise. We've won 7-on-7 tournament. We improved on that. I think that's really important for our team chemistry, because I feel like defense can always rely on us. We have to make plays on offense, and when that time comes, we have to shine.
We focused a lot on our pass game again. We've gone to a bunch of 7-on-7s, and then we've also been in the weight room all summer trying to get our strength up.
We've been letting some new guys get some playing time, trying to make depth and stuff. So, because in the past we've dealt with some injuries, and so we just want to try to prevent that this year. And then, like they said, we've been to plenty of 7-on-7s. We've been to pad camps, and just getting ready for the season.
Well, we've talked a lot about 7-on-7s. We talked specifically offensively, but defensively, what can we expect out of all four of you, starting out with you, Coach Chester?
Well, hopefully Xavier and Spencer don't have to play much defense. That's our goal. You know, Ryder, he's been a 3-year starter. He makes all of our calls on defense. We have quite a few defensive linemen, linebackers coming back. Our big question mark's the secondary. We have some really good players. They've just moved. They're young, inexperienced. So we think we will have a really good defense, but we have some question marks that we got to fix in August.
We have a pretty good group of sophomores that moved up, hoping they can help us, which they have shown they want to play. We're going to rely on defense a lot, and then when we get the chance, we're going to make a pretty big impact, I think.
Yeah, we have a pretty young secondary, but they went undefeated in junior high. They know how to play the game. We'll be all right.
We got a pretty experienced front seven. Our D-line is pretty big, and so I feel like we can make a big impact on the D-line. And like they said, our secondary, they're inexperienced, but they did really good in junior high, and so I think they'll be pretty good.
Starting with you, Coach, and then going down the line, what is a big team goal for this season?
We want to play after Thanksgiving. We were right there last year. We went to Nashville, upset in the first round. Went to Prairie Grove. We kind of got behind, but we fought back, had a chance to win at the end. But these guys, their main goal, they want to play after Thanksgiving, which has kind of haunted Pocahontas over the years. We've got to the second round. We just hadn't got over the hump. Last year we were really close, and they're hungry to play after Thanksgiving.
Xavier, your goals for the team and personally this year?
I'd say the team goal is just to play after Thanksgiving, like Coach Casey said, and then personal goal is just try to limit the fumbles. Fumbles can cause a big turnovers in special games when we need them.
An ideal 26 season, how many yards do you end up with?
I ended up with 1,300, I think, last year.
Yeah, I knew that. I was wondering if you hope to ellipse that. Spencer, talk about your personal goals and team goals.
So a personal goal for me is just be careful with my decisions, make good decisions with the ball, because turnovers can cost games. And then a team goal is just play as late as we can and hopefully be in the running for to win the conference.
Keep the mic, Spencer. Robert, I'm not downplaying you by any means, But I want to ask Spencer, your coach mentioned, but I feel like there's a good chance you may end up at free safety playing defense. Talk to us about your thoughts playing defensively.
I'll play whatever I need to. It doesn't really matter to me. Ideally, I won't have to, but if that's what it takes, I will. I'll do whatever it takes.
Xavier, I'll ask you the same question because I bet you see some snaps on the defensive side as well.
Yes, sir. I'll be blessed to play both ways. I know state players get that by playing offensive defense, and I'm willing to do anything I need for this team.
Robert, one more question for you. I'm sorry, Robert, Ryder Balls is obviously a player as well. Talk to us about the off season, what it's been like in the weight room.
It's been real intense in the weight room. We've been hitting the weights pretty hard, and in the off season we've been conditioning, getting ready for the season, and yeah.
One more question, Robert. Do you like the music that Coach Chester plays in the weight room? I know it's old school.
Yeah, he doesn't. Usually he doesn't play it, but when he does, yeah, I like it. It's a little old school rock.
They won't let me get on there. They don't let me have the stereo.
Well, guys, we appreciate y'all very much. Coach, we appreciate you very much. Thanks for coming today. Good luck.
House is a family-owned business in Manila, Arkansas, located on Highway 18 next to 1812 Pizza. We provide dog daycare, boarding, and grooming. We have 2,200 square feet of climate-controlled indoor play space and 2,200 square feet of outdoor turf yard. We're a cage-free boarding facility that offers 5x5 private rooms with comfortable elevated beds. Also, be sure to check out our new self-serve pet wash at only $10 per session. And NEA, guess what? We are opening a new store in Brooklyn, Arkansas. Come check us out at both locations.
Welcome back to the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day. On the stage now, we have the CRA Lady Falcons. Coach, if you would, go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us who you brought with you today, please.
All right. Royce McMillan's my name. Year 13 in volleyball for me, I believe. So been there a while, year 15 altogether. This is my daughter, Tinley McMillan, to my left, Ryan Gramling. Tinley's a junior, Ryan Gramling is a senior, and Andy Eads is a senior as well.
For all four of you, starting with Coach, what are your biggest personal and team goals going into this season?
Well, just to be the best coach that I can for these girls, be prepared each practice and game, and just do the best that I can. What was your second question?
Biggest personal and team goals.
Well, team goals, we're very small this year. We've got 7 players in senior high volleyball, but we still have high expectations for ourselves, for our team, for our goals. I still think we can be at the top this year in 3A East, and that's what we're going to try to reach that goal.
My personal goal is to just be a good teammate and to work hard in every practice, and my team goal is to win conference and make a run in regional and state.
My personal goal will try to be a good teammate, try to be a leader. A team goal is also trying to win conference and making a run in regionals and trying to do well in state.
I would say my personal goal is just to lead the freshmen and all the younger players the best we can, and our team goal is definitely to have a good record this year and to do well in regionals and state.
Tinley, getting a little personal here.
Oh, no.
What's it like playing for your father? Do y'all take it home? Talk to us about the relationship you have on the court and off the court with your coach slash dad.
We have our ups and downs, but mostly ups. I like it a lot, but there is some rough times after games, and yeah.
So you take it home sometimes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we definitely have some deep conversations at home and on the court, and he definitely coaches me a little harder than some people, but not always.
What's the difference coaching your daughter than coaching Ryan and Andy?
Well, Tinley, you know, she does get coached a little harder, and I hate that sometimes. It's just the way that it is, but she responds well. And when I get home, it's normally Tinley and Mom versus Dad, but it's been a blessing. I've been her only coach in volleyball for a long time, but and Andy and Ryan, I coach them pretty hard too as well sometimes, but it's just been a great blessing to be able to coach them since, well, forever.
Ryan, along the same venue, what's it like being a senior, being a big part of this program for so many years, and playing for Coach Tinley?
It definitely is fun. He is very uplifting and really wants us to give it our all and never give up. And, yeah.
Same question, Andy.
I would say he just pushes us to be our best and just to play as hard as we can and to never give up and play every point.
Obviously, you guys made the state playoffs last year, went to Paris. So do you guys want to talk about that, that opportunity to be able to go to a place like Paris, a really good volleyball school? Obviously, you guys had that first round bye in the state tournament last year. Just talk about that playoff run.
Well, yeah, we went, I think last year was maybe the first time that there were regionals, or second year, first year maybe.
I think it was the second year.
Second year. Went all the way to the finals against Harrisburg, a top 3 team in the state all year long. Very good 5-set match, but it was a great time, and then being able to go to state again is just what we always strive to do. And again, we're small in numbers, but very, very talented group of girls, and we don't want to talk about sickness or injury, but that does happen in every program. But I feel good about where this team could go.
Talking about the team, obviously 3 leaders on stage, but talk to us about your depth, and you've moved up some 9th graders, I believe.
Yes, there's no depth this year, but half our team is freshmen, at least three freshmen, and we might have to move up somebody else. We're blessed with a lot of numbers in junior high, and got a few more freshmen. But every girl that we have, I trust, all 7 put out on the court, and we'll just give it our all.
Tinley, your coach / dad mentions you play everywhere on the floor. Do you have a favorite position?
Yes, I do play all the way around, but I played middle last year, and I liked it a lot. It was something new I tried, and it was nice, and it was fun and just learning a new position. But my position this year is probably outside or, like, wherever he puts me. But my favorite position is probably outside, and I love to pass, too, like play defense. But, yeah.
Kind of talk with us a little bit about, the conference. What does that look like? You mentioned Harrisburg. Kind of talk with us a little bit about that conference, and then maybe some games on the schedule, girls, that you don't have to give me one. You can give me a few that you're really looking forward to playing maybe this year.
Well, Harrisburg is of course going to be tough. Again, Walnut Ridge, Hoxie, they're all talented. Manila, we've got a new school coming in that first-time volleyball, Rivercrest, and West Helena, I think, the last one. But you got to go play every game. Every play, every point. So it'd be a tough league. But I think that Harrisburg, it could be any of us. We hope that we're definitely at the top though on that.
Any big tournaments you guys are playing in, like preseason tournaments, any kind of invitational stuff?
We do. We go to Fried Hardman the first weekend every year. West Plains. We go to West Plains, Missouri, and play some different schools, and then we of course go to Jonesboro Play Day. So yes, we stay busy in tournaments.
Andy, I'll throw it back to you. Talk about your role. I know you're a hitter. You led the team in kills last year. Do you like playing above the net? And talk to us about your role offensively for your team.
I play a middle hitter, and it's definitely like different than outside. Like you're just up and down a lot, but I definitely do like it, and it's just a very fun role, I would say.
One question, ladies. We like to get to this question off and on throughout the day, but on the bus ride to the games, what's on the playlist? Any of you?
I would
All
say
of you.
Justin Bieber. We do love Justin Bieber.
Okay. Coach, what do you think about that?
What I
You
think
just
about
wear
that.
your own headphones on the way to the game so you don't have to listen to music or what?
Yeah, I've got to listen to their stuff sometimes and in the gym, but I'm Willie Nelson all the way.
Andy, I've been to a Justin Bieber concert. I just want you to know I'm there with you.
Things we didn't have to know today, Steve. Thank you. Ladies, thank you very much. Coach, thank you very much. Good luck this year. Keep working hard, keep battling, and we expect great things.
Thanks, guys.
We're going to take a commercial break. When we come back, we'll have the Nettleton Lady Raiders on the stage. You're watching the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day.
Milligan Heating and AC works to serve the Northeast Arkansas community in meeting all of your HVAC needs. Give Justin Milligan a call at 870-243-2820.
Whether it's your home or your business, Delta Glass is Northeast Arkansas's clear choice for superior glass products and services. Delta Glass is known for their internally produced insulated glass units, providing quick and precise replacements for most all windows. If you've just completed your dream home or a recent remodel, Delta Glass provides the most sought-after custom shower enclosures and mirrors in the industry. Storefront glazing can create an inviting professional atmosphere for any business facility. Delta Glass specializes in custom design and fabricated storefront systems for all sizes and styles. If you're in need of superior glass products and services that are second to none in the region, call Delta Glass today at 870-520-6290 or visit them on Dan Avenue in Jonesboro.
Welcome back to the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day. On the stage now, we have the Nettleton Lady Raiders. Coach, if you would, go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us who you brought with you today.
I'm Tiffany Lovelace. This is Jayla Jones, a senior for me. Lauren McLean and Callie Deaton, all three are seniors.
Callie, got to ask you, do you have some other ties at Nettleton?
I do, yes, sir.
Talk to us briefly about your father.
My dad is Bubba Deaton. He used to coach basketball, senior high boys basketball for a long time, but he got out of it 2 years ago, I think.
Yes, you are correct. I'm a big Bubba Deaton fan.
Yes.
With that history, talk to us about your role as being a team leader this year.
Yeah, this year, being a senior, I know that this is our team. We need to carry this team and be good role models. And my dad has installed that in me, like, you are a leader. And even if this game doesn't go our way or we lose, or like you are, to pick your teammates up and to keep going and to fight for every point and just be a good teammate and a good friend to everybody that I play with.
Want to know from all four of you, starting with Coach, what's a big team goal going into this season?
Well, honestly, we have one of the toughest conferences. 5A East is insanely competitive. Obviously, our conference mate, Marion, won state this past year. So we have a highly, highly competitive conference. And, this year we've got bigger chances for us. We've got a lot more opportunity. In the past, we've had smaller we really depended on defense. And this year we've got some big hitters, and so we're super excited about that. But finish top 4, that's always a goal for us, see the state championship floor, or see the state finals floor at some point in there. So we're excited about that.
Coach, you mentioned Marion being a returning state champion. Talk to us about the hierarchy. You said your goal is the top 4, but the preseason hierarchy and where y'all fit in those predictions.
Well, you know, I had a talk with these ladies before we even got started with preseason, and you know, we just kind of talked about what we wanted to accomplish and how season we wanted to finish for them being seniors, and how we wanted this year to go, and we all just kind of got on the same page. And every camp we've gone to, every practice we've had, every weight session, they've given it their all. But they all love each other as well. I mean, we've got a great team chemistry. You know, I've been here for the most of their high school seasons as they were 8th graders when I was first at Middleton. So I've seen these 3 for sure grow in many, many ways. And I think we're going to surprise some people this year. So we're all excited, I think.
Jayla, give it to you, and then we'll pass it down to Lauren and Kylie. Talk to us specifically about your role on the team as far as position and what your expectations are as far as contributing to the 26 Raider volleyball team.
My role on the team is, obviously all the roles on the team is important, but as a hitter, I feel like I'm outside hitter, so that's my position. And I feel like as a hitter, it's my job to put the ball down and just be smart with my ball placement and make good plays and just make sure that I'm being like consistent and very diligent in everything that I do. And then as far as expectations, really I just want myself and my teammates to just stay consistent this season in everything that we do and just make sure that we give it our all.
I'm a defensive player. Right now I'm playing libero, and my job is basically to hustle and keep the ball up as well as I can, and because without a pass you can't have any plays, and mainly to talk and to tell my hitters where to place the ball and to be smart and to hustle and make sure no balls drop.
How many digs this year for you?
What was that?
I said, how many digs are you going to get this year?
How many digs?
Yeah. A bunch?
A bunch.
All of them. Kylie, what about you?
As a setter, my job is to place the ball to where my hitters can score and to talk to them. Where do they want the ball? What's best for them so that they can shine and we can put our pass to our hit and to just see the floor and place the ball.
Want to know, you mentioned earlier you're in a very stacked conference. What rivals in that conference are you ready to play and match up against?
I would say that in our conference, I'm definitely ready to play Marion and Valley View because I feel like they're 2 of like the toughest teams in conference, and they just really bring, I feel like, out that like competitive side of our team, and they make us want to fight and play harder.
I'd say for me, I definitely want to beat GCT. That's I think our team we play very hard against them, and it's a very interesting game, and we beat them last year. They won the first game against us, so and it was a very interesting, very entertaining game, and it's very fun to see that competitive side of your team come out, and that's the best part about volleyball.
I would say those teams I would love to beat, all 3 of them, but last season we went to 5 sets with about every team in our conference, and we fell short a lot of those games, and I think any game this season, conference-wise, we could beat in 3 or take to 5 and win that game, I think would be a successful game for us and one that I would want to win.
What about you, Coach?
Well, absolutely what all of them have said. We've really competed the past couple years, and there's been many that we've taken 5 and ended up with a still get an L. So our plan is to not only beat some of these teams in 3, but to, if we go 5, to outlast, have that longevity and the discipline to finish.
Coach, any big invitational tournaments you're going to go to this year to try to prepare yourself for the 5A state tournament? I see you guys went to Mississippi last year.
Yeah, we're going to the Bartlett Classic. That's always a good tournament. We started going last year. See different teams, not just the same conference teams that we see. And we're going to do play day as well at Jonesboro last year. We did pretty good last year. We had a few injuries last year during that tournament, but we still did fairly well. And so I think maybe the year before that we may have finished second. So we're really looking forward to all play this year. Even so, I think we have several non-conference games, and just going at it one game at a time and trying to finish steady.
Kylie, I got a question. I think a lot of people were kind of wondering, are you a better volleyball player or driver?
That's terrible.
Definitely probably volleyball player.
She's great at both. D1 in both sports.
She's a very good driver. She gives lessons.
No, I don't.
Well, ladies, I'm going to ask this real quick, and just one of you can answer. What's on the speaker prior to the game? What's on the speaker on the bus? What's on the speaker in the locker room?
Well, Jayla's our designated DJ because she really be putting it on.
Right.
But what is a song that we?
I would say that mainly. I mean, obviously, we all listen to several different things, and they can give their input. But what I love the most is that this group gets along so well. Even with our junior high on a bus ride, they're cackling and cutting up and just enjoying each other and really bonding as a team with their youngers as well. So that's always great for me to hear. Yeah, we listen to a variation of music.
Well, we appreciate y'all very much, ladies. Coach, we appreciate you as well. Good
Thank
luck
you, guys.
this year.
Thank you.
We're going to take a commercial break. When we come back, we'll have the Mark Tree Indians on the stage. You're watching the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day.
When the steel industry first took shape, it was built on grit, determination, and the best technology of its time. As the decades passed, steel became smarter, mills became more advanced. Automation, robotics, precision systems, and sophisticated manufacturing transformed the industry. That kind of progress demanded more than new equipment. It demanded a partner that could develop skilled technicians, cultivate future leaders, and prepare a workforce ready to meet the challenges of an ever-changing industry. In Mississippi County, that partner has been Arkansas Northeastern College. Working hand in hand with steel manufacturers for years, ANC has helped shape the workforce behind one of the nation's leading steel-producing regions. Through industry-driven training, technical education, and customized workforce development, we've helped thousands of employees build the knowledge and skills that keep Arkansas Steel moving forward. As the industry continues to evolve, so do we. Because building steel starts with building people. ANC, the Steel College in Arkansas.
Welcome back to the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day. On the stage now, we have the Mark Tree Indians. Coach, if you would, go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us who you brought with you today.
I'm Waylon Dunn. This is Braden Ivy, DJ Stacy, and Jaden Andrews.
All righty, Coach Dunn, we'll go ahead and get the players. Talk to us, Braden, start with you and go to your left. Your role on the team, position both offensively and defensively, and then any personal goals that you might have this year.
My role on the team is just to hold everyone accountable for everything, especially younger kids because they're supposed to learn from the older people. I play defensive back on defense and a receiver on offense. And my personal goal is to just, like I said, be a leader, and when I'm down, or when the team's down, just pick everybody up and keep on going.
Same question, DJ.
All right, so really what my role on the team is, what the younger kids, they acting up. We got to get them to be more accountable, and they got to be more manned up so whenever they move up. And my role is I play receiver and I play DB.
What about your personal goals?
My personal goal is I want to get better than I was before last year.
All right, good deal. Jaden, I'll throw the same group of questions at you.
Kind of like Braden says, to be a leader, lead the offense, lead the defense, show the younger kids that, how to play their position, how to do the role, how to do the role right. And, my position is defensive back and wide receiver. And my goals for this year, to win. That's all I can say.
That's a good goal. Coach Dunn, I'll throw that to you. You haven't had a down year last year. Talk to us about how you look to, and you were 500, but how do you look to rebound and the goals that you have for this year's team?
Well, as far as rebounding, it's just going back to work every day. It started in the off season in the weight room. Had kids bought in. We got stronger. We've done a lot this summer with pad camps and 7-on-7s. So, that's how you bounce back. You just go back to work and get better. As far as our goals, it's same goals every year. You want to end up in the playoffs and be one of the last ones standing. Our conference is a very competitive conference. In my opinion, it's the toughest conference in AA. There may be one or two teams out there that's better than anybody else in our conference, but from top to bottom, you've got to be mentally prepared and every week or you'll get beat.
For all four of you, you guys have a lot of rivals around here. Want to know, is there any certain rival that you're looking forward to matching up against the most?
Yeah, for sure. Probably EPC and Earl. EPC's always been a big rival of ours, and Earl kind of got the best of us last year, which I thought we could have won if we just held together just a little bit longer. But that's the two for me.
I say something. I feel like the reason that we didn't have that game in the bag was because of the mistakes that we had. But going into this season, I feel like that we really worked those mistakes over, and I feel like it'll be a way better chance this year for each of those games.
Just waiting for EPC.
EPC, I know, is a big one. I've been part of it as a broadcaster and a fan. I know that's a big game for y'all. Coach Dunn, talk to us specifically about your scheme schematically, offensively, and defensively. Start with offense because you got a pretty good quarterback coming back.
Yes, sir. We feel good about PJ. He's returning, be a junior this year.
PJ Powell.
PJ Powell. I felt like last year, he was kind of thrown into that role as a sophomore, but I felt like he managed himself well. He didn't have but maybe 2 interceptions on the year, and so he did a good job leading us. We're very gifted in the receiver position. These guys here are all receivers. Demarion White and Dontavius White are 2 other ones. So we spread the ball and try to get it to those playmakers for sure. Offensively, the line is where we've got to get better. We've got a couple, 2, 3 returning starters, but we're going to have to find a couple new faces up there, and we just don't have a lot of depth. I mean, it's a small school, so depth's always an issue. And then running back, we've got some new faces, but I feel really good about them. D'Angelo Risper and Ashton Campbell. Ashton was was one of the junior high running backs last year. He's just a real tough kid. And then D'Angelo didn't play last year, but he's got an extra gear back there at tailback. So we feel good about that. Defensively, we're a 3-4 front. Depending on what you line up, kind of depends on what we look like sometimes. But at any level, whether it's AA, 7A, college, whatever, you got to be good up front on both sides of the ball, and that's where we got to get better at. Is we got to be better up there.
Well, talking about that, you and I talked a little bit off air about Isaiah Hall. Missed a lot of the second half, more than the second half of the season with the broken hand, but he's a 3-year starter offensively, but he'll play defense as well.
Yes, sir. He started on both sides of the ball last year until he broke his hand, and the problem with it was a growth plate bone that the doctor didn't really want to take a chance and re-injure him because it could cause him problems down the line. So he missed the majority of the season, but he's back, and we're glad to have him back. We got a couple other starters. James White, he played tackle for us last year as a sophomore. So he's worked really hard this offseason. He's looked really good at camp, so I'm excited about what he brings to offer. He's a big kid, about 6'3", 325, 330. Harper is another kid, was a sophomore last year, is a junior, who played quite a bit for us on the offensive line and plays linebacker. I've been real impressed with him this summer. He's grown, he's gotten bigger, stronger. So, I'm excited about some of those guys. Like I say, just got a couple new faces, kids that are competing for positions that, hopefully they can get better and come through for us.
This one's for the players. Biggest personal goal you guys been working on this season, and maybe a team goal. Maybe you guys all three share the same opinion on that, but what's a big personal goal?
To me, a big personal goal is to just progress as the season goes on, not to have any injuries, and to be healthy by postseason.
Mine is be stronger, be faster, go out there and give it all 100% every game.
My personal goal is to show how good we've gotten, over the off season, and prove to everyone that we're a top team in 2A, and go out there and compete.
Want to know, going down the line, what improvements have you guys been working on over this off season? What have you guys been doing to get better?
Pad camps. Just about every pad camp we went to, we were the smallest team there, and I feel like every single one of them we gave one heck of a fight the entire time. So that's
personally, to get better, I've been out there on my own field working for myself. I've even played 7-on-7, going to other states like Florida, Texas. It's bigger competition to, kind of level it out and, see what I can do when I come back to Arkansas. Playing against 2A competition, it's kind of different for everyone.
Been going with my team, working hard every day at practice, going out there, giving it 100%. Then whenever we go to them pad camps, then we go play them bigger schools. It seems like we be dominating. I ain't gonna lie, we kind of do. But whenever we go out there, we just be killing.
Well, guys, thank you very much. Coach, thank you very much. We appreciate having y'all here today. Good luck this year. We're going to take a commercial break. When we come back, we'll have the Pocahontas Lady Redskins on the stage. You're watching the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day. Welcome back to the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day. On the stage now, we have the Pocahontas Lady Redskins. Coach, if you would, go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us who you brought with you today, okay?
Yes, my name is Alden Pills. To my left, I have Jacqueline Chester, Kelowna Gallen, and Violet Lynch.
Want to know what are some big personal goals and what are some big team goals going down the row?
Can I start? Okay. Well, I just took this job in May, so I've only been here the past couple months, but we've been really working hard this summer and in the off season, going into preseason. Two of our major goals I have are to go back to the state tournament. They've been to the state tournament 2 years in a row, but they have not won that first game. So to get back to the state tournament, win that first game and advance, and then our second goal is to finish top 3 in our conference.
My personal goal is definitely to be like the senior that all the underclassmen can look up to and rely on. And as a right side, like I want to put balls in play and just be the best player I can be.
A personal goal, I would like to be a senior leader that sets a tone for the young girls to look up to and lead with passion and effort this season.
My personal goal this year is to make a change this year during the state tournament and finally get past the first round.
Coach, you mentioned the difficult conference that you guys are in. Want to know which rivals are you most looking forward to matching up against?
Yeah, we're in a really competitive 4A conference. Two schools I'm really, really excited to play are Westside and Brooklyn. They're highly competitive, and we want to play the best volleyball we can. And so I know those two matches, we're going to give a lot of effort. We're going to go after every ball, and we want to see not only if we can compete with those two schools, but ultimately if we can win, if we can take some sets from them.
I'm really excited to play Westside and Brooklyn also because like it really just brings out the competitive side in us, and we play really hard against challenging teams, and we do honestly best against those teams.
I'm most excited to play Brooklyn. I feel like they always showcase what our defense is really capable of doing. Yeah, I think they're going to be a good match.
I'm really excited to play our first conference game, which will be, I'm pretty sure, Westside, because I'm excited for the competition to start and see all our hard work pay off.
Coach, you mentioned you're new to this team. What kind of things have you had to adapt to kind of learn from the students as well as kind of form your own style as a coach?
Yeah, I think just getting in the gym that first day and just kind of setting the tone for the season from the start and getting on the jump quick in May really helps. These 3 seniors are just really great volleyball players, but also great human beings off the court. They've helped me transition. It's been super smooth, and just having these 3 seniors in my first year will, I think, be really beneficial to me and the underclassmen for them to look up to.
This one's for the players, just thoughts on the new coach. I'm sure that's got to be some kind of a culture shift for you guys.
I think that, we started out like strong with her, and we had like a good relationship with her, and we've definitely learned a lot, and I feel like it's going to be a good season with her.
Yeah, Coach Alden has played a big role in our defense. We've always worked on passing, serve, receive, and she's really done a really good job with communicating with us and what we need to fix.
Yeah, I think she really fits in here. We vibe together, and we really work on the things like that. She emphasizes on the things we really need to work on.
Violet, you had over 178 kills last year, so you're pretty powerful offensively, but also with 39 blocks, so you can do it defensively as well. So just talk about the defensive side of this season.
Oh, yeah. Up at the net, the defensive side is really mostly my favorite part. I feel like getting a stuff and blocking somebody really boosts my confidence. It just kind of makes me feel like I'm dominant.
I think Ethan had mentioned the conference slate. It's pretty powerful, 4A3 is. And you guys talked about Brooklyn and Westside. Obviously, those two teams played in the semifinals last year. Overall, 4A, I think, is a really competitive volleyball scene. So just talk about also this non-conference slate. I think you guys have a pretty solid non-conference slate this year as well.
Yeah, we definitely have a pretty tough non-con to get us ready to compete in Class 4A. These 3 seniors will play a really vital role. Also, 2 juniors, Aubrey Coffey and Brindley Shue, they will definitely be getting a lot of minutes. Brindley Shue is a rising junior. She's probably one of the best liberos in the conference. So we're going to look to her in a lot of big moments to take a big role this year, dig a lot of balls, and really command and lead our backcourt.
I feel like we're ready to play, like non-conference even. Like I feel like those games are still really big for us. And even if you say they don't matter, they definitely do. I'm ready to get some wins.
Yeah, following what Jacqueline said, these non-conference games, they're really big. We always take these games to learn, and yeah.
I personally really enjoy non-conference games, especially like, I guess, Jonesboro and Southside, because I have a lot of fun during them. It's more like a learning experience as well as a competition, but yeah, it takes a lot of the stress off.
All three of you are seniors this year. Senior leadership is a big aspect to any program. What does it mean to you guys to be seniors on this team and to lead for the Redskins for one final time?
I just want to be the senior that, everyone can look up to, and I want to give 100% effort every single play because it is my last year, and I just want to have fun and be the senior that everyone looks up to.
Yeah, for sure, what Jacqueline said. I really want to just compete, make sure these girls have someone to look up to and be comfortable playing with, and just give it all my all till senior night.
Yeah, basically what they said. Being a senior is really important to me because it, I feel like I can help the younger girls learn what I didn't know back then and help them get better.
Obviously, you three seniors, very experienced players. As the years have gone on, is there any particular lesson that has kind of grown with you over time and that you take with you into this senior year?
Yeah, I've definitely learned a lot playing volleyball these years, not to get down because you still make mistakes and everyone is still going to, even if you're the oldest on the team.
Yeah, just being easy on myself and all the other girls, being comfortable with being uncomfortable. Also, our assistant coach Maddox has always been encouraging us, putting us to a higher standards and always cheering us on. So that really helps playing on the court with him on the side.
Yeah, shout out Coach Maddox. He always taught us to never peak, and that means just keep on getting better. You don't ever want to go back. You don't ever want to keep going down. You just want to keep on rising.
Coach, you guys are going to participate in kind of tournaments scheduled for preseason. Just trying to get you guys ready for this 4A3 conference slate.
Yeah, we were really blessed to be able to play a lot of good competition in the summer. We went to Cape Girardeau for 2 days, played some really high-level teams from Missouri and Illinois. We went to Valley View last week, and we got to play Valley View, Greene County Tech, Brooklyn. So we've been trying to play a bunch of volleyball to kind of understand how they play individually, but also to mesh as a new team. So we've been really fortunate to get in the gym and play a lot of good competition to set us up for success.
Ladies, one of you tell me what's on the speaker. What are we listening to?
Turn down for what?
Okay.
For sure. Turn down for what?
Well, thank y'all very much. Coach, thank you very much. Good luck this year.
Thank you.
We're going to take a commercial break. When we come back, we will have the Valley View Blazers on the stage. You're watching the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day.
1945, we've been more than just a bank. We've been deeply rooted in communities across Arkansas, growing alongside the families and businesses we serve. We started the Farmers and Merchants Bank in Stuttgart, Arkansas 80 years ago to ensure working folks could borrow money to run their farms, fund their businesses, and build their families' futures. Today, Farmers and Merchants Bank is proud to continue supporting our communities, including our students and athletes. Farmers and Merchants Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Supercenter is your Yes We Do That store. Pack Mail, Tim, what's that all about?
That's right, Trey. Pack Mail can scan that, copy that, shred that, return that, design that, cut that, print that, pack that, ship that, crate that, freight that, notarize that. Trey, at Pack Mail, we can do all that and more.
Pack Mail Supercenter, the Yes We Do That store. 361 Southwest Drive in Jonesboro. Don't trust just anybody to do all that. Trust Pack Mail.
Welcome back to the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day. On the stage now, we have the Valley View Blazers. Coach, if you would, go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us who you brought with you today.
Yeah, Sean Cockrell. To my left, Eli Thornton, Silas Thomas, and Taylor Heineman.
Eli, let's start with you. Talk to us about goals. Big time, obviously Arkansas commit and all that. You have big time personal goals, but talk to us first about the team goals for Valley View this year.
I would say our team goals this year, we've just been focusing on not really worrying about what's been going on in the past with the program, but just getting together as a team and coming to work every single day.
Silas, throw it over to you. Talk to us about the off season. I know your mom, who's a personal trainer and all that. So I know you're a big advocate of the weight room, but talk to us about the off season so far this summer.
I'm really happy about how this off season went. I think all of our guys really went to work. And yeah, I think we're gonna do really good.
Everybody have the work ethic that you do? Are you pleased with the team work ethic as far as the weight room and all that?
I hope so. It looked like it.
Come on, you got to expand a little bit. Taylor, I'll throw it over to you. Taylor, you're supposed to be a little snot-nosed kid running around, but now you're a senior quarterback leader for the Valley View Blazers. Talk to us about what it means to you to be a senior on a team with Coach Huckle and I talked, a target on your back, if you will.
I mean, it's fun having the target on the back just because you got to come out and play good football every week because you've got people wanting to come and beat you. But I feel like this team is trained and built through these hard games and really put together with everyone wanting to be here and putting everything they got to it.
Coach Cockrell, I ask you, a target on your back, you and I talked a little bit off air. That's really a compliment because of what you've built at Valley View, the tradition and all that. Talk to us about the expectations and how this team ranks as far as the past conference champions, which seems like more than a handful.
Yeah, these kids are working extremely hard. We do talk about just kind of finding our own identity each year. And, yes, we've done some things in the past, but that doesn't matter. These guys were part of a 12-1 team and a 9-2 team, but this year that doesn't mean anything. So, and I think they understand that, and I think that they're working hard to kind of prove themselves and prove that they're the senior class that everybody else wants to be like and that our younger guys can look up to. So, yeah, there's a target on our back, but, I think it's, I guess a compliment to all the kids that have gone through here and all the coaches that have been, assistant coaches and administration and everybody that's supported our program and helped us to get kind of where we are.
Taylor, I ask you, your second year as a starting quarterback, you lost a lot of weapons off last year's team, but you got quite a few coming back as far as targets to hand the ball off. And we'll talk about Carter Wallace in just a second, but talk to us about the receiving core.
I mean, it obviously starts with Levi Manning, but we've got weapons all around the field with Justin Sayre, Barrett Mallett, DeAndre Johnson, all of them. Just a lot of people that are ready to come and been working hard.
Now, those are all pretty boys, Silas. You got to talk to me now. Talk to us about, you're an outside linebacker. I think you may be moving inside. Talk to us about your role defensively for the Blazers.
Yes, sir. I'm an outside linebacker. We got Luke. He's going to probably be playing inside, but
That's right. Luke's moving inside.
Yes, sir. He's very versatile.
Luke Hanger.
Yes, sir. He knows both outside and inside. We have returning Drayton Conger and Ketcher Patillo. They're both really good. And then we have a few underclassmen coming in, like Ty Flory, and I'm super excited to see how these guys do this year.
I'll tell you how old I am. I coached Luke's father, who was a starting tight end at Arkansas in the mid-'90s, so that's how old this guy is. Eli, talk to us about the big guys up front.
We have
yourself included.
Yes, sir. Me, Josh Lamb, Ethan Thomas, and then a new kid this year, Blaine Stockard. He's going to be pretty good this year. Really tall kid. And then we have Ethan Thomas's little brother, Evan Thomas. He's a sophomore that came up. He's going to be really good. So I think that whole group really brings like a high motor, and we're always putting in work when we go position drills with our new D-line coach, Coach Hart, he's been doing an amazing job with us. So I would say we're pretty all ready to go.
Coach Gargo, talk to us about the offensive guys up front.
Yeah, it starts with our center, Ryder Rigsby. Jackson Jones is a returning starter from last year at tackle. Tyler Carver's at tackle. We've got two positions at guards that we're kind of looking for. Cole King, Spencer Bass. There's going to be some battles there at the guard positions. We feel good about those guys. They have to go against the biggest D-line we've ever had since I've been there, with Eli and Ethan and Josh Lamb. I mean, all guys that are 300 pounds and can move and physical. And then, like he said, Blaine Stockard's 6'6", 215, and can move and has done really well this summer. So we're young, we're inexperienced up front as far as across the board, but if we have to practice against these guys every day, I expect us to be better. And then going back to, like you said, Carter Wallace, with Taylor and Carter coming back in the backfield, you feel really good about that, and it's going to start with those guys, and just finding ways to kind of make it where teams don't just prepare for Carter. We've got to be able to throw and catch the ball, and I think we will, especially with Levi coming back and Barrett.
Expand on Carter Wallace a little bit. Hard-nosed kid, not the biggest kid in the world, but ASU commit. He's pretty good.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for him is the top-end speed. There hasn't been very many people that can catch him. So if he gets out in the open, he's usually gone. But being physical and being tough.
Oh, he can run between
last year in our game against Searcy, I think he ran it 24 times, and none of those runs were to the outside. So I think that he continues to work. He's a hard worker just like these guys. He's out there when we're not out there, and getting after it. So we're excited. I think the biggest thing for this team is we've got one of the best cores we've ever had back, but we've got to stay healthy.
I've gone blank. Coach, talk to us about the conference and all that.
Yeah, it's a ever-changing conference, really, as far as, this year we've got a lot of new head coaches for some teams, and so that kind of worries you a little bit because you're going to have new things that you have to prepare for. And then, I think top to bottom, they're getting better. And then you have some teams that you've got coaches in 3 and 4 years. I feel like Coach Hampton and I have been here for a long time as far as us in Nettleton. And so you have a competition. I mean, yes, we want to win the conference, but, we've got to take it one game at a time because it's going to be really tough, especially after our non-conference games.
I'm a huge fan of your coordinators, but you've had some staff changes. Talk to us about the staff as an entire.
Yeah, we still have Marty Riley at offensive coordinator and Gunnar Wilbanks as defense coordinator. So this is 5th year in a row, and those guys are unbelievable. We had Cameron Murray was our D-line coach. He moved off to be Little Rock Southwest head coach. So we got Bentley Hart that played at Brooklyn and played at Missouri S&T. He's doing a great job. We also moved up Tyson Williams. He'll be coaching quarterbacks for us, and Coach Riley's going to move to running backs. Tyson's also our head junior high coach. And then Zach Manning has moved over, and he's going to coach corners for us. So other than that, I know Coach Crenn left as well to be the head coach at Manila. So super happy for those guys, and that's kind of why we're in it is so these guys that are our assistants want to move on to bigger and better things, and I'm happy for them.
Eli, obviously there's a lot of hype around you, but not just around you specifically, around this entire team. A lot of people around the state of Arkansas talking about how good Valley View is going to be this year. How do you think the team is taking all of that media attention?
I would say the media is not really what we're too worried about. I would say the main thing that we're trying to focus on is coming to practice every day with the right mindset and going to work. I think with how practice has been going and all the work we've been putting in, just everybody, not even just at practice, but when practice is over, people coming up to the field, coming up to the indoor after practice hours and getting an extra work. I think that's going to be a testimony this season. All that hard work's going to show every game.
Coach and players, obviously you guys are playing in the 8-7-0 Bowl against Jonesboro. Talk about, how excited are you guys to be able to play that matchup again?
Yeah, I think it's going to be great for the community. It's a game that we got late. We were looking for something after Marion kind of got a new coach, and we weren't going to play them or scrimmage them. So, it's exciting for everybody involved. For our guys and us, I think it's just another game, but I think it'll be more exciting for everybody else involved.
Taylor, does it have a little bit of special meaning for you since you were at Jonesboro for a while?
I mean, it is playing a couple of my old buddies, but you just got to think of it as another game.
I appreciate that. Silas, is there any game other than Jonesboro that's big for you? Silas.
Yes. Personally, I'm super excited for Paragould just because it starts the conference, and I'm ready to get to all that good stuff.
And finally, Coach, want to know what's the biggest team goal for this season?
You know, I think that, you know, obviously our number one goal is always to win the conference. And, you know, I think that last year we had a little letdown in the playoffs, losing to Harrison in round one, them being a 4 seed. I think they were, you know, at the time a better team than us. But I think it's to go as far as we can in the playoffs and just to, I think, relish just being together and these guys understanding that this is the last time this team will do these things. And so I think that's huge for us.
Well, Coach, we appreciate you guys. We appreciate y'all very much. Good luck this year.
Thank you.
We're going to take a commercial break. When we come back, we'll have the Greene County Tech Eagles on the stage. You're watching the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day.
Sage Meadows Country Club is a proud sponsor of today's Northeast Arkansas Football Volleyball Media Day event.
1945, we've been more than just a bank. We've been deeply rooted in communities across Arkansas, growing alongside the families and businesses we serve. We started the Farmers and Merchants Bank in Stuttgart, Arkansas 80 years ago to ensure working folks could borrow money to run their farms, fund their businesses, and build their families' futures. Today, Farmers and Merchants Bank is proud to continue supporting our communities, including our students and athletes. Farmers and Merchants Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
House is a family-owned business in Manila, Arkansas, located on Highway 18 next to 1812 Pizza. We provide dog daycare, boarding, and grooming. We have 2,200 square feet of climate-controlled indoor play space and 2,200 square feet of outdoor turf yard. We're a cage-free boarding facility that offers 5x5 private rooms with comfortable elevated beds. Also, be sure to check out our new self-serve pet wash at only $10 per session. And NEA, guess what? We are opening a new store in Brooklyn, Arkansas. Come check us out at both locations.
Ready for flavor that flies above the rest? Wings to Go serves up fresh, hot wings in over 20 bold sauces, from sweet and tangy mild to melt-your-face homicide. We offer fish, chicken, or shrimp, along with many other menu items. So come on by for a meal you won't regret. Order online, call ahead, or swing by either one of our locations. Wings to Go, hot, fresh, fast, and always ready to serve you.
Welcome back to the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day. On the stage now, the Greene County Tech Eagles. Coach, if you would, go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us who you brought with you today.
Price Holmes, brought seniors Brett Boone, Connor Reisner, and Gavin Harris.
Jumping right in, want to know, what have you guys been working on over this off-season to prepare for the fall?
Yeah, you know, I got there end of February, beginning of March, and so, you know, when I got there, the kids were already bought into working hard. You know, that was not something that I had to come in and change. You know, hard-working group of kids. Didn't get my coordinators till the end of the spring, so it was myself and Coach Henson, and so, you know, just put them through our off-season program, and then kind of later installing our offense and defense.
For all four of you going down the row, I mean, what's a big personal goal as well as a big team goal for this upcoming season?
I would have to say a big personal goal for the whole team is definitely making it to the playoffs, knowing that we didn't have that too good of a season last year before that. I would definitely like to see a big improvement with our team. We definitely have potential.
You know, I definitely think, you know, the last couple years we've been in the high school, we've won 3 games, and we just need to win some more games and enjoy this team we got.
I just really hope we go out on a high note this year and just have something good to remember.
We just talked to Valley View. You guys obviously in the same conference. I mean, it's a really stacked conference every year here in the Northeast. So want to know, is there a particular rival on the schedule that you're looking forward to playing against the most?
I'm really looking forward to Valley View because they're the most competition. And then my stepdad also messes with me because he was he went to Valley View. So I would have to say.
I definitely think Brooklyn. I think these past couple of years, I mean, we've lost to them, but I think we should definitely beat them. And just had something, want to beat them.
I'm really excited for Win. We won against them last year, and I want to keep that streak going.
This is a question for the players. Just what was y'all's first impression of Coach in general, and then how do you think the culture's been changing under him so far?
He brought a lot of energy to the team. I mean, we already had a bunch of energy, but make sure we get everything right, get stronger, faster, most definitely. Just bringing a bunch of energy to the team.
Oh yeah, I definitely. I think he's a really good guy. This new offense and strength program he's brought into us has really been working, and I think we're going to be pretty good.
He brought a lot of positivity, and he just keeps the atmosphere on a high note all the time, and he just takes care of us and gives us what we need.
Coach, how's this process been for you? Now you're coaching at a 5A school and such a difficult conference here in the Northeast Arkansas. So how's this process been for you over the summer and now going into this preseason?
Yeah, it was a big change. I was fortunate to work under some really good head coaches, and I've coached with some just incredible assistant coaches over my career, and learned a ton from them that I'm obviously trying to apply now. When you step into that seat for the first time, there's a lot of things outside of football that you have to deal with, and so it was kind of a whirlwind at first getting that stuff sorted out, but being around kids and coaching kids, that part's easy.
You mentioned all the other coaches that you've learned from, but what about the players? What have you learned from them so far with your time at GCT?
Yeah, I think they, there hasn't been a ton of on-field success, obviously at Tech, historically, but the kids, being around this group of kids, they're fun to coach. And anybody that's coached long enough knows there are times you may be on a good team that's just really difficult to coach, and there's times where talent may not be there, and they're really fun to coach. And this group, I think, has a little bit of both. They have some talent, but they're really fun to be around every day. And when you look forward to going to work with a group of kids, that's what makes the job really enjoyable.
Coach, kind of talk to us a little bit about, real quick, and then I'll ask the guys some questions here, but kind of talk with us a little bit about the schedule, what that looks like, obviously conference-wise, but, non-conference-wise, what does that look like, too, this year?
Yeah, we open, we'll scrimmage Manila and then open with Salem. Obviously, Salem's had just an unbelievable amount of success the last, 6 to 8 years. And so they're a group that knows how to win. They've won a ton of games. Those kids are tough, well coached. Then we'll play BB. BB is kind of transitioning their offense kind of more from a power spread to a flex bone look. And, that's difficult to prepare for. And then Highland, I was at Southside last year and, played Highland, good buddies with Coach Stowers, and I think he does a phenomenal job. And so you kind of seeing 3 different looks going into conference play, which I think is good offensively, the offenses that we'll see. And, Sterling's liable to throw it 50 times. So you're seeing the varying offenses in those 3 games. I think all 3 teams are super well coached and are going to be tough opponents. And then, spending almost 9 years at Batesville, I've, played a lot of these teams, coached against a lot of these teams in the East, and, I respect all those coaches, well coached. Everybody gives you something different offensively and defensively, but, there's not a game or a stretch of games where you think these are going to be some easy ones, because they're just not.
Guys, kind of talk with us a little bit about, goals for this year, but maybe even outside of football, just the football aspect of it. What kind of mark do you want to leave on this program before you're done?
I definitely want to leave a good impression for the players that are coming up. Definitely want to, leave a good impression on the good player. Yeah.
I'd like to show them that success is possible. I'd like to make it to the playoffs this year and show them that we can go from winning 2 games to multiple and making it.
I just want it to be known that it don't take a super team to go places, and you can find success in yourself.
Coach, you weren't here last year for it, but obviously Gavin Cope, he missed his junior year due to injury. Now he's going to be a senior this year. You guys are trusting him at QB1, so just talk to us about Gavin.
Yeah, Gavin's a great kid. He's kind of he's what you want. And what we'll long-term need at Tech is those program kids that stick with it, you know, stay out and they play regardless of if they play a lot early or injuries or whatever, they stick with it. And, you know, he's going to be a senior that we rely on heavily. He's a leader on and off the field, kind of a role model. He's the kind of kid that you want representing your team. So looking forward to his senior year.
Gavin, I'm going to throw it down to you. I'm all about the offensive line. You played every position, but you're kind of settling in at guard from what I understand.
Sure.
Do you have a favorite, or what's your role on the offensive line?
My favorite position is guard. I don't like nothing else.
You pull a lot, or what makes that your favorite?
I like hitting people. I mean, when I pull, I get to hit hard, so it's fun.
Speaking of which, Brett, you're not the biggest in stature, which is no secret, but you run hard. You in between tackle. What is your game?
I'm not trying to get a handful of myself, but I'm really shifty. I have the whole package. I'll be honest, I'm not really that fast. I would say I'm fast, but yeah, I can definitely break a couple tackles, get some long ones, juke some people out. Yeah.
Coach Holmes, I'll throw it to you. These three or anybody, would lack of depth is a concern. Will you have any go both ways?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to, you know, try to stay away from that as much as we can with our big guys. You know, my theory is with those skill guys, if they can play, I've got no problem with them playing, you know, both sides of the ball. Obviously, we want our offensive line to not do that. We will have some guys, you know, Gary's a returning starter on the defensive line that we've moved to guard, and so, you know, Gary won't be on the field as much on defense. I think he's got the potential to be an all-state defensive tackle. However, he services us so well at guard that, you know, that's where he's going to play 90% of the time. And you just got to get creative with how you practice, plans that you have going into games with making sure, especially for those big guys, whatever side of the ball they're on, they're not getting a ton of snaps on the other side, because in today's game, just the tempo of it at times is really tough on those guys.
Well, Coach, we appreciate you very much, guys. We appreciate y'all very much. Good luck this year. Keep battling. Keep working. We're going to go to commercial. When we come back, we'll have the Jonesboro Hurricane on the stage. You're watching the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day.
Supercenter is your yes we do that store. Pack mail, Tim, what's that all about?
That's right, Trey. Pack Mail can scan that, copy that, shred that, return that, design that, cut that, print that, pack that, ship that, crate that, freight that, notarize that. Trey, at Pack Mail, we can do all that and more.
Pack Mail Supercenter, the yes we do that store. 361 Southwest Drive at Jonesboro. Don't trust just anybody to do all that. Trust Pack Mail.
National Bank, our mortgage lending team knows what it takes to make a home and a superior home loan process. Simple, proven, and reliable service with competitive rates at a bank that already feels like home. Since 1889, that's been the First National Bank way, because for our people in all our locations, this is home. Apply online today. It's easy. From our family to yours. Welcome home. First National Bank.
NEA Sports would like to thank Ridgepoint Country Club for donating a round of golf to one of our area football coaches and sponsoring today's Media Day event.
Welcome back to the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day. On the stage now, the Jonesboro Hurricane. Coach, if you would, go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us who you brought with you today.
I'm Tyler George. Brought our Bass brothers with us today, defensive end, Will Marlin, defensive end, Colin Dixon, and then we have wide receiver / DB, Jamarius Jackson.
Coach, real quick, talk to us about last season. Look, I think you guys pulled off some pretty big wins, a big win over DeSoto Central and even Coach Kevin Kelly and Sheridan, and then the week after that able to come out at Jonesboro and beat Catholic. So talk about last season. I think there was some pretty good wins for you.
Yeah, we felt like we took a step forward last year, going 6-6, but we were able to host the first round playoff game we're able to win a first-round playoff game. It was the first one since 2019. Then we ran into Greenwood in the quarterfinals, but being able to, beating Marion, like you mentioned, West Memphis, all those guys, and then really Joe T. Robinson felt like we should have beat them. We kind of blew that game, and the same thing with Sylvan Hills, who won our conference. We had them beat and then didn't recover an onside kick, and they scored within the last minute of the game. So we felt like we made a really big jump, and we're trying to take another one this season.
Coach, you were very close to a phenomenal year last year, pretty good year last year. You lost some key weapons. You returned some. Talk to us about who you've lost and who you're going to replace them with.
Yeah, anytime you lose the likes of Asa Myers and T.J. Brown, those are two really good, two phenomenal football players. And both of them were 3-year starters for us. So we'll have some new names right there in those two positions. But I feel comfortable with our skill guys. All 4 of our skill guys have started in some capacity for us. 3 or 4 out of our 5 offensive linemen have started in some capacity. So feel really good about our offense. And then defensively, we'll have a really good defensive line. We'll have a young linebacker core. And then we should have a solid back end as well. So I'm excited for some new names to appear, for the community and things like that.
Defensively, and I'll throw it down to Will. Obviously, you and Colin have a pretty good relationship as bookends defensively, but talk to us about your role in the Hurricane defense in general.
I think my role in the defense is just kind of, they want me to be like a leader for the defense because we kind of lost everyone, and me and Colin are kind of the guys that have been there since our sophomore year playing and starting here and there, and I think I'd need to step up and take a leadership role on the field during the games, and yeah.
Colin, throw it over to you with kind of the same question. Is it surreal being a 3-year starter, but now you're a senior? So how has your role changed as a senior?
To be honest, I really don't think it changed much. I've always been vocal, very vocal, during and off the game, and things of that nature. Yes, sir.
Jamarius, talk to us about your role on this team, position-wise and as a leader.
I think my role is to play both sides and be that spark player that we need on offense, and also on defense, not allowing nothing to go deep, getting picks, and just feeding me the ball on offense and going short and making long plays. And leadership-wise, I think my role is just to get everybody in line, with the receiver core and with the DBs, and make sure everybody locked in with the workouts and before game time and during game time.
This is a question for all 4 of you. What's some of the biggest things you've been working on here in the offseason to try to get better for this next season?
Yeah, just camaraderie within our schemes on offense and defense. We lost our offensive coordinator, lost our defensive coordinator, and lost our quarterbacks coach. So we brought in an offensive coordinator, brought in an offensive line coach as well. So anytime you lose coordinators, it's tough. Our kids have been phenomenal with it. They've been sponges, especially defensively. Nothing really changed. We elevated Coach Kirk Lewis to defense coordinator. All of our schematic stuff will stay the same. Offensively, we do have a little bit of change, and our kids have really bought into Coach Weatherford and the schemes that he brought into our program. So it just comes with repetition and making sure everybody's getting on the same page so we're ready to roll week 0.
Along those lines, you lost a very good one in Asa Myers. Not a negative, but a positive competition at quarterback. What's it looking like?
Yeah, we feel like we have 3 right now that are ready to go play for us. You have C.J. Lovelace, who's also a really good baseball player. You have Aiden Grimes, who's also a really good baseball player, and then we have a young buck, Liddell Greer, who's been able to get the majority of the reps in the spring because those kids were at baseball, and he's gotten the majority of the reps at team camp and 7-on-7s for us as well. So he's gotten a lot better, kind of come out of the blue for us. So we feel really good about our quarterback room. We just got to figure out which one's going to take charge.
Not starting out with anybody in particular up front to start out with.
Yeah, up front?
No. at quarterback? Anybody at front runner?
We're still competing.
Okay, now let's go up front to the big uglies.
Yeah.
Offensive line, talk to us about that.
So we start with we return 2 all-conference players, and Cam Davis, we all know who he is. And then Jalen Walker is an offensive guard for us. He returns. Jeffrey Davis, we're moving him from right tackle to left tackle. He started for us last year. Center will be new. It'll either be Rouse Coot or Jace Orbison. And then right guard, you have Javon Ivory. And you have, Javon Ivory can also play right tackle as well. And then we have a sophomore, Jesse Legrone, who's going to be good for us.
One of my favorites, Jalen Hurd, a 3-sport athlete. I know he's stretched thin, but I'm a big advocate of that. Talk to us about Jalen Hurd.
Yeah, he is. His schedule is jam-packed year-round. Man, he's a phenomenal kid and a phenomenal athlete. Obviously,
junior.
Yeah, he's going to be a junior. You know, he'll start for us at receiver, can also play some safety. He started for our basketball team as a sophomore, and he broke our triple jump record as a sophomore as well on the track. And then he won the 6A state track meet in the triple jump. So he's got a super bright future. Gaining some weight. He's about 200 pounds now. Trying to get him to about 215, 220 before it's all said and done. But he's going to be a monster.
Guys, what's the number one game you're looking forward to the most? Is it your non-conference slate with either Lakeside, Cabot, and obviously the 8-7 Bowl against Valley View, or is it the 6A East? Which game is it that you guys are most excited for?
You know, I'll go first, and then I'll let them talk.
Yeah.
Mine is tomorrow. We have our conditioning test tomorrow, so I'm excited to see where we are, just to make sure that we're in game shape.
You know, it's easy to get caught up like in future games and the rivalry, of course, and but I think if you look too far forward, then it kind of messes you up. So I'm looking forward to the Benefit game versus Little Rock Central. We're going to take it one game at a time, and that's it, really.
I feel like I'm ready to play all of them. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to keep the same intensity as I play all the games. So, yeah.
Just piggybacking off of what they said, I don't really got no game looking forward to. Just every week bringing the same type of ferocity to every game and like treating everybody like rivals.
Coach, talk to us about the conference hierarchy, where y'all fit in that, and what your expectations are.
Yeah, and I left out up front Knox Hempfling as well. He's a crucial piece to what we do on the offensive line. Can't leave him out. Man, our conference is loaded. You know, I was telling somebody the other day, when we left 6A originally to jump up to the 7A, I didn't feel like the 6A East was as strong as it is now. When you look at the schedule now, it's a killer. You know, obviously, I think the conference runs through Benton. Sylvan will have a say-so in it. Searcy's going to be really good. Obviously, we're going to have our chances to win a title as well. Marion has one of the best players in the state. Sheridan's this is the year that they're looking for, you know, with all their kids being seniors now. They're going to be loaded. So there's not a Friday where you can come in thinking that you already have the game won. You got to go to battle each and every week.
Guys, real quick, one of you tell me what's on the speaker for the game. What's on the speaker?
It just depends that day, you know what I'm saying.
Depends who you're playing and what the mood is, huh? Yeah.
We go gospel, we go rap, we go a little bit of.
I like it. You
Yes,
just
sir.
never know.
Coach Kirk will be upset. We kind of got a theme song right now going around. What is it?
In the air tonight.
Yeah, in there.
I like it. I like it. Well, guys, thank you very much. Coach, thank you very much. We appreciate y'all. Good luck this year.
Thank y'all for having me.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We're going to take a commercial break. When we come back, we'll have the Rector Cougars on the stage. You're watching the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day.
Sage Meadows Country Club is a proud sponsor of today's Northeast Arkansas Football Volleyball Media Day event.
National Bank, our mortgage lending team knows what it takes to make a home and a superior home loan process. Simple, proven, and reliable service with competitive rates at a bank that already feels like home. Since 1889, that's been the First National Bank way, because for our people in all our locations, this is home. Apply online today. It's easy. From our family to yours. Welcome home. First National Bank.
Welcome back to the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day. On the stage now, we have the Rector Cougars. Coach, if you would, go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us who you brought with you today.
Sure. My name is Robert Dorman. To my left here is Corey Tanner, and to the left of him is DJ McGuire.
Corey, start with you. Talk to us about three-part question. Your position, what do you play both offensively and defensively? Your personal goals and team goals for this year.
My name is Corey Tanner. I play quarterback and defensive back. Personal goals, I would say, we're a really young team, and we want to develop and get better each and every week. We look forward to every single game. Nobody's overlooked on our schedule, and we just hope to build upon what we did last year and hopefully make it back to War Memorial.
DJ, same question.
I play wide receiver and a bit of running back, and defensively I play DB. I can play linebacker and defensive end and all that. Just kind of piggybacking off of what he said. We're a really young team. We just really want to strive. No team's overlooked or nothing. We just play them all like their rivals.
Coach Dolman, where's this team ranked? Because a few years ago I never would have said this, but Rector has somewhat of a football tradition now, a lot of success. You're looking at War Memorial, I would assume, being in the state finals. Talk to us about the football atmosphere in the town of Rector, Arkansas.
Well, the Rector's a tremendous place. I mean, our community supports football, bar none. We get great crowds. As small of a community as we are, we can expect great crowds every night to support these young men. Like Mr. Tanner said over here, we're a very young team, so we're going to have to battle some youth and have some guys grow into their positions and grow into the sport, and hopefully we can continue the success that we've had the last few years.
Hey, real quick, I want to ask you guys, what's some of the biggest things you've been working on here in the offseason? And then for you guys, the players, what are some of the personal goals you've personally been working on?
Every summer, man, we hit the weight room hard. We just try to get stronger and stronger and stronger and work on conditioning as best we can. As small of a team we are, numbers are always an 8-man an issue. I think right now we've got 13 kids, and so we have to really focus on conditioning and strength during the summer.
I feel like we're known as a running school, run-heavy team, but I've really been working on throwing the ball because I feel like me working on my passing skills can help open up our offense.
Kind of the same thing here. If I get a good quarterback and throw it deep to me anytime, get it out of the pocket real quick, I feel like we can make it a good move on and all that.
Coach, you mentioned the culture with fans showing up, bar none. I want to know for you players, how does that impact your playing on the field?
Oh, it's amazing. Having all those people out there screaming, hollering, it really gets you riled up for the game. It really helps. The noise gets you hyped up.
Kind of like the same thing. Like hearing everybody out there screaming and shouting just gives you that enough adrenaline and all that to help you out and run, do everything you can.
For all three of you, is there any particular game that you're looking forward to on the schedule?
For me, it's the next one. We really just have to focus on our next opponent, game plan for them. They're all important for us, so we really don't look to or overlook any game that's on our schedule, and that's kind of the mentality that we go into the season with every year.
Speaking of conference, where do you guys think you guys fit overall in this conference? Because it's competitive.
It's very competitive. It's been competitive for years, and now with the 8-man growing even more, there's 20 schools in 8-man now, just 10 less than 2A. And so it's going to continue to grow, and now we have 3 conferences of teams, and the conferences this year are completely different. And it's still tough. Corning dropping down into sanctioned 8-man makes our conference twice as tough as it was last year. Cedar Ridge won the state championship last year. They're going to be incredible again. Brinkley moves into our conference this year. They're always athletic and very good. So our conference is incredibly tough, so we need to be as prepared as we can be.
How do you guys feel about the conference slate?
I feel like our conference is very competitive. We got a bunch of good teams. Like Coach said, nobody on our schedule is overlooked. Every game is important for us to develop and get better each and every game.
I'm piggybacking off of what they said. It's pretty much the same thing. We're not overlooking anybody. We're going to treat them all like rivals. We're not going to take anything from anyone.
I know there's a lot of carryover and everything, but talk specifically about a day, the practice schedule for 8-man football. What does it look like?
Well, first and foremost for us is we got to make sure we do things where we can stay healthy. With 13 kids, if we lose just 1 or 2 kids, it's a huge difference for us. And so we have to really balance practice-wise, conditioning and getting better and staying healthy and making sure that our kids understand, letting us know when, they're hurting. And so for us, we really want to focus on our skills at each position. With 2 coaches, we really have to try to figure out the schedule of practice where we can work on everything that we can work on. So we really take each day differently. One day we may focus on offensive line. One day we may focus on defensive line. One day we may focus on running back play. One day quarterback play. So we really have to just kind of take a step back and take a wider look at everything and try to schedule out our practices that way.
With that smaller rotation of players, how do you divide roles between your players? Because as you mentioned, if any one of them goes out, that makes a huge difference later down the line.
It does. The players define the roles for us based on their skill set and what they're the best at. Like I said, Mr. Tanner here, he was quarterback all 3 years in junior high. Last year was mainly a receiver for us, while Chance Lopez was our senior quarterback. Now he steps into the quarterback role. Almost every one of our players play both ways. And so the players themselves define the roles for us. We'll put them in the best position that we can put them in for them to be successful. And so from there, it's up to them.
Coach, I know you've been around for a while, but second year of the head coach, is there anything different or that's easier in your second year?
Nothing's different. This is my 15th year at Rector. Actually, this is my 16th year at Rector. And I've been assistant coach for football for those first 14 years. Like you said, it's my second year as head coach. Nothing has changed. Everything is the same, and the kids know what to expect. And for me, I know what to expect. So nothing changes for us, and everything is just business as usual.
This is a question for the players. What's some of the the biggest things that you guys are looking forward to the most this season? Just overall, not specifically goals, I would say, but just overall, what are the things you want to get out of the season?
I'm looking forward to getting with the team again. Getting all the guys back together, getting hyped for the season, helping for myself to develop more as a leader and get my guys behind me and rally behind me every week to win some football games.
I love to rally around our team and all that. With everyone around, doing everything they can to help each other out and all that, and be really amazing for us.
Coach, you mentioned this being your second year as the head coach. What's the biggest lesson you learned in that transition from the first year to the second year?
That's a tough question. Work ethic, working hard, and the key to that is not working hard for myself. It's working hard for these guys, working hard for these two, working hard for their teammates, and working hard for the community. That's the lesson that I took from my first years.
Well, Coach, we appreciate you guys. We appreciate you. Good luck this year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to take a commercial break. When we come back, we'll have the Rivercrest Colts on the stage. You're watching the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day.
From the first seed to a full harvest. From their first steps to their final day of school. From the everyday to the big adventure. From a great job to a greater calling. A true community bank is there through it all because every journey matters.
Welcome back to the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day. On the stage now, we have the Rivercrest Colts. Coach, if you would, go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us who you brought with you today.
I'm Brandon Powell. Today I brought with me Chris Burks, a D-back, slot receiver, Jaden Raff, quarterback for us last year, and Lamont Lee, plays a little bit offensive line, defensive line for us.
Coach got an obvious question. you come from a very successful program at EPC. What's been the biggest change or challenge for you at Rivercrest?
Just, being at EPC for 12 years, just being at Rivercrest early on, just a lot a lot of change. So the kids are still the same, coaching football is still the same. It's just a little bit different atmosphere. Being a little bit, I'm really comfortable at EPC, so a little bit uncomfortable and, learning the way that things are done around there. So been a little bit different, but it's been fun so far.
One advantage you have, or disadvantage, you lost a lot of talent from last year's team, not you personally, but the Colts. How do you replace the likes of Buda Harris and et cetera? A lot of talent now gone on.
Hey, you graduate talent every year. There's always kids that are ready to step up. You get those younger guys in and get them reps. You can't replace one Buda Harris, but, you can take 2 or 3 guys and you can produce the same numbers he did through a group of kids.
Chris, talk to us about your role and your mindset, because you're stepping in some pretty big shoes.
Yes, sir. I feel like we just got to come prepared every night as a team.
Jaden asks you, what's your role in this team as far as position and as a leader?
Just be a leader for the team, for the offense. That's really it, just be a leader.
What position?
Quarterback, that's it.
Well, yeah, that's what I thought. You started some last year, correct?
Yes, sir.
Talk to us about some of the challenges and changes for you as a quarterback last year compared to this year, as far as you lost some weapons, but you also have a new head coach.
Yes, sir. It's going to be a challenge. We're going to have some pretty good receivers coming up. I think we'll have a pretty good shot this year.
Specifically, who will be some of your targets?
Chris, a couple of sophomores and freshmen, like TJ Hayes, Bryson Newsman. That's really it.
Lamont, talk to us about your role in this team and your experience and what you bring to the table as far as a leader on this football team.
Sir, I'm coming in this season as really unknown, so I'm taking this season really serious. I've been in the weight room consistently, on the field, making sure my players, make sure my team, my line, make sure we stand what we got to do, make sure we finish this season out.
This is a question for the players. What was y'all's first overall impression of Coach Powell, and how do you think he's making the program better?
Just bringing state appearances.
I think he's going to be a pretty good coach this year.
I'd say he came already, gave us a lot of plays, a lot of run plays. Got our boy Lex Latham in the backfield. It's going to take us a long way. The weight room, too. He'll make sure he'll be in the weight room, make sure we get on what we need to do.
This is a question for all 4 of you, kind of going down the row. You guys have a packed schedule, so out of those games, who's the biggest rival that you're looking forward to matching up against?
When you talk about biggest rival, it's got to be Osceola. But as far as games you're looking forward to, it's always the next game. Benefit game against Gulls is what I'm looking for. Getting that first game under Rivercrest under my belt.
I say everybody, we just gotta show we back to what we was.
I'm looking forward to play Osceola.
First game, Gosman, yeah, of course Osceola.
Coach, you go from a very tough 2A2. Probably the 3A3 has more depth. Compare the conferences last year that you faced personally to the 3A3. How do y'all fit in? Obviously, you're a favorite, but how do you rate the rest of the conference?
I think both conferences are pretty similar. Both of them are top heavy. You got really tough games to get into playoffs. Being in 2A, you only get 4 teams in the playoffs, and then being in 3A, you get 5. So you got a little bit of leeway to get into playoffs there. But every week's a battle. You got great coaches and you got great schemes that you got prepared for every week.
Do you feel like you have more depth at the 3A level than the 2A?
I feel like that 2A conference is really good. I would compare both of them being pretty close to being the same type of conferences.
So building off of last year, we talked about replacing players, guys. Let's talk about that for a second. what are you hoping to do this year? Personal goals. Give me, I mean, honestly, let's just for a minute, just give me some personal goals this year that you want to accomplish as an individual player.
Deep in the playoffs, hopefully being Little Rock.
Conference champs this year.
I'm going with what they said too. I want to make it far into the playoffs, lead my team to that victory. I've been talking about it every day, every week.
Coach, how do you, switching over, we talk about that, and, after this year, we won't talk about that because it won't be the case, but what does that, I know you said there's some differences. Kind of talk with us a little bit about those differences. What's that look like? I know, you go from, EPC's not I wouldn't say a small school, very talented school. You had a lot of success there. Now, how does that translate? How do you make sure you have that same success here at Rivercrest?
You got to put your head down and work. The coaching staff's a little bit bigger there, so you pass off duties to other coaches. You don't have to take so much on as yourself. And my role's gonna be a little bit different at Rivercrest. I got an offensive coordinator, I got a defensive coordinator that's gonna be play callers on Friday nights, and I kind of manage games. So that's gonna be the biggest difference is like just managing the game plan and letting my guys coach and let them call the plays on Friday nights and let them run the game on Friday nights.
Guys, kind of talk with us a little bit. Buddha graduated, Jaden graduated. You had some of those guys that moved on, and that's part of it. But more so than just the stats, how can you make sure that y'all take this year and you fill those holes? Maybe you don't just fill those holes. Maybe you make that even better than it could have been, with them here. So kind of talk with us a little bit about that. Like, how do you take that leadership and get on the field and show that to those other guys?
Do everything the right way.
Gotta come every day to practice, come prepared, show up, hard work.
Make sure everybody there, make sure we do what we do, make sure we do what we gotta do, make sure we do what we're supposed to do.
Coach, real quick, talk about the non-conference slate. I think it's going to be a pretty good non-conference slate for you guys. How do you think this non-conference slate is going to be able to prepare you guys for conference play?
We start off with Melbourne, which is going to be a disciplined team. Then there'll be a physical team that's really run heavy and spread formation, but run heavy. And so you get you prepared for that. And we play Forest City. They're going to spread it, and they scored a ton of points last year. So, that's a good defensive game to try to, hold them down. And we got Paragould. It's going to be another run-heavy team. So you see different types of offenses, and you get prepared for those 3 different types of offenses going into conference play.
Coach, as always, we appreciate you. Guys, we appreciate y'all. Good luck this year. Keep battling. You got a good one there beside you to go to war with. So
appreciate it.
Yep. We're going to take a commercial break. When we come back with the Cedar Ridge Timberwolves on the stage. You're watching the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day.
At Glensane, we know extra time is hard to come by. Your hands are full, your days are packed, and time doesn't slow down. We work hard when you have a service issue. With full service centers at each of our 4 locations, we will always do our best to make it convenient for you and your busy lifestyle. Thank you for trusting our family with your family for over 70 years.
Welcome back to the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day. On the stage now, we have the Cedar Ridge Timberwolves. Coach, if you would, go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us who you brought with you today.
I'm Scott Morgan, and I brought 3 returning all-conference players from last year. We have Austin Pouch, offensive lineman and defensive end, Dawson Ingalls, wide receiver. We'll line up some at quarterback and corner. And Bradley Pankey, quarterback, will line up some at running back and another corner.
Guys, this is a question for all 4 of you, and I got to ask the obvious. 74-38 in the state championship game. What was it like playing at War Memorial Stadium, and what was it like to win in such dominating fashion in the state championship?
I'll take it first. It's the ultimate. It's what you play for. Greatest professional moment of my life. I have these guys here to thank for it. It was a perfect storm. I'll just be honest. Everything we did worked that night. That's a testament to these guys. It was perfect.
It was definitely something that I did not expect to ever experience when I first started playing football. But, I mean, we worked for it, and we laid it out on them. So.
It was probably the funnest game I've ever played. We worked all summer, early morning practices, and it all paid off.
Yeah, it was definitely like one of the best nights of my life. It was pretty awesome getting to go play in War Memorial and stuff, and just go out there and dominate.
With that championship matchup, you guys dominated there, but what were the biggest takeaways from that, and what kind of confidence does that give you going into this upcoming season?
From a coaching standpoint, we lost a lot from that group, but we've also got a good core, as you can see here, coming back, and that's what I'm taking from it is we've got experience. We got guys that have been in the fire. We know what they're capable of doing, and now it's just like last year. It's just finding those extra ingredients, those extra pieces to put together with these guys. But I know what they're capable of. They're super competitive. They work hard. They work well together. And I said we're expecting another good competitive season from them from a coaching perspective. I'll let them handle it from their end.
I personally expect us to go pretty far this year with the team that we have. There's obviously some things that we still need to work on early on, but that's what those first games are for. But honestly, I think that we have the potential to make it again if we just work for it.
I think if we stay consistent, we win our conference out, I think we go deep in the playoffs. I think we go back. I think we win back-to-back. I think we'll go all the way.
Yeah, so winning, that was a big confidence boost from last year, and that just makes you want to go right back and go back-to-back again. So,
Coach, what's some of the biggest things you guys have been working on so far in the offseason? And then for the players, what are some of the personal goals that you guys have been working on?
The main thing we've been working on is just getting people in new potential positions for the most part. Again, we lost a core group, but we've got some coming back, and some of these guys will have to be playing different positions, like Bradley from running back to quarterback. Dawson will still be at wide receiver, but he'll play some at quarterback. And we're mainly just been working on getting them more used to their new positions, comfort level, things of that nature. They've taken to it like fish to water, and then plugging in, like I said a while ago, those new pieces, new players that have come out to replace some of those graduates, people like Jacob Jones at tight end, Jaden Butts out at receiver, people like that, just so we can keep the same continuity that we did last year. That's the one thing with our group last year. It was the most cohesive unit and team that I've probably had the luxury to be around in 30 years. They just bonded so well. They were great players, but they just worked so well together, and you can't take that for granted, and that's what we're really looking to hopefully continue this year.
The personal goal for me is just to make sure that I do my job the way that I was meant to. Now, the personal goal for the team itself is that people like our freshmen and all those new people who have joined step up and work their positions as hard as they can. That way we can actually have a chance again. That's pretty much.
My goal is to be a leader, run every position right that I'm put in, do it all at 100%, and just do what I can.
yeah, my goal's kind of the same. So first year at quarterback, got a lot of pressure and stuff, just to go out there and execute how I know I can.
Coach, I'm looking at this schedule from last year, 10-1, Does that sound right? 11-1 if you count the benefit game.
Yes,
Got
10 and 1, 11 and 1 if you count them.
Well, hey, no, we'll count it. 11-1. So let's go ahead and count it. But anyway, I'm looking at the schedule, and I'm seeing the results of these games. Impressive stuff. I mean, points are not hard to come by, or were not hard to come by last year. That's impressive. So I guess talk with us a little bit about offensively. What does that look like? How are you able to generate, one, so many possessions, but two, that many points on the board week in, week out? You played one or two opponents all year that played you within 18 points.
Well, the guys here to my left is the reason we're able to score so many points. These and the ones we had that graduated. We've got a scheme that we believe in, that we're confident in as a coaching staff, but at the end of the day, the stuff has to be executed, and these guys go out and they're able to execute, and we protect the football. We did not turn the football over very much. We haven't turned the football over much in 3 years. We've lost 3 games in the last 2 years, and all 3 of those games was when we fumbled. We threw picks. And as long as we protect the football with the athletes we have, we can score on any play. We're sneaky athletic. I think that's what people sleep on us on. They look at our size. You can even go back and watch the state final game. They're constantly talking about how we're undersized, how everyone's bigger than we are. Everyone's bigger than us week in and week out, but we're athletic. I mean, we can line up practically every position and have someone that can score a touchdown. And teams might be able to take away one of those weapons. They may be able to take away 2 of them, but at some point in time, we're probably going to get a mismatch on you because we can have so many athletes out there, and we've just been lucky enough to take advantage of that. You take away Bradley, you got Dawson. You take away Dawson, we have Jacob. You take away Jacob, you got Jaden. Whatever. I mean, that makes coaching easy. That's what made that state final game easy, because it didn't seem to matter whatever we called. We had the athletes that were going to make it work.
Coach, you mentioned the off-the-field bond between your players, and for the players, I want to know, what does that add to your game on the field?
It makes them fight for each other, makes them play for each other, makes them unselfish. Again, it didn't matter what the game was. They didn't care necessarily who got the credit, who got the score. Most of them are going to get a score at some point in time anyway, but it didn't matter. They were super unselfish. All they want to do is go out and compete and win. And it doesn't matter who gets the credit or whatnot. They're going to bond. They're going to fight for each other. And you see the results on the scoreboard generally week in and week out.
Coach, we've talked about how tough this 8-man conference is, and I'm looking at your non-conference schedule. You're going to be on the road for the first 3 games of the season. You go to Abundant Life in North Little Rock, then Cave City, and then you go to Blevins. So talk about the non-conference slate. How is that going to prepare you guys for the conference?
Yeah, we're going to be road warriors this season. We're on the road quite a bit. Schedule-wise, I think our schedule is quite a bit tougher this year than last year. One, because of the changes in the conference, but our non-conference schedule, Abundant Life, they're not in the AAA. They're in their own league, but they played for a championship in their own league last year. They're good athletic team. Cave City, physical, big. They're going to be a tough challenge, a different kind of challenge from Abundant Life. We'll have Blevins in there. Rosebud, much more improved this year. So people are lining up to get us. We know that. I mean, we're coming off a state championship. We're everyone's target. We're everyone's target anyway, but even more so now. But our non-conference schedule is going to be very tough, very competitive. But I'll take my chances with these guys anywhere we go. And the main thing with the non-conference is I'm just wanting it to prepare us for our conference season. I want to be competitive. I want to get us ready for conference, because that determines your state playoffs, your seeding, and things like that. And I just want to come out of it healthy when it's all said and done. But should be really, really competitive, and the schedule overall this year should be very competitive and a good challenge for us.
Real quick question. This one's for the players. Where do you guys think you guys sit in this overall conference?
Personally, in the overall conference itself, I think that we sit probably number 2 by ranking, by like ratings and everything, but by like team playing and how we've played even in these last few team camps and how we played last year and how I hope that we play this year, I think that we are number 1.
I think they may have us listed at 2, but I think we're going to win our conference. I think we can beat everyone in our conference.
Yeah, I think we're the best team in our conference. And I think we can go out and win. Corning will be a tough competition to play.
You good? Yeah. What's on the speaker? Pre-game. What's on the speaker?
The what?
The pre-game. What's on the speaker? What are you listening to?
Coach Morgan said that.
Oh, he handles all that.
I don't know what's on the speaker. I'm normally out there at junior high at that point in time. I might be afraid of what's on the speaker.
Yeah,
so.
you probably don't want to know. Yeah. Well, guys, we appreciate it. Coach, we appreciate you very much.
Thank you.
Congrats last year. Good luck this year.
Appreciate it.
We're going to take a commercial break. When we come back, we'll have the Cave City Cavemen on the stage. You're watching the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day.
Are you ready for flavor that flies above the rest? Wings to Go serves up fresh, hot wings in over 20 bold sauces, from sweet and tangy mild to melt-your-face homicide. We offer fish, chicken, or shrimp, along with many other menu items. So come on by for a meal you won't regret. Order online, call ahead, or swing by either one of our locations. Wings to Go, hot, fresh, fast, and always ready to serve you.
Is not one to brag, but actually we are. Central was awarded yet again General Motors Mark of Excellence. We have the perfect ride waiting for you and exceptional service. So find your next vehicle at a Central dealership today.
The Cave City Cavemen. Coach, if you would, go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us who you brought with you today.
Yeah, absolutely. My name is Tommy Cody. This is Dawson Johnson, plays quarterback for us. Next to Dawson is Cameron Doyle. Cameron plays receiver, and he plays our rover position. And then down at the end there is Seth Wilson. Seth plays our Y, our tight end, and defensive end for us.
Real quick, Coach, talk about the transition from 11-man to 8-man, and with what went on last year. Talk about how it was for you last year, and then how you're going to do this year.
Yeah, I guess you could describe last year as chaos, because we actually 2 weeks before we had our first ball game, we changed to 8-man. So we'd been working with the 11-man stuff, and all of a sudden we've got to change everything we do to fit an 8-man format, and we've got to find games, and that was a challenge. And also the coaching staff. The first 8-man football game I ever saw, I was coaching in. So that was different. That was a challenging deal. But I tell you what, it gave our kids a chance to play football, and that was the big thing, because we were teetering on the edge of possibly not having a football team in Cave City, and we were able to go 8-man last year and had some success. And looking forward to this year.
Coach, the drop down to 8-man. Even though you guys dropped from a bigger conference, I mean, the 8-man conference that you guys are in is still completely stacked. So talk about that conference a little bit, where you see yourself in the second year.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, we think we'll compete better. We've kind of had a little culture change, and it takes a little time. Our guys have been competing well all summer. we are in a good conference. We do play some really good football teams throughout this year, but we got 10 games. Last year we were able to scrape together 6 games in a playoff game. So we played 7 football games last year. So we feel really good about where we are. We've had a lot of success this summer. We've had much more commitment. You know, last year we were doing summer workouts with anywhere from 8 to 12 kids showing up. We're a solid 18 to 20 every time we have the door open now, and so we're getting good work done every single time, and our guys are looking forward to the year. I think we're going to do well.
Coach, they talk about a drop down from 11 to 8 man. It's still football. I mean, talk to us about. There's a lot of carryover, and you said there were changes and all that, and I appreciate that. But talk to us about the carryover to 11-man to 8-man.
Yeah, if you guys haven't seen it, you got to be able to block. You got to be able to tackle. You know, you got to be sound. You got to be able to throw it, catch it, and do all the things. All you've done is you've taken off a couple linemen and a couple receivers, and so it's a little bit different game in the scheme of things as far as blocking schemes and like that and things like that. We're a gap scheme team. We're going to block down, kick out, and so that stuff hasn't changed a whole lot. I tell you what's tough in 8-man is playing defense. You're always one short, especially if you got a quarterback.
A lot of space.
Yeah, there's a lot of space. You got a quarterback that can run, and we do. We got one that led our team in rushing last year back. So it's really, really hard to play defense in 8-man. So it puts an emphasis on, if you can just get one stop, and the offense needs to take care of the football like you do in 11-man, but it's so you need that one stop, and you've got to be perfect on offense, and you can be successful. And the other thing is in 8-man, the kicking game is so much more. It's different. The edge is short. You can't really kick a field goal or an extra point. The punting, you got to make sure your punting protection is good because again the edge is so short. So there are some difference in kicking game that people don't really realize. But at the end of the night, the team that tackles the best and blocks the best and takes care of the football wins the football game.
Dawson, though, kind of the same motif over to you. What's the biggest challenges, the biggest differences, and which one do you like better?
I definitely like 11-man more just because it feels a little bit wider. The biggest challenge, definitely, transitioning is the width of the field and trying to air it out, because obviously if you look on paper, we were run heavy last year. We threw it a little bit, but definitely the biggest challenge is throwing the ball.
Cameron, talk to you specifically about your role on the football team, and Seth, I'll ask you the same question.
Being on 8-man is like completely different from being an 11-man. Like being a receiver, it's much shorter field, and you have to kind of watch where you're like going, and get used to like how wide the field is and stuff.
Honestly, at first, I thought it was going to be like way different, but I mean, it's still football. You're still playing football. It's the same thing.
This is a question for the players. What are some of the biggest things you've been working on towards the offseason to try to get better this season?
Definitely trying to air it out a little bit more. We don't have a problem running the ball. We got big dudes up front that can block on out long. And, yeah, we've just been trying to throw the ball a little bit better, get in a little bit better shape. Obviously, we're not the biggest, fastest, or the strongest, but, definitely just trying to air it out more and stuff like that.
Yeah, the big thing I've been working on is putting on weight because I was really small last year. And so this offseason I've been, trying to gain weight and stuff and trying to get better at catching.
I'm a tight end, and for being a lineman, I do need to be bigger. So I did gain 25 pounds in the offseason, and I'm just trying to work harder and, use effort and do what I can do.
This question is for all 4 of you. Which match on the schedule are you looking forward to playing the most? You got a lot of road games ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Dawson. You're ready. I can tell. Go ahead.
Definitely Cedar Ridge. They're a little bit cocky. Obviously, they won a championship last year, but we kind of fell short in the game last year. We were kind of a little bit short-handed. We had a few guys hurt that game, but that's definitely the biggest game that I'm looking towards. Yeah.
I'm looking forward to go against Rosebud. We lost to them by 2 points in the playoff, and so I just want to kind of like redeem ourselves.
Honestly, I'm probably looking forward to Corning. They beat us last year, and I think we could honestly come back and beat them. So,
Coach, I want to ask you just how do you feel about the conference slate? Because look, how crazy things were last season, still 2 really, really close games against Marshall and Rosebud, just only 2-point losses. So how do you feel you think you guys are going to do this conference season?
Yeah, I think we'll be good. I think we'll be fine. The thing that we have stressed over the offseason is competition. Everything we did, every single day was competition. And our guys, we're competing better. You know, when I first got there, they didn't really know how to compete. They didn't play hard against each other. You know, we would go out to do competitive games, and they didn't want to hurt someone's feelings. Well, you know, we're trying to win. And so that deal has gotten much better. And I think we'll be good in conference. I think we'll be good. It's going to be tough. We've got some really tough games. We're going to be on the road a lot. We've got a couple 3-hour trips, and those things will be tough. But I will be shocked if our guys every Friday night don't compete well.
Well, Coach, we appreciate you very much. Guys, we appreciate you very much. Good luck this year. Maybe the mindset of going in with everything not chaos will go a long way. So good luck to y'all.
Thank you very much.
We're going to take a commercial break. When we come back, we'll have the West Side Warriors on the stage. You're watching the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day.
At Glensane, we know extra time is hard to come by. Your hands are full, your days are packed, and time doesn't slow down. We work hard when you have a service issue. With full service centers at each of our 4 locations, we will always do our best to make it convenient for you and your busy lifestyle. Thank you for trusting our family with your family for over 70 years.
Athletic Booster Club. We're the team behind the team. Becoming a member of the Westside Athletic Booster Club is a rewarding and valuable contribution to the Warrior Nation, our school, and most importantly, our student athletes. The purpose of the club is to promote athletics at Westside High School in an atmosphere that is consistent with the educational philosophy of the school community. Check out our Facebook page for more information on how to become a member. Westside Athletic Booster Club. We're the team behind the team.
Welcome back to the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day. On the stage now, we have the Westside Warriors. Coach, good to see you.
Good to see you guys.
If you would, go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us who you brought with you today.
Yep, my name is Connor Hagg, and to my left, I actually got our entire left side of the offensive line here. All 3 seniors. Tight end right here starting to the left of me, Braden Willis. Left tackle, Kai Cameron, and Austin Statler down there on the end is the left guard.
Go ahead, Braden. I'll ask you a question. You play tight end, but y'all don't throw it a whole lot. What is your mindset as a tight end? Do you consider yourself a skill position or a real football player, an offensive lineman?
I consider myself a real football player. I've
Atta
never
boy.
I haven't gone with the skill players at all. Like last year, I played 3-back in a spread offense. It's kind of similar to tight end, but not really. You go out for a lot more passes and we throw it a lot more. But now, hand down, tight end. I've always been with the lineman when we on endo drills. Always go with the lineman, hitting the sled, hitting the chutes, stuff like that.
Kai, next question to you. You got a new coach and a new offense. Talk to us about the differences and what your job is and how that differs from last year.
Yes, sir. We did a lot of passing last year. You know, I feel like this year our offense is just about getting a push and getting off the ball as fast as we can. You know, flat back and just getting a push as much as we can.
Austin, is there different assignments as far as offensively for you? Are you pulling, or are you doing basically the same thing?
We pull a whole lot more than we did last year. Like every other play is a pull.
I figured, do you like it? Do you enjoy this scheme under Coach
I
Hayes?
love it a whole lot more. I love pulling. I love hitting people. It's just so much better.
Now, Coach, is it Aiden Turner was a big part of the offense last year, quarterback. He's moving to wingback. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Talk to us about his role on this team.
Yeah, Aiden, he'll be a good wing for us in offense. We actually got a really good depth in that spot in the wing, to be honest with you. We've been repping several guys there, Hunter KJ, Drew Woods, Casey Carter, and Aiden Turner as well. And all four guys, I think, are going to carry a big workload for us carrying the ball and do a great job. And they're all juniors, so the entire backfield's juniors. So
Except for Hunter.
Except Hunter KJ. Hunter KJ is the only senior in the backfield, so that's good for us.
Talk to us about your offense and the responsibilities of quarterback and what Jaden will be as your quarterback.
Jackson Wilson.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Junior Jackson Wilson, quarterback. Yeah, we're gonna be under center all night. He's gonna be narrow-footed, and he's gonna do a lot of spinning and tossing, and he'll end up becoming a lead blocker a lot of times, or filling the hole first and going out leaking to get the corner. So it's and a heavy run job. So so he's got a lot of different responsibilities at quarterback rather than just throwing it downfield or knowing the plays in that aspect. He's going to have to play a physical part for us.
No doubt. In your offense, I am familiar with the offense now. Talk to us about schematically on defense. What will it look like? How many of these three and how many overall will you have play on both sides of the football?
Yep. So up here, Kai and Austin will definitely be two-way guys. Willis will be a rotated guy on defense as well at linebacker. And number-wise, we're going to have a lot of two-way players. You're just going to have to be, and that just kind of plays into the scheme of controlling the clock and keeping the defense off the field as much as possible, and controlling the game offensively if we can. But yeah, we'll have a lot of guys playing two-way football.
Coach, I'm looking at your line here: 6'3", 350, 6'4", 220, 6 foot, 295, 5'9", 275, and then Austin 5'10", 225. But I mean, you've got some size there for sure. I mean, you got some kids that are big and strong, and that kind of goes a long way. But the thing I want you to talk about a little bit is you're coming off you come here the first year at Westside. So let's talk about that for a second. But kind of talk with us about the mentality you're bringing from that state championship run last year at Cross County. You got to be a big part of that. You're moving in now. Kind of talk with us a little bit about that and trying to establish that mindset and bring that same energy.
Yeah, and I'll brag a lot on Coach Pascal. It was a great guy to be under for a couple years there at Cross County, and we're really doing a lot of similar things that we've done in the past 2 years at Cross County in the weight room. These guys hear it from me every day. You got to be present, and we're working on that and changing the culture of kids understanding that you got to be there 4 days a week in the summer, and we're working every single day. And there's no plays we can take off and things like that, and it's just the mental aspect of the game, and then being very physical in the weight room. And like I said, there's a weight book that I took from Coach that I think really works, and these guys have got a taste of it, where they go through 7 workouts before you max, and it's a tough one. But yeah, I think all the stuff that I got to take from being under Coach and bringing it here and implementing it here, and then putting my own little twist to things is going to be really good for Westside, and these kids are buying in. So it's a process, but they are definitely understanding what the expectations are every day.
Okay, let's talk about the challenge. You list basically at the back end of your defense, you're going to have a lot of man coverage. The athletic comparison between Cross County and the conference and Westside and the conference you're in now may be a little bit different. How do you, what's your plan on counteracting that?
Yeah, just talking about the conference in general.
Yeah, and the athleticism, and are you going to be able to man up and play cover zero?
Yeah. We've been diving into defense a little bit later in the game than we would really like, and in the future going into it. But we've kind of made that transition in a couple camps, and I told Coach, hey, we're going to have to send pressure, and we're going to have to man them up and hold on until the whistle blows. And this conference, there ain't going to be no pushover games at all. Every Friday night's going to be a dogfight for us once we get to conference play, and it kind of goes back to the scheme on offense. We're trying to control the game clock and keep the ball in our hands all night if we can. But defensively we'll line up some 3-4 stuff right now, and we'll man up across the board and try to send some pressure. So
now, Coach, and we'll talk to the linemen also. Talked about a lot of movement on the offensive line. Will you stunt? And what will defensively? What's your philosophy on an odd man front?
Defensively, yeah. Well, Coach Parker's been doing a good job with defense, and we've introduced some things, some calls where he'll stunt. Sometimes the ends will play containing the edge, and then sometimes our ends will shoot, and our outside linebackers will become our contain guys. And it just kind of becomes like you're just playing games with people and making them guess on what we're going to do on the edges with contain. So,
as far as personnel defensively, start up front and walk us through all three levels.
So
personnel.
Like player-wise?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so defensive line, our three guys up front, Kai will be a nose. We'll have a big body nose. We got Kai and Nick Petraka that'll kind of rotate there. Our ends will be a little bit more athletic guys, kind of like Statler down here on the edge, and Willis may actually be a plug in there. And then you get to your backers. I think our linebacker room's pretty good. We got some athletes. It ends up being most of the guys on offense that are the wing backs, and Drew Woods, Aiden Turner, and then the inside backers, Mason, which is our fullbacks, Mason Woods and Maddox Klein. And I think we're very athletic in the linebacker position and very physical in the linebacker position, and I think those guys are going to create problems for offenses. When I talk about, we're wanting to send pressure at the offense. And then in the back line, the safeties, we got quarterback Jackson Wilson, they'll play some safety. Hunter KJ, they'll play some safety. And then on the corners, Trey Williams, he's a junior, pretty athletic kid. He'll play some corner. And Barrett Burgess is a junior receiver for us. And wing, because we're too tight a lot of times, but he'll play some good corner for us, and so that's just kind of our defense there.
Guys, kind of tell us one game on the schedule you're really looking forward to playing.
All of them. It's my senior year. All of them.
Okay, make the most of all of them, huh?
Yeah.
I'd same thing as Braden. I like to play all of them. It's my senior year. But if I had to pick one, I'd probably pick Truman. They talk a lot.
Yeah, piggyback off what Kai said. Truman. I'm ready for Truman.
Truman's isn't it our homecoming game?
I'm not sure.
That's going to mean a little more if it is, then, for sure.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
What's on the speaker in the locker room before the game? What's on the speaker?
We said you'd ask this question before the Maddox, the linebacker. He's got a big turtle box. He'll bring it in, and he'll just play just about whatever you ask him to.
Just whatever the mood is.
Just whatever.
Okay. All right, well, Coach, we appreciate you guys. We appreciate y'all very much. Good luck this year. Keep working. You got a good one there leading the charge.
Thank you. Appreciate you guys.
We're going to take a commercial break. When we come back, we're going to switch gears. We're going to have the Marion Lady Patriots on the stage, talk a little volleyball. You're watching the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day.
NEA Sports would like to thank Ridge Point Country Club for donating a round of golf to one of our area football coaches and sponsoring today's Media Day event. Athletic Booster Club. We're the team behind the team. Becoming a member of the Westside Athletic Booster Club is a rewarding and valuable contribution to the Warrior Nation, our school, and most importantly, our student athletes. The purpose of the club is to promote athletics at Westside High School in an atmosphere that is consistent with the educational philosophy of the school community. Check out our Facebook page for more information on how to become a member. Westside Athletic Booster Club. We're the team behind the team.
Students to understand that they are capable of achieving their own dreams. So our job here is to be great at everything and give our students a chance to be a part of something that is great.
Marion offered my kids a plethora of experiences and really prepared them for their college career paths.
Involvement is everything, and it helps you grow into who you want to be.
If you can come here and be a part of what we're doing, you can learn how to be successful in anything else that you want to take on in the rest of your life.
Welcome back to the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day. On the stage now, the Marion Lady Patriots. Coach, if you would, go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us who you brought with you today.
I'm Coach Lisa Beasley, and to my left is Kendall Brown. Next to her is Claire Brinkley, and then we have Allie Sharp.
Jumping right in, after that incredible state championship run, want to know from all four of you what that meant to you and how that's propelling you to be an even better team this season.
It was just amazing. I mean, the feeling, it's just, unless you experienced it, you just don't understand it. And for this group of young ladies and the seniors we had last year to be able to add that to their resume, it was a career, it was just an amazing moment that will stay with me for a lifetime.
I would probably say it was such a bittersweet moment, honestly. All of us coming together and like performing to like our, most highest potential together, through all like the laughs, the cries and stuff. So like it just really put like the crown on our season with coming out of a win.
What Coach Beasley said, it was honestly an amazing feeling. But with that being said, we have to continue to put in the work. Like, we can't just lay it all down. We have to know that people are going to come out for us, and we just got to continue to put in the work and do all we can to hopefully do it again.
Yeah, I would say what Kendall said. It was just so bittersweet. Being able to experience something like that with some of your best friends, it's just amazing.
With that being said, looking forward into this season, there's a lot of rivalry in y'all's conference, and I want to know, is there a particular rivalry all four of you are looking forward to facing off against this upcoming season?
I'm going to let the girls answer that.
You're talking about conference, right?
Yes.
Okay, probably most likely Valley View. They're always coming for us. It's just our job to stay disciplined, stay accountable, and just like go out with a bang, because anybody can be beaten on any given day. So just always staying on the same page and being like very communicative with one another and like getting into our offense to, execute into plays.
Definitely what Kendall said, Valley View. I feel like they're always coming for us, and that's always a good game where we can do our best and show people what we have.
Yeah, it's definitely Valley View, but honestly everybody, because we definitely do have that target on our back, so we just have to be prepared and stay humbled every game.
What are some of the biggest improvements and things you guys have been working on over the summer to get even better?
I would say most definitely trust and communication. Trusting each other to like execute plays and like ball placement is like a really big role that we have been working on over the summer.
I would say our offense, we're trying to make it more faster, and so people aren't able to read it as much as they were last year, and I feel like we're doing a really good job at it.
Yeah, and just staying consistent on defense and serve received so that they are able to run that faster offense.
Coach, we see a lot of the same returning players from last season. Kind of want to know from your perspective, what's one of the biggest things you're looking out for in this upcoming year so that you guys can hopefully get back to where you were last season?
This group's pretty locked in. We have 10 seniors, and they just love each other. They play hard for one another. Every time they walk out on the court, they just compete and they work for each other. And I think just for us to put ourselves in a position to repeat as conference champions or state champions is we just have to stay healthy and continue with our motto is together we win, stronger together. And this group has repeatedly shown that that's what they're here for. And they've been locked in since the conclusion of the state championship. So they're ready.
Coach, we're just looking at the schedule here from last year, 28-2. You played a brutal-looking schedule, but you still went 28-2, which is incredibly impressive, and you did not lose to a team in the state of Arkansas, a team out of Ohio, and then Collierville. So kind of talk with us a little bit about how you feel like last year's schedule really, built that postseason run, but then talk with us a little bit about, and then we can move down and talk with the girls about the schedule, about what that looks like this year and how you're trying to even improve on that schedule to make another run.
We always try to find a competitive non-conference schedule to get us ready, but unfortunately with our conference and the way the volleyball season is, we just have a very small window to get any non-conference in, but we always play Brooklyn, who, that speaks for itself. They're a dominant school in 4A. We always play Collierville, who I've always said to me reminds me of a junior college. They're just always big. They run a fast offense, and I feel like playing them gets us ready for the state tournament for the teams from the West. This year we included Briarcrest. We had Arlington on there, but they canceled on us, and so we're always playing two big Tennessee schools that I feel like help us prepare for our conference and state competition. And carrying on to that, we go to the Bartlett tournament where we see teams from Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, just different states besides Arkansas that I feel like prepare us. You know, our conference is just a dogfight. You know, you never know who. Each team is tough in its own way and brings its own unique ability. And I feel like with our non-conference and conference and just this group of kids and the way they like to compete and play, that it gets us ready for the state tournament.
Ladies, kind of talk with us a little bit about, you know, a game or two on the schedule that you're really looking forward to playing. It doesn't have to be a rivalry game, just games like Coach said, you know, some of those games that are tougher games that are going to challenge you a little more. Tell us a couple of those.
I would definitely say Collierville and Briarcrest, due to them being over in Tennessee. I feel like that, you know, whole conference and tension and competitiveness is like there. So definitely those two teams.
I would say Briarcrest. It's always good playing a team that's out of the state, and they're just good competition and help us get better as a team.
Yeah, definitely Briarcrest and Collierville. They're both great competition. I feel like they just kind of bring the fire out of us.
So I got to know this. I've been asking people this. First off, before I ask this question, I'll give you just a second before I ask this. Let's talk for a second, Kendall. I see you're committed to Mississippi State, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Impressive.
Bulldog.
This is an ongoing. It's an ongoing joke between me and Steve about the Bulldogs. So, congrats on that. That's impressive. But my question for you on that is, obviously you want to win another state championship. You want to keep working. You want to be there for your teammates and all that stuff. But how do you go ahead and develop that mindset now to stay in the moment, but also be working for that next step?
Definitely just being disciplined with myself. I always want to take on the leadership role. I feel like I am very reliable for our team, which is just a very great position to be in. To keep that mindset for moving to the next level is just staying in the grind, honestly, just keeping the dog in me alive, and just always keep progressing and executing in things.
Well, ladies, I got to know, when I do this, when I ask this question, it's just kind of a shorter answer. So I'm going to ask each one of you, okay? I want to know what's on the team speaker, either on the bus ride there or, you know, when you get to the game, what's on the team speaker. But sometimes, you know, you got to put your own little music in because you don't all get ready off the same stuff. So, tell me what your own music is, too.
So my own music is No Switch by NBA Youngboy, but I feel like us as a team, we go with My House by Beyonce. So yeah, that just came in the running. So that's definitely my two songs that's on the speaker, and in my own little, yeah.
Definitely My House by Beyonce. That song really gets us going.
Yep. Uh-oh by Beyonce.
You know, I'm not really up to speed on my Beyonce music, so maybe I have to give that song a little listen just to see. Well, thank y'all very much. Coach, thank you very much. Congrats again last year. Good luck this year. Bring another one back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to take a commercial break. When we come back, we will have the Southside Southerners on the stage. You're watching the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day.
Milligan Heating and AC works to serve the Northeast Arkansas community in meeting all of your HVAC needs. Give Justin Milligan a call at 870-243-2820.
Students to understand that they are capable of achieving their own dreams. So our job here is to be great at everything and give our students a chance to be a part of something that is great.
Marion offered my kids a plethora of experiences and really prepared them for their college career paths.
Involvement is everything, and it helps you grow into who you want to be.
If you can come here and be a part of what we're doing, you can learn how to be successful in anything else that you want to take on in the rest of your life.
To the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day. On the stage now, the Southside Southerners. Coach, if you would, go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us who you brought with you today.
Well, my name is Tim Childress. This is Gentry Shirley Hopkins, and this is Houston Clark beside him.
All righty, Gentry, Houston. Gentry, start with you. Talk to us about your role on this team, both as a player, position-wise, and as a leader.
Well, as a linebacker, I'm pretty much the leader of the defense, trying to help everybody just get to where they're supposed to go. And, like, as a teammate, I'm really just trying to help support everybody and keep them, like, level, mentally headed.
Houston, I'll throw the same question to you.
Yes, sir. So I played D-line. I missed out last year, but so did Gentry. But I think both of us missing out, that's just going to make us coming back stronger. And there's been a lot of fire in our defense this year, including him. He helps with more our, like, skilled position, leading them, and I kind of lead our D-line together, as well as Elijah McGee, but he couldn't make it today.
Coach, a lot of changes from last year. You lost a stud running back in Owen McLaughlin. Talk to us about the differences in last year and this year under your tutelage.
Well, I think this year, guys, we're a little bit more excited. Got our offensive line kind of returning back, and we got a young group of running backs that's going to help out and replace Owen. We're going to miss Owen. Owen done a phenomenal job the last 2 years. Had the privilege of coaching him as his running back coach. So a guy that rushed for like almost over 4,000 yards is kind of hard to replace. But, again, we're excited about these young guys stepping up to the plate and getting ready to do some great things.
Coach, what's it looking like behind center at quarterback?
So, quarterback, we got a returning starter, 3-year starter, Trey Allen, done a phenomenal job and really started to come on mid-season of his sophomore year and haven't looked back. Last year, I think he threw over 2,000 yards, rushed for over like 600 or 700 yards, had a phenomenal year. Kind of led our team really offensively throughout the season last year. Ran across Elkins, had a bad taste in our mouth off that, but he done a phenomenal job of trying to carry us through that game, almost pull that game off.
For the record, that was a loaded question because I knew the answer. But up front, you have some question marks. Talk to us about that.
So, yeah, so we lost a couple of guys up front on the offensive line, which I think we're in a great situation. I think this year with the young guys that's returning, most of the guys returning back with the game experience that they had the last couple of years, I think we're right on track to be successful.
This question for the players. Coach, you can also answer this too. What are some of the things you're going to be working on or that you have been working on this summer? Look, you guys had a really, really great season last year and just barely came up short against Elkins in the end of it all. But what are some of the biggest things you guys been working on? And then for the players, what are some personal goals you've been working on this summer to get better?
Well, I'll probably go before them. But I think one of the biggest things that we've been trying to work on is just finishing strong, maintaining that effort. Because when we played Elkins last year, I think we really had them with the last 3 minutes left in the game. 2 big plays that we kind of gave up. They caught a first down off of 4th and 10, which kind of changed the game. We stopped them, we changed the game, and we probably win that game. So just finishing, that's one of our biggest pet peeves, and working hard. And you can't ask for more than that. Work hard, finish strong, and give great effort.
Personally, I've been really just trying to get back to playing football because I suffered an ACL meniscus tear, and I've been really just trying to work hard and get back to my strength I was before.
Yeah, just like Gentry, I come off a UCL tear in my arm, but one of my main goals is just fine-tuning our technique and keeping our composure when the game is hard at the end.
Coach, throw it back to you. The offense is listed as a gun T, which is very interesting. I've seen you play. I know what it is. But to our viewers and everybody watching, tell us what the gun T offense consists of.
So the gun T, you basically have a tight end and wing. So basically a 21 personnel. Our fullback is basically that wing guy. And we do many variations of different things. We do a lot of misdirection. We do a lot of buck. We do anything you want to. RPOs off that. A lot of lead plays off that. I mean, we have a various number of things that we do out of that system. If you ever seen Vanderbilt play, very similar formation.
Coach, talk with us about this non-conference schedule. Look, you got the scrimmage against Nettleton, and then you go on the road to at Brooklyn, to a former 5A East competition for you guys, and then you go to Jacksonville. So talk about the non-conference slate. How do you think that's going to improve you guys to get ready for conference?
Well, I think this strength of schedule with the non-conference game really prepare us for, our Gosnell, because when you look at Jacksonville, when you look at what they bring to the table, they're physical, they're big, they're fast. So when we play Gosnell, we're going to see the exact same thing. When we see Forest City, you're going to see a lot of speed guys. When you see Blytheville, you're going to see very similar things out of Jacksonville. The physicality that we see with Walnut Ridge and Brooklyn, you'll probably see out of Pocahontas. So all these games kind of prepare us and prep us for our conference to try to make a good run.
So kind of talk with us a little bit more about that conference then, top to bottom. What's that look like? I know you and Gosnell had some battles last year right there at the top. Kind of talk with us a little bit about that.
Well, last year we kind of came short. And looking at it, they played a very good game, not taking anything away from them. I thought we didn't play our best when we played them, so they pulled out the win, which could have determined how our lineup would have been in the playoffs. Who knows? We always felt like we should have been in the championship. Good thing we lost to a team that did win the championship, so it kind of gave us that mindset. We know where we are and where we should be. When you look at your Blytheville, your Pocahontas, you look at your Forest City, all those guys does a phenomenal job. Gosnell does a phenomenal job and very well coached. So us not being the most athletic team on the field and playing that kind of team and that kind of caliber of speed and physicality, it really pushes us and motivates us to be excited for this year to see what's going to happen.
Guys, kind of talk with us a little bit about, a game or two on the schedule that you're really looking forward to playing this year.
I think Jacksonville's really going to be a good team for us. Like Coach Childress said, it's going to prepare us good for Gosnell. They're really similar teams. We've played them once in a team camp. They look good, but they're definitely a team that we can beat.
I think we're all looking forward to Gosnell finishing our conference 10-0, hopefully going and winning that game, because that game was a real big loss for us because it really affected us later on in the season with our away game in the state.
So both of you, did I hear this right? Both of you coming off injuries this past year, yeah. So what does that mean? I mean, in football, you only get 10, 12, 14 max probably games a year. And so when you have to sit those out, it means a little more when you come back.
Yeah.
So kind of talk with us a little bit about the mindset rather than just the physical aspect of it, the mindset of this year and what it's going to mean to get back on the field.
I'm going to leave everything out there this year. I got injured, I think, on our third or fourth against Batesville. And you really start to think about it sitting on the sideline, like you really wish you were out there. Like a summer practice wouldn't be bad right now. So it's really I'm going to give it everything I got.
Same as Houston. It's just I got injured first game of the year against Forest City, and I had to sit out and watch everybody else play, and it was really just hard to do that. And when I come back this year, I'm just going to play as hard as I can and try to leave it all out on the field.
You're still there to support your team, but at the same time, it's tough when you sit there and you can't get back out there. Well, guys, thank you very much. Coach, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure having you here today. Good luck this year.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We're going to take a commercial break. When we come back, we will have the Corning Bobcats on the stage. You're watching the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day.
From the first seed to a full harvest. From their first steps to their final day of school. From the everyday to the big adventure. From a great job to a greater calling. A true community bank is there through it all because every journey matters.
At Glensane, we know extra time is hard to come by. Your hands are full, your days are packed, and time doesn't slow down. We work hard when you have a service issue. With full service centers at each of our 4 locations, we will always do our best to make it convenient for you and your busy lifestyle. Thank you for trusting our family with your family for over 70 years.
Welcome back to the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day. On the stage now, the Corning Bobcats. Coach, if you would, go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us who you brought with you today.
My name is Farrell Shelton, and I brought 3 seniors with me, Ty Price, Caden Sweeney, and Carter Leonard.
Coach, I'll just leave it with you. Talk to us about the tradition, coaching at Corning and community support and all that, because there's a lot, like I said, a lot of great tradition at Corning.
You know, it's a great leadoff question. You know, the one thing I always remind the kids is don't ever forget who you're playing for. And, you know, being our community, our school, and years before any of us ever got to Corning, just the tradition that is there, you know, and still today you hear about, you know, those teams of the past, and a lot of these guys sitting next to me, they can go back with dads or uncles or cousins or something like that, and they can all look at a picture from 25 years ago, and they can find a relative. So, you know, it's just so community-based. The way they support these kids in all of our programs is just tremendous for being such a small community.
Ty, kind of expand on that. What does it mean to you to be a Bobcat?
Oh, it means a lot. Grandpa played football, Dad did, brother did. Kind of a big tradition thing, my family.
Caden, talk about your specific role on this team as far as position and as a leader.
I play wide receiver and defensive back, and I'm coming into this year as a senior and really trying to make a role model for our younger players coming up. I know we've got a good bunch of younger players on the team, like TJ Small, Jackson Jett, and a few other players, and just hoping that I can make a role model for them.
Carter, I ask you the same question. Your role on this team and as a leader.
I take place as a guard on offense, and I play D-tackle on defense, and I want to be a role model for Henry Powell and Rex Sherd.
Coach, back to you. Football is football at any level, 8-man, 11-man, whatever. What is your role schematically on offense? I think you play a 2-quarterback system.
Yes, well, schematically, no matter when I was in 11-man in St. Louis and Missouri for all those years, it's going to start up front for us. Whether it's going to start with the O and D lines. And I think that then schemes into our culture. As far as our players, we played a 2-quarterback role last year simply because of the talents of each of the players being Connor LeGrand and Jagger George. But again, what we really emphasize is that it doesn't really matter how anyone else plays, except for our offensive line. They're the one group that has to play as one unit, and how they play directly affects how everyone else plays. And so that's where we're going to start in our scheme. We've got some very good skill kids. Coming back from programs with this junior senior class. So I think our coaches do a very good job in taking the talents of each kid and maximizing those.
Coach, looking at last year's schedule during the regular season, you guys went undefeated. Want to know what practices have you kept in place? How are you guys improving over this offseason to continue that trend going forward?
Well, I always tell them you're as good as your last game, and our last game didn't turn out too well. So, but no, we haven't changed a lot. Our kids have a summer, so we want to make sure that they enjoy that. We'll start next Monday. We've had a couple scrimmages, in the last few weeks. So, we're not going to change a whole lot of things. The one thing I do think that we are one of our positives this year is our experience. Is that we return, so many, we're returning, these seniors up here. Ty here was all state. Caden was all conference. Carter's, one of the hardest working players, on our team. Plays O-line, D-line. I mean, he can fill in anywhere. So, we have that experience. So I think as a coaching staff, what we're going to have to do is make sure that we just get them in the right position, get them on the bus, and get them there and just let them play.
This is a very difficult conference. I want to hear from the players. Which conference opponent are you looking forward to facing off against the most?
Probably Rector, for sure. They're really physical.
Probably Cedar Ridge. I know that they're ranked highly up there with us, and I know they're going to be a great competition for this season.
I'd say both Rector and Cedar Ridge, they both have pretty good teams that we can go up against, and they'd be a great competition against us.
Question for all four of you. What are some big personal goals as well as a team goal for the rest of this season going forward?
Well, I think for our team, I think here in the last 30 minutes, you've had 2 out of the last 3 state champions have been up here in Cedar Ridge and Rector. So we know that, within our conference, there's a pedigree of championships football. So as a coach, I think as a team, I have to make sure we're ready, week in and week out. We don't overlook any opponent. The question you asked about which game they look forward to most, I said, hey, you make sure you answer it's week 1. Don't be looking ahead to week 5 or week 6. So, but as a coach, that's what we're going to have to do, just simply because of how good this conference is.
You guys are going to have a very strong mentality going into the season. How do you instill that into these players as a coach?
Well, I think that's the culture. The culture is what I always tell them, the culture is what we're going to accept and what we're going to allow. And this group here, they have been with, it's been my 6th year here. So they have been with me since 7th graders. So they know what's expected. They know how to handle themselves. And again, I don't worry about them on the field or in a locker room. It's how they handle themselves in school and in the community. And I don't worry about them. But that's the cultural part of it that we've tried to establish there at Corning.
Coach, you got a good core group of seniors. You got a lot of juniors that are experienced. But talk to us about numbers and depth and anybody moving up that may help you out this year.
Well, we knew this year our numbers were going to be good. We knew with this senior class and this junior class, we knew our numbers were going to stand, somewhere, around the mid-20s, but within our program we have to project on down the road, and we have smaller classes coming. The thing we do like, I think, is very. A very good strength for our team is our depth. We can rotate linemen in and out. We've got a kind of three running backs that can go. Like you mentioned earlier, we got 2 quarterbacks. Receiver-wise with Caden, we've got 4 or 5 receivers that can roll in or out. I think all of them have, they all have their little differences. But as far as running all the innuendos of the offense, we're pretty deep in that placement.
Do you have multi-sport athletes, and do you not combat, but do you work with basketball and other sports?
Yes, this is my 37th year, 27th as a head coach, and people, and through the years have been asked, what do you as a coach demand? The one thing I say I demand is that kids play other sports. There's not one study out there. There's nothing out there that says that a kid concentrate on one sport, get some scholarships. There's nothing that says it makes them better. What universities and colleges want, they want multi-sport athletes. I want to see these guys. Like this one right here. I know what he can do on a football field, but you ought to see him on a baseball field. Caden down here. Caden plays basketball. Very good athlete in basketball, and I'm just going to say a number here. He's a 5 or 6 time. Champion all conference in our track, and he's placed at state 5 or 6 different events over the last few years. Carter down here. Carter participates in every sport. So the one thing fortunate about Corning is, with Coach Wes and Coach Kyle, our basketball and baseball coach respectively, we push our kids, and that's kind of demand. You get out there and represent Corning, and you're with your friends. You're going to get this experience one time in life. If you're good, colleges are going to find you. That's one thing that we tell them.
To the coach, to the players, appreciate you guys for joining us. Join us back here in just a moment when we talk to the Marion Patriots. This is the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day.
We got this. Almost there.
Got it. Oh, yeah.
Let's DIY the right way with Barton's. We're the home renovation experts, from recommending the perfect fixtures to designing your dream kitchen. And with local delivery and installation services, there's never been a more perfect time to refresh your home. Now that's what I call leveling up. Don't just build it better with Barton's.
Students to understand that they are capable of achieving their own dreams. So our job here is to be great at everything and give our students a chance to be a part of something that is great.
Marion offered my kids a plethora of experiences and really prepared them for their college career paths.
Involvement is everything, and it helps you grow into who you want to be.
If you can come here and be a part of what we're doing, you can learn how to be successful in anything else that you want to take on in the rest of your life.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the 2026 showcase of Football, Volleyball, and Media Day. Here we have the Marion Patriots on stage with us. Coach, if you will, introduce yourself and the players that you brought with you here today.
I'm an associate head coach, Coach Rod Stinson. To my left, I have receiver, senior Cam Riley. Beside him, I have Terrion Royston. He's also a senior. He's a linebacker. And then to his left, I have Gary Wilson, who's a senior also, and he's our nose tackle.
Jumping right in, what are some big improvements that you guys have been working on over this offseason to prepare yourself for the fall?
I think the biggest thing is trying to find some consistency within the program. We have a new head coach, which is Claude Johnson. He was down in Parkview, and I can tell my age because I coached him in Pine Bluff.
Time out. I coached you.
Yes,
so how old does that make me?
So the biggest thing we're trying to do is try to find consistency in our program. We had a lot of seniors that we lost from the previous years, but I think with the standards that we're trying to set for our program and our kids understanding it can go a long, long way in them having success on and off the field. I think Keith Houston set a standard. I think Lance took it to the next level. So we're trying to knock that door down and try to get to the point to where we're consistent every single year.
Coach, I'll ask the players the same question, but starting with you, talk to us about your role on the football team.
I got many hats. I'm associate head coach. I work with the defense some. I'm coaching running backs now. So just trying to do whatever I can to help assist Claude Johnson in doing the best that we can to make this program a success.
Cam, talk to us about your role on the football team. Start with your position and your experience and what you add as a leader to the Patriots.
I feel like I have to be a leader. With my position, you know, we don't have any other, like, just stand out players, and, like, I just got to be a leader. We lost a lot of seniors last year because, like, it was a big class, so I feel like I have to step up and, you know, just fill in that role.
Now, you are a receiver, correct?
Yes, sir.
Talk to us about the receiving core. Who are some of your peers?
Some of my peers, we have Chase Davis, Kendrick Walker, Aiden Wilson, and Jeremiah Dent. I'm looking forward to see how they play. You know, they put in a lot of work, and I'm just ready to go.
All right, Terrion, I'll ask you the same question. Start out with your position, your responsibilities on the field, but also as a leader off the field.
Well, my position is a middle linebacker. I have to be a leader, stand out, control the defense, get the guys set up, do every play. We got to go play by play and just play the game, play it the best we can.
Gary, you're a senior. Talk to us about being a leader and a player as a defensive lineman.
Well, when it comes to the D-line, my role as a leader, I get everybody set. Before the ball is down, I call the plays, and
Coach, since you mentioned a new staff, what does the offseason look like, and what have y'all tried to emphasize in the offseason?
I think the biggest thing was trying to get a staff together. We had a lot of holes to fill as far as OC and DC wise. We had some junior high positions to fill also. So the biggest thing was trying to get guys in place so that we could be productive going into the spring and the summer. That was kind of a whirlwind. We did take care of that part. And now just trying to get the kids to understand the values and what we're trying to preach every day. You know, we want to teach those lessons of football, but at the end of the day, and we both know that time's going to end, so we want to have good young men in our program, not only in our program, but in our community. So those are the things that Coach Johnson's been trying to do from day one. We just echo on the call and just trying to make sure that our kids are making good decisions on and off the field.
We're going to ask the kids a bunch of questions, but back to you. Coach, you played at Pine Bluff, you played at the University of Arkansas, you coached at Pine Bluff, you coached at Blytheville. What's unique to the Marion environment?
I think the culture that our admin has built is very unique. I know you just talked to our volleyball squad, so that it kind of stands out, especially in this area. The things that they do for our kids and our programs, trying to give our kids every advantage to be successful. It's a unique culture, and it trickles down to our schools, not only our high schools, but our junior highs. And so I think that's very important when you're trying to be successful and trying to compete for championships and being able to have those things in place so that you can have some success.
Coach, kind of talk with us a little bit about schedule. I'm looking at the schedule for this year. Boy, it's really not, there's not a game here that I think would be, easy. You start off with Wynn, you got Lake Hamilton, you got Conway. Those all seem like three pretty good non-conference games to really kind of get your season going. Talk about those three games a little bit.
You try not to put the cart in front of the horse. Of course, win is the number one priority. We got to be able to establish ourselves and get off on the right page, offense and defensive-wise. Special teams are also going to be important, so being able to get the right personnel on and off the field, being able to make plays, being able to be consistent doing that week in and week out, I think will always help you going, especially going into conference.
What about that conference?
Hey, I've been in 6A my whole career, and there's no days off. Everybody's going to be gearing to go, of course. On our side, you can call being the top dog right now, so, they kind of a step ahead. But I feel like across the board, we all kind of lock and step with each other, so we're just going to have to be consistent, number one, limit injuries, make big plays when we need to, and then it has to be a sacrifice. You have to sacrifice your time or your talent. We're going to be leaning on some of these guys, and I can tell you right now, and I joke with Cam every now and then about him playing defense. He may have to step in and play a little bit of cornerback for us, but when you want to be the best and you want to play at a high level, you have to do that. So he may have to spend some extra film time. He may have to spend a little bit of time outside of practice, doing some of the little things to help him playing both sides of the ball. So, but I feel like that's what it takes when you're talking about high-level football and championship football. Those are things that's going to take to be successful.
Guys, some things that you've really tried to prepare for this year, yourself individually. What's some goals maybe that you've had over the course of the offseason looking into this year that you really want to make sure you leave all on the table?
I want to be all-state and all-conference. Like, me and my teammates, it's like a race. Like, let's do it. Who can get it first? 1,000 yards, who can get that first? So it's individual, but, like, it's me and my teammates, and we're all racing for it. Yes, sir.
Well, the goals we're trying to accomplish on defense is who can get the most tackles, who can do this, who can do that. And as seniors, we don't have that much time left. We're racing against time, but if we can just take the schedule day by day, game by game, I promise we can be great.
My goal as a D lineman is to get more sacks than the defensive end and to get more TFLs in the defensive end. My teammate beside me, Jay Hunt, me and him, we're a great duo, and we want to be in so bad, but we can't. So we just want to get more sacks than defensive end.
One game on the schedule. One game you're really looking forward to. Which one is it?
Last year we had a motto called "Put the ball down," and I think we're going to continue with that by putting the ball down. So the first team that comes is who's going to get it. So we're going to put the ball down and go week by week.
Hey, it's just like I said, game by game. So we're going to put the ball down and first overcome whatever comes in front of us.
My game is Seven Hills because they beat us in the playoffs. But we focus on the first team anyways, though.
Well, guys, thank you very much. Coach, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Good luck this year.
Thank you.
We're going to take a commercial break. When we come back, we'll have the Paragould Rams on the stage. You're watching the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day.
Students to understand that they are capable of achieving their own dreams. So our job here is to be great at everything and give our students a chance to be a part of something that is great.
Marion offered my kids a plethora of experiences and really prepared them for their college career paths.
Involvement is everything, and it helps you grow into who you want to be.
If you can come here and be a part of what we're doing, you can learn how to be successful in anything else that you want to take on in the rest of your life.
National Bank, our mortgage lending team knows what it takes to make a home and a superior home loan process. Simple, proven, and reliable service with competitive rates at a bank that already feels like home. Since 1889, that's been the First National Bank way, because for our people in all our locations, this is home. Apply online today. It's easy. From our family to yours. Welcome home. First National Bank.
We've spent over 70 years trying to do things the right way, with honesty, heart, and hometown pride. With 4 locations across Paragould, Rector, and Kennett, we offer a wide selection of GMC, Chevy, Buick, and Ford vehicles, and service centers to keep them running strong. We're a family-owned business, and we treat every customer like one of our own, because after 70 years, that's what matters most.
When the steel industry first took shape, it was built on grit, determination, and the best technology of its time. As the decades passed, steel became smarter, mills became more advanced. Automation, robotics, precision systems, and sophisticated manufacturing transformed the industry. That kind of progress demanded more than new equipment. It demanded a partner that could develop skilled technicians, cultivate future leaders, and prepare a workforce ready to meet the challenges of an ever-changing industry. In Mississippi County, that partner has been Arkansas Northeastern College. Working hand in hand with steel manufacturers for years, ANC has helped shape the workforce behind one of the nation's leading steel producing regions. Through industry-driven training, technical education, and customized workforce development, we've helped thousands of employees build the knowledge and skills that keep Arkansas Steel moving forward. As the industry continues to evolve, so do we. Because building steel starts with building people. ANC, the steel college in Arkansas.
Welcome back to the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day. On the stage now, the Paragould Rams. Coach, if you would, go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us who you brought with you today.
All right, next to me is Zach Flowers, quarterback. He'll probably play a little bit of defense also. Van Cox, outside linebacker, and Rayton Yasawa, H-back and linebacker.
Kind of talk with us a little bit about, the offseason, what's that looked like, leading up to this point, building off last year, coming into this year. You lost some guys, new faces, that kind of thing. Kind of talk with us a little bit about maybe the excitement of coming into this year.
I guess the biggest change is Zach moved from receiver to quarterback. He gives us a dual threat there. He's adapted really well. He's done a great job in the offseason, just getting better throwing the ball. We knew he could run the ball, but he's done a great job throwing the ball and making decisions in camp. Had a lot of changes on defense. Went to a 3-4, so we've been working on that all offseason. So we're excited about that, just being able to bring a little bit more pressure on defense. And offensively, we've got a lot of guys back, 8 on offense, 8 on defense. So didn't have a lot of success last year. Non-conference went 3-0, and then had some conference games we were competitive in. Just didn't get over the hump last year like we hoped to. And so this year we're hoping that with more senior leadership that we'll be able to get over the hump and have a better showing in conference games.
That schedule looks that conference is tough.
It's tough, and we saw Wynn in team camp this summer. They look much improved from last year, just more explosive than last year. Had some guys move back in, so Coleman's going to do a good job with them. So that's added another team to the top of the conference to battle with, and it's definitely going to be tough. And week in, week out, it's going to be a battle.
Guys, let's go ahead and we'll just kind of go down the line here. I want to talk a little bit. Coach said you're moving from receiver to dual threat now, quarterback. Kind of talk with us a little bit about, what that transitions look like this offseason, the excitement around that, change position. You're going to have the ball in your hands literally every snap now. So kind of talk with us a little bit about that, Zach.
When I first started, I was kind of terrible. I'm not going to lie. I was kind of pretty bad, but, I took it step by step. The coaches helped me out a lot, getting to where I am now, and I'm just a lot more comfortable wanting to throw the ball, wanting to run, being out there in the spotlight, and just competing with any and everybody that comes in my way. So it's been a fun journey, and we're going to keep it going.
What do you run your 40?
4.6.
That's about 2 seconds faster than me probably at this point, but let's move down the line. Van, kind of talk us a little bit about, what position you play. Kind of talk us a little bit about your role on this team.
I play outside linebacker. I'm a big set-the-tone guy. Just big hitter. Love hitting people. Love getting out there. It's a favorite thing to do.
Right? Kind of talk with us a little bit about your role.
I'm the Mike linebacker and the H-back, and on defense, I'm really the voice of the team. So I call the plays and all that. I get the plays from the coaches, and I echo it to my team. And on H, kind of like the same thing, but not really. But, yeah.
Coach Rayton plays both ways, obviously. How many will you have that go both ways?
Ideally, we'll only have 4 or 5. Now, Rayton, if he doesn't get in shape quick, he's not playing both ways much. But Zach is an emergency if we play him on defense. We're probably going to have 4 or 5. They're going to play both ways significantly.
Anybody up front go both ways, lineman?
Yeah, Jarrett Ray, he'll play. He's our outside tackle. He'll play some nose for us. Hunter Burke is going to play both ways all the time. He's our tight end and one of our 4 techniques. And that's really and Rayton, they'll play both ways a lot, but that's hopefully the extent of it.
Now, you mentioned that Zach's a dual threat and all that. You've been predominantly run the football. What's it going to look like this year as far as run-pass ratio?
We threw for 1,000 yards last year, so quite a bit more than we are accustomed to. We're adding more actual RPOs for Zach, where he's going to be able to. If the throw's there, he's going to take it. Something we haven't done that I've never done as a coach. He's got that ability, so we're letting him have some freedom throwing the ball when it's open. But other than that, we're going to do a lot of play action, but. He's such a capable quarterback now and we've got some great receivers that are, looking at Nettleton over here, maybe not the speed they have, but we've got some possession receivers that have caught the ball really well all summer, so we're going to utilize that.
Run pass options, Zach. Which do you like better, running the football or flinging it?
Both. I like using my legs to get out there and getting my bag, us here and there. But then I like throwing the ball, getting out there to my receivers, and so they can make play and Sean too.
As far as receiving core, what does it look like? Both Coach Phillips and Zach.
You ahead.
You start, Zach.
Our receivers, Amari Williams, Yachty, Kenyatta Laird, and Alex Luke are like three big main receivers, and they're adapting really well. They're getting a lot better over the offseason, and a big part of our team.
And he hit the receivers. Talk to us about the linemen up front. Coach.
Our offensive line, we've got 5 of 6 that are back as starters. So we replaced our center as the only one that didn't get significant playing time last year. So having those guys back is going to be big for us. Not overly big, but we've got stronger in the offseason. Got some good agile linemen up front. Jarrett Ray's our biggest. He's 6'3", 300. But, he's strong, doesn't move quite as well as the other one, so we don't pull him as much as we'd like to. But the other guys, we're going to get those guys out in space on hopefully smaller linebackers and corners.
Right, Coach kind of addressed it a little bit natively, and just for the record, what's your off-season look like? What have you done to prepare for this year?
It was a bunch of working on the little things and just getting in the weight room and getting faster and stronger. That's what it really looked at for me.
Ma'am, what about for you?
For me, I really need to work on my 40. I'm a little slower end. I'm big, just up front, just nasty. Like, I don't know, I just love hitting people. It's like the only thing I do.
That's a lot of football, I promise you. Coach Phillips, walk us through defensively at all 3 levels and start up front.
Defensive line, all 3 of those guys are back. Now, Hunter Burke and Thomas Henry, they played defensive ends last year as 5 techniques or 9 techniques. So this year they're going to be 4s. So we're asking to be interior linemen now, but we're going to put them on the move. Those guys are pretty fast. We're going to have more speed there. Linebackers, those guys are coming back. Rayton Sawa, Dylan Burgess, Justin Trammell. We've got a sophomore, Carver Dillport, that's coming up from junior high. He's going to be a good sophomore. So those guys have a lot of experience. They're bigger guys. They're all about Rayton size. He's about 245 now. The other guys are about 215. I joke with Rayton. He's a great kid. But, our interior linebackers are pretty big. Outside linebackers, they're all about like Van, 165, 170 pounds, but pretty nasty dudes that'll hopefully set the edge for us this year. We didn't do a good job of that last year at times, of losing contain, didn't set the edge consistently. Then in the secondary, Amari Williams, he's another one of those guys that's going to play offense and defense. He's kind of our free safety. He does a really good job getting us in our coverages. Corners, Jay Edgar, Kenyatta Laird. And then Liam Cook is going to play a lot at safety. He's a sophomore. Zach didn't mention him on offense. He's another slot receiver. He's stepped up huge for us in camp this summer, so we're going to depend on him a lot also.
Guys, tell me one game on the schedule that you're really looking forward to playing this year.
One game, I'll say Tech, because they made us look pretty bad last year, and we played really bad against them. So Grand County Tech, and besides that, just every other game moving forward, game by game and week by week.
So I know you said one game, but I'm more of like a couple game guy. Nettleton's a really good game that I'm looking forward to. Tech and really Batesville. We should have won last year. Batesville, we played heavy. It was just slow in the end. Came to a really long game. I think we really should have beat Batesville. That's one game I'm really looking forward to.
I'm really looking forward to all the games. It's my senior year, my last year, so I want to take each game, and I want to play each game by the day it comes. And so, but when the day comes, when whatever team comes up, I want to battle and go the next week.
Coach, we appreciate it. Guys, we appreciate y'all. Good luck this year. Keep working, keep grinding.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Sir, thank you.
We're going to take a commercial break. When we come back, we'll have the we'll have the Nettleton Raiders on the stage. You're watching the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day.
1945, we've been more than just a bank. We've been deeply rooted in communities across Arkansas, growing alongside the families and businesses we serve. We started the Farmers and Merchants Bank in Stuttgart, Arkansas 80 years ago to ensure working folks could borrow money to run their farms, fund their businesses, and build their families' futures. Today, Farmers and Merchants Bank is proud to continue supporting our communities, including our students and athletes. Farmers and Merchants Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Whether it's your home or your business, Delta Glass is Northeast Arkansas's clear choice for superior glass products and services. Delta Glass is known for their internally produced insulated glass units, providing quick and precise replacements for most all windows. If you've just completed your dream home or a recent remodel, Delta Glass provides the most sought-after custom shower enclosures and mirrors in the industry. Storefront glazing can create an inviting professional atmosphere for any business facility. Delta Glass specializes in custom design and fabricated storefront systems for all sizes and styles. If you're in need of superior glass products and services that are second to none in the region, call Delta Glass today at 870-520-6290 or visit them on Dan Avenue in Jonesboro.
Welcome back to the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day. On the stage now with the Nettleton Raiders. Coach, if you would, go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us who you brought with you today.
Well, I'm Coach Hampton. To my left here is Javion Lyons. He'll be our starting quarterback going into this season. Next to him and in the middle is Kylan Hendricks. Kylan is a returning All-State player at free safety. And then on the end, Desmond Copeland is a 5A East All-Conference player at corner. And so we're blessed to have these guys and thankful they're here with me today.
Coach, you've been blessed with a lot of quarterbacks, including Maddox, your son, which we talked about off air. How does Javion fit in that role, and what weapons does he bring to the Raider offense?
Well, he really brings a dynamic that maybe we haven't had in several years. His ability to run and throw, that's one of his strengths, being able to throw on the run, getting on the perimeter, a lot of the RPO stuff that we like to do. He has a really good knack at that, and then he's really improved, being a pocket passer as well. So, but he's going to bring a dynamic. He's gone to several camps this summer. He can pop off, a 4.5, maybe a high 4.4 every once in a while, and that gets people's attention. So he can put a lot of pressure on a defense when he gets on the perimeter, and they're going to have to account for him. So we're excited about what he's going to bring to our offense this year.
Javion, I'll ask you. Obviously, you bring a lot of weapons to the quarterback position, but talk to us about receivers. And you got another Harold at running back. Talk to us about that.
Yes, sir. We have a running back you can't really tackle. I mean, it's Kalmari Harold. You know what I'm saying? He had a brother last year that was just as crazy as he is. We have Jordan Orr, 6'3", a receiver. You know what I'm saying? Then we have Donovan Mitchell as our outside, and we have Paul Sisk and Kevin Sanders at our F with Hayden Hunt at the Y. Really dynamic team, versatile, and we're ready to get at it.
Desmond, we'll go down to you. Talk to us about your role on this team, both as a player on the field, what position, but also as a leader.
Yeah, starting with the field, I'm a really good coverer. I love, stopping the ball, doing all that. So I really like setting the tone, and I really like, doing my position right. Coming off of leading the state for a couple weeks in interceptions, having 5, it's a really good thing to, start off of. And off the field, I really like helping the young guys. At practice, we got a really good group coming up, so I feel like that's a big role that I should take and carry out through this season.
I'm sorry, Coach Hampton will make me run because I wasn't listening. Is it Keelan or Kylan?
Kylan.
Kylan, will talk to us about your role on this team.
No, I'm the safety, so I can make sure we all on the same page. Gotta be the voice back there. Make sure we all doing everything right.
Coach Hampton, a lot of skill up on the stage, but it's all won and lost up front. Talk to us First, about your offensive line.
Well, we feel really good about our offensive line
You
coming
got
into the year.
4 out of 5 returning.
Yeah, we got 4 of the 5 guys coming back, so we understand, that's where it all starts for us. We want to be able to run the football and then, take shots off of that. And we got a good group coming back. It starts with Sir Jonathan Freeman. He's going to be our starting center. In the spring, he played tackle, guard, and he can play any of the spots, but we feel really comfortable, and he feels comfortable with the center spot, kind of anchoring that group. At the tackle positions, we got Uriah Murray, who, he started for us last year. We feel like he's got a huge upside. And then at the other tackle, Javed Brownlee. Both those guys are big body guys that can move people in the run game, and they're athletic enough that we can pull and get them on the perimeter as well. So those will kind of be our bookends. And then Channing Bean, it'd be starting at our left guard. He's kind of the road grader, kind of a bull in a china closet. He's going to hit whatever gets in front of him. So he's really worked this offseason, this spring, about polishing up. He was new to offensive line last year, moved over from defense. So he's got the physicality. Now he's starting to kind of transition into really developing his skills as an offensive lineman. And then we're looking at that 5th spot right now. James Harrell, the 5th, will man that 5th spot right now at right guard. And then we got some young guys that are battling for that 6th and 7th spot. But we feel good about our offensive line going into it. We don't have a lot of depth, so we know we're going to have to stay healthy. But we feel good about our top line guys.
What about the defensive front?
Defensive line, it starts with us, with Darius McHouston, DJ. He's going to be our defensive end. He kind of came onto the scene last year as a sophomore, really had a nice season, went into the off season, and man, the kid's benching almost 350 pounds and squatting over 5 right now, and just yesterday he's doing a 48-inch box jump. So I think he's gonna get a lot of people's attention early on, just with his explosiveness. So he's gonna anchor that defensive line at defensive end. At the other defensive end, we got Marshawn Smith, who's a kid that we moved from linebacker down. So he's gonna bring a really good speed off the edge, a physical player. So those two, we feel really good about. On the inside, we got Tyquest Cannon, who's going to be a junior, who gives us a bigger body guy inside, along with another kid, Bell, and then Caleb Gammons is a young kid that has a huge upside. He's 6'3", 6'4", needs to get stronger, but he's got a huge upside. So we've got some good pieces up front. Now we've got some younger guys that we need to build some depth with, especially in our non-conference season. So that's going to be really our focus kind of going into this, is building that depth with those younger guys and getting them ready so when we get to our conference season, they're able to contribute.
Second level defensively, you list 4 linebackers. Where do you stand with those positions?
Well, we've kind of transitioned. We've got a new defense coordinator. He joined us in the spring, Cole Carpenter. He was with us before and went to Newport as a defense coordinator. Now he's back with us. So we've kind of had a little bit of scheme change a little bit. So it's been a little bit of a transition. He's learning our personnel, and they're learning him. But at linebacker, we got two seniors, Kyler Robertson and Caleb Arshiel. Both have been through our program. They've had to sit behind Damon Coleman, who was an all-state player. So now it's their time to play, and so we're looking forward to those 2 guys. And then we're going to have a nickel, our star position that really there's about 5 guys that are battling for that spot right now going into it, guys like Connor Macklin. We've got James Jackson. We've just moved a kid from offense over to defense. So there's going to be about 4 or 5 guys that are going to be battling for that nickel or star spot right now.
Guys, kind of talk with us a little bit about a game or 2 on this schedule that you're really looking forward to playing. Maybe give me a non-conference game you really want to play, and then a conference game you really want to play.
Non-conference, I'm going to have to say Paragould as well. You know what I'm saying? I had a couple plays last year, but I'm ready to see what I'm going to do, you know what I'm saying, throughout the whole game. And then I'm looking forward to play at Valley View as well. I didn't really get to play that game last year, and I'm looking forward to play it this year.
I'll probably have to say Blavel, Valley View.
Non-conference, definitely Bologna. They're a central team, so it's really going to be a battle, you know what I'm saying? And conference, win, they got a couple good guys that came over, so I'm definitely looking forward to that.
Tell me this too, you know, on game day or on the way to the game or in the locker room, wherever, field house, what's on the speaker? Like, what are you listening to get ready for the game? Coach Hampton, does he get to control the speaker, or do y'all have the speaker?
They don't like my playlist. They don't like my playlist. So we got one of our other coaches for workouts and stuff that handles the playlist. But then on game days, you know, they all have their own earbuds and headphones and stuff, so they can come up with their own stuff. So, but I'll let them answer what they like to listen to.
Can't go wrong with Young Boy.
Probably Lil Baby.
Definitely Drake.
See, everybody's got their own stuff, you know. You gotta get your own mind right.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. Right now, you know, we have 3 lifting days and a yoga day going on right through the summer. So we have playlists 1, 2, and 3. So you know, our defensive line coach, Coach Allison, takes care of that. So they don't seem to complain too much about his playlist.
Well, Coach, thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much. Good luck this year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to take a commercial break. When we come back, we'll have the Forest City Mustangs on the stage. You're watching the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day.
Whether it's your home or your business, Delta Glass is Northeast Arkansas's clear choice for superior glass products and services. Delta Glass is known for their internally produced insulated glass units, providing quick and precise replacements for most all windows. If you've just completed your dream home or a recent remodel, Delta Glass provides the most sought-after custom shower enclosures and mirrors in the industry. Storefront glazing can create an inviting professional atmosphere for any business facility. Delta Glass specializes in custom design and fabricated storefront systems for all sizes and styles. If you're in need of superior glass products and services that are second to none in the region, call Delta Glass today at 870-520-6290 or visit them on Dan Avenue in Jonesboro.
Supercenter is your Yes We Do That store. Pack Mail, Tim, what's that all about?
That's right, Trey. Pack Mail can scan that, copy that, shred that, return that, design that, cut that, print that, pack that, ship that, crate that, freight that, notarize that. Trey, at Pack Mail, we can do all that and more.
Pack Mail Supercenter, the Yes We Do That store. 361 Southwest Drive at Jonesboro. Don't trust just anybody to do all that. Trust Pack Mail.
Welcome back to the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day. On the stage now, the Forest City Mustangs. Coach, if you would, introduce yourself and then tell us who you brought with you today.
All right, I'm Coach Brandon Wilkins. I'm the head coach for the Forest City Mustangs. To the left of me, I have our all-state receiver, defensive back, Vonterius Williams, our 2-year starting quarterback, Kendrick Patterson, and then on the end, we have our O-line, D-line, Adrian Reyes.
Starting with the players, Vonterius, what's your role for this team? What do you contribute to the lineup?
My role for the team is to make sure all the receivers stay crispy and stuff, like make sure everybody know their routes and know the plays so we won't have no mess-ups on the field.
Kendrick, what about you?
See, I'm the starting quarterback. I got to make sure everything right on the offensive side of the ball because I'm the head guy of the offense.
What about you, Adrian?
On the offensive side of the ball, my job is to protect the quarterback and get guys out of the way from my running back. And on defense is to stay in my gap, don't get blown out, and make tackles.
And, Coach, to kind of go off of that, how do you utilize each of these guys and the attributes they bring to the field?
As you all know, Forest City have talent. I'm glad you all have us here today so we can showcase that talent. Vonterius has been a starter with us since sophomore year. We actually moved him up his freshman year to play with us. So he's been real good with us, moving him around. He's going to be our playmaker this year. Like I said, he's our all-state guy, so we're going to move him around on the offensive side. And on the defensive side, he can cover sideline to sideline. So utilizing him in that way, that's going to be good too. Mr. Kendrick, you can see how tall he is when he walked in. So he's going to be able to see over the line. So that's an advantage over the years. We've been having short quarterbacks, so having him at 6'4", that's an advantage. Adrian Reyes is a hard worker. When I was deciding on guys to come down here with me, he stays out to practice every day. Sometimes I leave him in there and he knows what to do. He'll get the job done, and he'll leave out and make sure everything's locked up. So these guys are some guys I can trust, and I know they're going to lead the team this year and make sure we good.
What are some big improvements that you guys have all been working on over this off season to prepare you for the coming fall?
One main thing we've been doing, we've been camping this summer. I maxed them out with 8 camps, so we will be ready this year. And the weight room is the main thing. So over the years, I've been in Forest City for 8 years. I finally got the head job last year. So the weight room is something I've been serious about this year. Making sure our guys will be strong this year. So that's the main thing we've been working on.
For the players, I mean, 8 team camps, that's a lot for any team. So what have you guys taken from that you're going to bring with you into the upcoming year?
From the camps I took, we're going to have some mess-ups, just keep everything cool and stuff like that, just camps, make sure everything good for the season.
We done saw a lot of different teams, 6A, 5A, all that. We done played against some of the best, so I feel like they got to prepare us for conference and regular season.
One thing I can take away from the camps is that we're going to be the better conditioned team. You know, we were really tired on like the first camp, but after that we were straight.
So just reading through this a little bit, kind of looking at things, averaged over 40 a game last year on the offensive side of the ball. How does that translate into this year? You know, it looks like you got 7 starters back offensively, 9 back defensively. How can you, 1, continue to put up those kind of points, but 2, find ways to slow them down, you know, other teams down defensively so you can get that high-powered offense back on the field?
Yes, sir. I'm glad you asked that question. Actually, our offensive coordinator right now, he have a head coaching job in Little Rock. So this year we transitioning our defensive guy to offense right now. So, I mean, I told him he kind of nervous about this year, but I told him he understand the defense. You know, like I said, he was a defensive guy. So as an offensive coach, it's going to come easy. But, man, one thing about Coach Drayton Willis, he's been working real hard with these guys, putting these guys in space where they can make plays. Like you said, slowing the guys down. You know, Forest City have a lot of speed. So my thing is, you know, getting guys in the intermediate routes, letting them make plays, so slowing them down in that way. We lost a really good running back last year. He is Arkansas right now, but we're going to have some good running back this year. We have about 4 guys that's going to play a big role with us. So, you know, slowing them down in that way, and then, you know, when it's time to hit the big play, we'll hit the big play.
So what's that look like then defensively if your D coordinator moved over? What's that look like now?
Well, he wasn't a defensive coordinator. He was just on the defensive side. He coached linebackers, but this year we have a new defensive coordinator. He's sitting behind y'all, Coach Sarton. He bringing in a 3-4 defense, and then whatever fits team we play this year, whatever fits, that's what he's going type of defense we gonna run. But the defensive coordinator, man, he's been working hard with the kids. He came in at the end of the summer. So, you know, having all these camps was real big for us this year, so he can get all his plays in. The guys understand his play and everything like that. So, man, we are going to be a tough team this year to face. Can't wait till the season.
So, guys, kind of talk with us a little bit about, you know, off-season, what's that look like for you as far as, you know, getting ready for this year, some real, you know, things that you've prioritized to make sure you're really good at. Building off last year, ton of success individually for sure, you know, but kind of how does that change this year going into what, senior year for multiple of you? So kind of talk with us a little bit about, you know, how do you make sure you leave your mark on Forest City football before you're done?
Make sure I leave my mark on the field by just putting in as much as I can and not leaving none behind.
Going 100% on the field, on and off the field, in this classroom, on off days, make sure you just stay on the field.
Getting work in when nobody else is looking, like giving 100% on the field and becoming an all-state player.
Kind of tell me, you know, a game or two on the schedule, non-conference, conference, both. You give me a couple games. It's hard to narrow it down to one. A couple games that you're really looking forward to playing this year.
First non-conference game, we got to win. And I'm going to go conference game, I want Blytheville.
I want Win, too, I ain't gonna lie. Because last year, I ain't really get to play against Win. And then another team, Gosnell.
Yeah, I'll go Win, too. You know, they're right down the road from us. And for a conference game, I'll go Pocahontas since it's our homecoming.
I knew before I ever asked that question when I looked at the schedule, Win was going to be the #1 answer. I mean, that's bragging rights. You know, that's right down the road. That's forever kind of stuff. Guys, we appreciate having y'all here today, but I'm going to ask you one last question. And I just asked Nettleton. We've asked several teams throughout the day. What's on the playlist? What's on the speaker? What's on the team speaker? But then what's in your own headphones? Earbuds, I guess I should say.
I'll start off with the guys. We really don't have a speaker in the weight room, but we have been using Coach Gore's. But when Coach Gore, you know, he's an old school guy. When he had the radio and he bringing it in, so he kind of hauled the radio. But when the guys do play it, I'm going to let them tell what they play.
So we go in the locker room. We got to turn on that young boy and say it.
Yeah, young boy.
Yeah, it's got to be young boy.
At least you're all on the same page about it, you know. There ain't no fighting over the music.
Right.
Yeah. Well, guys, we appreciate it, Coach. We appreciate it. Good luck this year.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
We're going to take a commercial break. When we come back, we will have the Newport Greyhounds on the stage. You're watching the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day.
Here, life moves different. Not slower because we're behind. Slower because we choose to soak it in. From post to posting, from stream to streaming. With Empower Broadband, we can FaceTime family across the country and get our work done so we can get back to what matters most. From game to gaming, from boots to booting up, faster internet doesn't mean a faster life. It means more time to enjoy the slow one. Connect faster, live slower with Empower Broadband.
Ready for flavor that flies above the rest? Wings to Go serves up fresh, hot wings in over 20 bold sauces, from sweet and tangy mild to melt-your-face homicide. We offer fish, chicken, or shrimp, along with many other menu items. So come on by for a meal you won't regret. Order online, call ahead, or swing by either one of our locations. Wings to Go, hot, fresh, fast, and always ready to serve you.
From the first seed to a full harvest. From their first steps to their final day of school. From the everyday to the big adventure. From a great job to a greater calling. A true community bank is there through it all because every journey matters.
Washington had it, and that's the guy right there. It's going to be a touchdown of 27 yards. To the 2025.
26 NEA Sports, baby.
My favorite football week of the season. He hit it! Oh my goodness!
Football Volleyball Media Day. On the stage now, the Newport Greyhounds. Coach, if you would, go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us who you brought with you today.
Yes, sir. Thanks for having us, man. I'm Brian Reardon, fifth year Newport Greyhound head coach. Right next door, I got Justin Russell. All three returning guys are all conference players, but this one's all state. I expect all three to be all state this year. Andrew Johnson over there, and then Trey Henderson.
Coach, want to know, you guys are in a not NEA-centric conference. You guys have a lot of travel. How does that travel affect your mindset going into game day?
Nobody wants to drive 3 hours to play a football game, just to be honest with you. But it's mind over matter. You just have to work through it. We really enjoyed being in the conference we were in over this part of the state, but that's the way that chips fall sometimes. You make the best of it. And I think it's going to help us, get ready for some travel possibly. If we had to travel in the playoffs, a lot of times at the end of the year, you end up having a 3-4 hour drive, and you have to overcome those things. So, I look at it as a positive, kind of get you ready for some playoff football.
Justin, want to start with you. What's your role on this team? And also, how does being a double sport athlete, you guys just won a basketball state championship, how does that impact your play for football?
Almost. But my role on this team is to be a leader. I mean, we're all athletes at the end of the day. We all play the same sport, wear the same cleats every game, but I got to lead the way. We got to have a strong team, a strong mindset every game we come in. And being a dual sport athlete, I mean, that just makes you better no matter what you do. Being able to do multiple things, you're a jack of all trades, so I like to be a dual sport.
Andrew, what is your role for this team?
my role, I'm an offensive lineman, but at the same time, I'm one of the leaders on the team. Even when I wasn't a senior, I was one of the leaders. I feel like I always done had a huge impact on me and the people around me, and I always like pushing the younger guys on the team to go as hard as I do.
Trey, what about you?
Just be a leader. I mean, I'm the linebacker. I like to get people going, get people thrilled, get their blood rolling, ready to hit somebody, and, you know, make us all come as one.
Going back to you, Coach, what are some improvements that you guys have been working on over this offseason to prepare you for the coming fall?
Probably the main thing is, you know, consistency in your assignment football. Got a very physical bunch. That's really never been much of a problem. But defensively, we're going to try to be a little more consistent. I feel like people have a tough time scoring on us if we'll play assignment football, and I feel like we've paid attention to detail a little better all the years that we've been there together as a staff. This bunch is probably, you know, as good as we've had in that area. They understand the importance of what is y'all saying, the mental, emotional, and the physical, mental, emotional.
Physical, mental, emotional.
Yeah, and this you know, these guys came over, those big bunch of seniors, and they understand that the small details are at some point. You're going to see some teams that you could get sloppy with and probably still beat them, but you know that's not playoff football, and that's what it's all about. November, December for us. I mean, we're trying to get very, very good at the small details on both sides of the ball. And whenever you play something that's really, really good, you know, you're going to have to be there, and you have to fight through and probably win a 14-13 game sometime in the playoffs. And, you know, we preach that all the time. You know, don't let a weak opponent get you sloppy in your game plan, and make sure we're still just trying to get better for, you know, everybody wants to play all the way till December. You know, we try to prepare yourself for that.
Starting with you, Coach, and then we'll move to the players. What's your biggest personal goal for this season as well as your biggest team goal for the season?
Biggest team goal is definitely to win conference. We haven't won conference in several years. That will give you the home field advantage. I believe, I don't know if it's all the way throughout, but you obviously get the first 2 or 3 games at home. We're a really good home team. I think everybody is, but we've lost 1 game in 2 years at home, and that was against Rivercrest a couple years ago with 10 seconds left. They scored on us, a little barn burner. So number one is to win the conference. You know, obviously you're going to take 1 game at a time, but if you're asking for a whole season goal, and then whatever happens after that, you set yourself up for a good situation in the playoffs. So that's all we've been. It's Mark Tree's first on the schedule. We're obviously 100% prepared for them, but our big goal is to win conference.
Coach, I'm looking at last year's schedule. I mean, and offensively, you know, pretty impressive numbers. A lot of points on the board. You know, only really 2 games all year where you didn't score 30-plus points.
Yeah.
And anytime you got to 30, you were 8-1. You know, so I mean, you can obviously score offensive side of things, and you lost 3 games, 2 of them to Salem. So yeah. I mean, you know that it was a really good year. How do you take that combined with the basketball success of some of these guys, and build off that and say, hey, right now is the time. We got all these really good ball players, good athletes. Everybody, we're moving all in the same direction. How do we channel that on the football field first and make sure we have as much success as we can?
Yeah, absolutely. I've brought it up a few times talking to him. I love we play everything. You know, these guys run track. These guys play basketball. He's a baseball player. That run they had in basketball, they showed a ton of grit. I mean, some of those games weren't easy. I think we had to steal at the end of the semifinal game to hit a layup to get to the state championship game. That grit carries over. These guys all are a real tight bunch. They've been playing everything together since they were younger. But that same fire and grit and just that relentless tenacity is what that in basketball you have and other sports you have. I want to see that in football, and that's what I've explained to them. We're going to hit the playoffs, and it's going to be extremely hard. You're going to run to somebody, usually second round, if not second round of quarterfinals, that it's going to be a 50-50 game, and whoever wants it the most, and whoever pays attention to detail the most and all that, that's the ones who are going to win it. But, again, I do think that their grit, I believe 3 of the starters from last year's team play football right now. Is that right? Maybe 4. So we do have some of those guys in there, and they're our leaders. And winning's, it's contagious. When you're used to winning and you're confident, and it just snowballs in the right direction. You can go the other way also. We've all seen that. But these guys are winners at heart, and I expect to have a great season because of them.
Jess, I'll start with you, and we'll kind of go down the line here. What do you bring to the table? What's the best thing you bring to the table to Newport football?
I'm all-around athlete. I can do everything, both sides of the ball. It's not much I can't do. So when you can do everything, there's nothing you can do about it. You're an athlete. You're going to win a game.
Andrew?
I feel like I bring the energy. I bring the father. Like, I feel like I be trying to help everybody out. Like, I'm a big role, like the O-line and the D-line especially. And when you as big as I am and as strong as I am, it ain't too many people just gonna stop you because I'm coming to hit you in your chest.
You guys are confident, aren't they?
I like it. Hey, I like it a lot, actually. Yeah. Trey.
I like to be the leader on defense. I like to hit people. I like to take control over the defense. I like to know everybody's roles and just know everything that's going on.
Couple games on the schedule. Kind of talk to me about that. A couple of them on the schedule you're really looking forward to playing.
Non-con, we have 4A Boonville. They're always a powerhouse, and you know Batesville's our rival. So we're going to go at them as hard as we can. And then conference, Salem knocked us out twice last year, so we're coming to knock them out this year.
I want Boonville, Batesville, and Salem. Melbourne, too. They not Salem.
You want them all, huh?
I want them all. I come to play football.
Line them up, knock them down.
I want Batesville. We beat them 2 years in a row, bring back the rivalry. I'd like to go 3-0 in I'm a senior, and conference Salem. I want to get them back.
You just want those bragging rights with Batesville then. Yeah. That way they can't ever say anything to you.
Sure. I want Boonville, too.
Well, guys, hey, I have no doubt going to be a good year, going to be a fun year. Good luck to you. We appreciate having y'all here today. Coach, thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Sure.
We're going to take a commercial break. When we come back, we'll have the ICC Cougars on the stage. You're watching the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day.
Ready for flavor that flies above the rest? Wings to Go serves up fresh hot wings in over 20 bold sauces, from sweet and tangy mild to melt your face homicide. We offer fish, chicken, or shrimp, along with many other menu items. So come on by for a meal you won't regret. Order online, call ahead, or swing by either one of our locations. Wings to Go, hot, fresh, fast, and always ready to serve you.
We've spent over 70 years trying to do things the right way, with honesty, heart, and hometown pride. With 4 locations across Paragould, Rector, and Kennett, we offer a wide selection of GMC, Chevy, Buick, and Ford vehicles, and service centers to keep them running strong. We're a family-owned business, and we treat every customer like one of our own, because after 70 years, that's what matters most.
Whether it's your home or your business, Delta Glass is Northeast Arkansas's clear choice for superior glass products and services. Delta Glass is known for their internally produced insulated glass units, providing quick and precise replacements for most all windows. If you've just completed your dream home or a recent remodel, Delta Glass provides the most sought-after custom shower enclosures and mirrors in the industry. Storefront glazing can create an inviting professional atmosphere for any business facility. Delta Glass specializes in custom design and fabricated storefront systems for all sizes and styles. If you're in need of superior glass products and services that are second to none in the region, call Delta Glass today at 870-520-6290 or visit them on Dan Avenue in Jonesboro.
Welcome back to the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day. On the stage now, we have the ICC Cougars. Normally I would say, Coach, introduce yourself and tell us who you brought with you. But today I'm going to say, guys, introduce yourselves and tell us what position you play.
My name is Brogan Pospischel. I'm a wide receiver and cornerback.
My name is James Down. I'm a wide receiver and corner, but I just moved to outside backer.
My name is Landon Altman. I play running back.
My name is Braden Treat, number 4, and I play wide receiver and DB.
Okay, Brogan, walk us through the offseason. What all do y'all have going on right now as far as ICC football?
We're mostly working on just getting better all around, making our defense like as good as possible, working on all sorts of different things. Route running, like where the quarterback's throwing the ball and everything, and just making sure we execute the plays the right way.
James, what have you been focusing on this offseason?
I've tried to been focusing on my speed. I want to get faster. You know, wide receiver, I want to be able to beat everybody.
Landon, I'll throw it to you. Just keep rolling. What you got going on right now?
I've been working on trying to get bigger, and so I can run these dudes over.
Braden, you spend a lot of time in the weight room. What's your off season look like?
Yeah, so I recently came off an injury. I dislocated my knee. And for me, my biggest thing is I want to make sure to stay in the weight room, grind out those leg days, just make sure staying consistent, working on that, getting good starts, and also want to work on getting faster.
Braden, coming back from an injury, you know, what did you learn over that process coming into this season?
It happened a little over a month ago at a 7-on-7. And I think the biggest thing for me was realizing I have to make the most of what I have, and I can't get demotivated by it, because after it happened, it's happened consistently throughout my years of being an athlete. And I think just focusing on the positives and, like, not being out for as long, just staying consistent, and just not getting demotivated. And I think that's helped me lift some others up too.
Starting with you, and we'll go down the row here. What's the biggest personal as well as team goal going into this season?
So I'll start with the team goal. I feel like for our team goal, it's definitely staying aggressive on defense. I feel like that's something that we've struggled with in the past. Just need to stay consistent, make sure we're out in there getting those big hits. And kind of goes back to what I said before, but a personal goal for me is just trying to get some faster releases, being able to beat the DBs, because I'm not the fastest receiver, but I just want to make sure I'm just trying to work on that.
As far as team goals, I think we've been working on our not letting loose in the second half, like giving up. And in my personal, man, I want to go for it all. I want that state championship. It'd be amazing as a junior to win that. That's what I think
My team goal, I want us to become more brothers with each other and lift each other up instead of getting mad at each other over a bad play or anything like that. My personal goal is I want to get bigger in the weight room because I get bullied a lot. I'm a smaller receiver, but I want to show people that I can do it.
I'd say my team goal, win it all, state chip, go all the way. It's been my goal ever since I was a freshman. And my personal goal is definitely to get bigger and just get bigger and faster all around.
James, you mentioned in your answer how important the brotherhood of a team is. For each of you, kind of share the bond that you have with this team and how that impacts the play that you see.
Well, last year, a lot of the times our linemen, just anyone on the team, but what I've seen is our linemen, one wouldn't block and the other one would get mad at them, and then they would just mess the whole line up, and it really affected us.
For me, I think with the brotherhood thing is we've got a very young group. We've only got 1 or 2 seniors this year, and it's kind of hard because our seniors aren't always the best leaders. But I think it's important that we stay with the younger group and we make sure, we got to hold them accountable, obviously, but you don't want to yell at them, and you just got to be understanding with them. You want to try and keep them in the program. You just got to build that relationship with them just outside of football. So.
Go ahead. Go on. I'm sorry, Lenny.
Okay. Last year, our seniors, they were really good brothers to me. Amazing people. And I'm feeding off them this year, trying to pump our younger guys up. They were really good about teaching us how to treat each other and make us all like equals. No matter like how big we are, how fast we are, we're brothers. We're in this together.
Now, your coach lists your offense as an air raid offense. I'm assuming that means we throw it an awful lot. We got some receivers up here. We got running backs. What do you expect out of your offense? And Brogan, I'll just start with you. As far as run, pass, and schematically.
Looking forward into the season, which I just transferred in from a bigger school down to a smaller school, so it's definitely a transition. But looking in, I'm expecting a lot of deep routes, short routes, just quick game and then go deep. But I'm expecting a lot of touchdowns this season.
James, we'll talk about defense with you, James. What do y'all lineup and defensively, and where do you play in that?
I usually play corner, but I just switched to outside backer. But we line up in 3 linemen, 2 outside backers, 2 linebackers, and 2 corners. And 2-4-2.
Do you man up, James? Do you man up, play man-to-man on the receivers?
It just depends if we call it. We have different plays. We have a couple zone plays and a couple man plays.
Landon, what do you do on the defensive side of the ball?
I play some outside backer also. Usually I'm the strong side outside linebacker. So I'll be not on the receiving side, but the side with less, and I'll be rushing off the edge most of the time.
You like rushing the passer?
Oh, yeah.
I assume you're in some coverage as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Braden, talk about your role defensively.
I play corner, and like I said before, I'm not the fastest. I'm not going to act like I'm the fastest. So I feel like I definitely help a lot more over the top than in man-on-man coverage. But I've also played a little bit of outside backer last year, not a whole lot. But I feel like I play a lot more on the deeper half of the field.
Rogan, I know you're new to the team, so I'll ask the other 3. What does a day of practice look like? What do y'all have as far as team, or y'all do one position one day, one position a different day? What's a day-to-day routine look like?
Well, usually summer workouts, we lift, and then we go get all our gear, and then we go down on the field. And sometimes we'll go offense to defense. And some days it'll be straight offense. Some days it'll be straight defense. Usually it's both, but it varies which day of the week we're on.
And finally, want to know from each of you, what game do you have marked on the schedule, one that you're really excited to face off against an opponent?
Woodland Hills. They called us out on some social media, and I'm ready to get it back.
Yeah, I would say the same thing, Woodland Hills or Cave City.
Woodland Hills, because I seen the video, and Cave City.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited for Woodlawn. Obviously they're talking. You're going to have that rivalry online. That's just going to happen. But definitely for me, Cave City is a lot higher of a game I want to play just because they're a local team, and you're going to have that hometown rivalry.
Well, we appreciate you guys for joining us, and good luck in the upcoming season.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we'll have the Win Yellow Jackets, and we're going to take a commercial break. This is the 2026 NEASports Football Volleyball Media Day.
Someone about their favorite show, there's a good chance it's on CBS or Fox, 2 of the most popular networks in the country. When you ask someone where they go for local news and information, they usually say Northeast Arkansas News. When you ask someone how they grew their business, they'll probably tell you they advertise with KJNB. When you add it all up, top-rated networks, local focus, and dynamic advertising, you get more than just a TV station. You'll get a hometown friend. KJNB. This is who we are. This is home.
National Bank, our mortgage lending team knows what it takes to make a home and a superior home loan process. Simple, proven, and reliable service with competitive rates at a bank that already feels like home. Since 1889, that's been the First National Bank way, because for our people in all our locations, this is home. Apply online today. It's easy. From our family to yours. Welcome home. First National Bank.
Dealerships is not one to brag, but actually we are. Central was awarded yet again General Motors Mark of Excellence. We have the perfect ride waiting for you and exceptional service. So find your next vehicle at a Central dealership today.
Ready for the 2026 Football and Volleyball Media Day. Wednesday, July 29th, high school athletes and coaches from across the region come together for one big day of energy, interviews, season previews, and hometown pride. Brought to you by Glen Sane, Empower, NEASports, Temple Baptist Church, and KJNB. The 2026 Football and Volleyball Media Day. Watch it live Wednesday, July 29th on the KJNB Facebook page.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day. We are here with the Win Yellow Jackets. Coach, if you will, introduce yourself and the players that you've brought with you.
My name is Justin Skinder, defense coordinator at Win. Next to me, we have Grant O'Gwen, Braden Smith, and then Noah Stewart.
Jumping right in, Grant, what's your position on this team, and what do you add to the field?
I play H-back. I feel like I add some leadership to our team, and we're kind of senior heavy, but we also have some young guys but they just keep working and be better.
Braden, what about you?
I play linebacker, running back. You know, I bring leadership too.
What about you, Noah?
Linebacker, I feel like just play a role as a leader, help out the defense.
Going back to Coach, what big improvements have you seen over this offseason that are better preparing these guys for the upcoming season?
One thing, we've gotten a lot stronger. We're probably knocking on 40 kids, power clean over 200 pounds. Double-digit guys, power clean over 250. A couple guys, power clean over 300 pounds. We've gotten stronger. Through our off-season training, I feel like we've gotten faster. And then with Coach Coleman coming in, learning a new style of offense, I feel like over the summer the kids have just gotten better every day between the team camps, the 7-on-7, and the regular practices. It's just been, almost like stacking days and blocks, and just getting better.
I'm a huge Randy Coleman fan, and in fact, we've been texting right now. Talk to us about the atmosphere, and I'm going to ask all four of you, so dig in and be ready, guys. How has the atmosphere changed under Coach Randy Coleman?
It's been good. Anytime there's a change in coaches, there's going to be differences, but the kids have embraced it. They've, bought into what Coach Coleman's doing. They bought into what we're, the changes schematically, but also just kind of the change in the locker room, and things like that. It's been good. I can let those guys tell you more about that.
Randy's not here. Talk about Coach Coleman's personality and how he's fit in and win.
Personality-wise, he's a pretty good guy. He's a big metal guy, so that plays to his personality. He's real competitive. Every single practice, we basically scrimmage, just see who's better. Iron sharpens iron.
Yeah.
Braden, talk about a day in the life of playing for Coach Coleman.
He's very fun, and, he's really, just, he like to have fun and stuff like that. He keep it competitive.
But I'm sure you work hard. Can you expand on that, Noah? Talk to us about a day around Coach Coleman.
Yeah, atmosphere, he expects a lot out of you, pushes us, makes us work hard.
Coach Skinner, back to you. What position do you coach? Where are you on the field?
I'm the defensive coordinator, and I coach the linebackers.
Okay, so I know Coach Coleman, a phenomenal offensive mind. How does he fit in with Win as far as installing his offense?
I think it's a good fit. We're probably going to throw the forward pass more than we have since about 2014. But, kind of like I tell people, in 2014 when Coach Hill was here, they went to the state championship in the spread. And then, he flipped to the flex bone, they went to it. So, Win's no stranger to the spread offense. It's been a while since we've done it. But, Coach Coleman's still going to run the football. But, we got running backs that can carry it. We have a big offensive line that I think could be really good. The kid, like I said, the kids have bought in. It's been a learning curve, but, it's getting better. And one thing for me, Coach Coleman's kind of been a year, like if I'm thinking about doing something defensively or if we do something, hey, Coach, what do you think about this? How would you attack this? So, it's been good to kind of tap into his offensive knowledge about things that I want to do defensively and kind of get his opinion because he is really good.
Grant, this year compared to last year, I know you played a lot of quarterback last year. You moved to H-back or a slot receiver, if you will. What about the difference for you as far as football?
Well, the difference is playing quarterback last year kind of helped me learn the offense quicker. So I like to help the younger guys and make sure they know the offense. And H-back is like a lineman that can catch. So I block and I'll catch it, and I feel like I'm good with football.
Braden, I'm assuming you're one of the few that will go both ways.
Yes, sir.
What does that demand on you, and have you worked harder in the off season because of that?
Yes, I definitely work harder, and just working hard. And it's a little, I wouldn't say the offense is, well, it is more, it's harder to know, definitely than just simple running the ball, like signals and stuff like that. But it's definitely challenged me over the offseason.
Coach, you guys are in a really difficult conference. Talk a little bit about the relationship between all these teams and what it does for you guys as a team as well.
I'm sorry, do what now?
You guys are in a very tough 5A East conference. Talk a little bit about the relationship between those teams and how that helps you guys improve.
Well, the 5A East is always competitive. Valley View's, they're on a streak of winning the conference right now, and hopefully, we can kind of help bring that to an end. But, they're right now they're the big dogs, and we're all trying to get up there. You got Harding Academy that came into a conference, a couple years ago that's, tough, then Batesville, Nettleton, all those. Now, I say one thing that we're all similar is, we're all wanting to establish to run first, except for maybe Harding. They probably throw it around a little more than everybody else. But, it's a tough competitive league. That's it.
For the players, out of that conference, which rival are you looking forward to facing off against this year?
I feel like I have every game circled on our schedule and just ready to play some football.
Valley View.
Like he said, I think I'm just ready to play football.
Good politically correct answer. Coach, defensively, you listed a 3-3 stack. Is that what y'all did last year?
No, sir.
Talk to us about that defensive alignment.
3 down linemen, 3 linebackers sat behind them. Our outside linebackers are down safety type kids. You can call it a 3-5-3 or 3-3-5. It kind of transition. The thing I like about it, we have ran that before and win. It's very multiple. We can hop into a multitude of fronts at the drop of a dime. We can go 3 front, we can go 4 front, we can go 5 front. We can be structured more like a 4-2-5, a 4-3. For us, I like the multitude of things that we can do out of it. It's simple for our kids, but hopefully confusing for the opposing offense.
Talk to us, obviously, we know who 2 of the linebackers are, but talk to us about personnel at all 3 levels.
Well, like I was talking about on the radio interview before this, I think we're going to be really strong in our box. We have Mikael Ward coming back from Cross County, very strong, solid player. Matt Hodges going to play on the D-line too. And then kind of round it out with C.J. Duckett, a sophomore for us that we moved up last year. All 3 of those guys can play any of the 3 down positions. Linebacker right now, we got 4 guys that we like for the 3 spots. We got B. Smith over here and Noah. Then we got Darion Branch and Adonis Austin too coming back. And then kind of more in the secondary, we got Darian Tibbs and Vince Little at our outside linebackers that both played for us last year. Going to be a little young in the secondary. With some sophomores right there, and Carson Stovall, T.J. Jackson, and Ahmad Lyons. And we also have Caden Crawford back, and he's going to kind of be my Swiss Army knife. Going to move him around. Going to move him around a lot on defense. He's going to play some secondary. Going to play some D-line. Going to play some linebacker. Big, fast, strong kid that we can kind of put in a multitude of positions.
Schematically, the defensive backfield. Are you going to man up or zone?
We're a zone.
Going to look at cover 2 or cover 4?
We'll be a cover 3, man match 3. We can get into some other things, play some trap coverage. That's the thing I like about the stack is, we got a multitude of things we can do and stay simple for our kids where it's just little tweaks for us.
Going back to the players, what's the mentality going into this year?
I feel like we're just really competitive, and we're looking to just win every single game that we can.
For me, dominate everybody.
Play the best of our ability, compete every game we play.
And, Coach, what about you? What's the mentality?
Just take every day one step at a time and just compete and work and control the things that we can control.
Well, good luck to you guys in the upcoming year, and we appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
And with that, we will move on next to the Harrisburg Hornets up next after this commercial break.
From the first seed to a full harvest. From their first steps to their final day of school. From the everyday to the big adventure. From a great job to a greater calling. A true community bank is there through it all because every journey matters.
The Harrisburg School District serves the community of Poinsett County to offer the highest quality education possible. From 3 little log huts in Poinsett County in 1868, the school system has undergone many changes. The district goals are to increase student achievement and to ensure the schools are trusted as a safe place for students, staff, and the community. The Harrisburg School District proudly supports the Harrisburg Hornets in all of their athletic endeavors.
Welcome back to the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day. Here in front of us, we have the Harrisburg Hornets. Coach, please introduce yourself and the players you brought.
Yep, Austin Jarrett, this is Grayson Harkey, Remington Rapert, and Javen Thompson.
Grayson, to start with you, what's your role on this team? What do you bring to the field?
So I play H and safety, and I feel like I could bring leaderships to both sides of the ball.
What about you, Remington?
I play kicker, kick returner. I'm a safety. I'm also a wide receiver.
Javen?
I play running back and safety, and sometimes we'll have different packages where I'll go to receiver or quarterback.
Coach, going back to you, how do you utilize these guys to the best of your advantage?
Well, last year we really got into a lot of different personnel groupings where, like Javen mentioned, he's primarily a running back, but, Grayson here is a great running back as well. We can use Remy like that. So we have packages. Good job, Grayson. We have packages where all of them get to play running back. Javen might play some quarterback. We might split him out receiver. Just, trying to take advantage of any mismatch that we can create and give ourselves any little edge that we can.
You mentioned that versatility in positions, and you're in a really tough conference. How does that help you guys out during conference play?
Yeah, like last year, for example, we're playing Osceola. Javen wasn't our primary quarterback, but he went in at quarterback, and a lot of our stuff when he was in was heavy run game, and it helped to get us back in that game and give us a chance to compete, and a chance to win that game late. It was a 1-touchdown game in the fourth quarter. So, anytime that we can try to, like I said, create some kind of advantage against a team, personnel-wise, that's what we're going to try to do. And we feel like we have guys that they know the offense in and out, and it doesn't really matter where we put them on the field. They understand their role. So it gives us the ability to do that.
Coach Wade, you got the mic. Talk to us about your schedule. Non-conference should be a lot easier. I know Cross County lost an awful lot after having a great team. You get rid of Southside. Talk to us about your schedule, non-conference, and then the 3A3.
Yeah, I'm not really expecting the non-conference to be any easier. We can't go into it thinking stuff like that. Obviously, like you said, Cross County has been extremely good the past few years. Won a state championship last year. And anytime you win a state championship, there's a little bit of expected drop-off, but I still expect them to be a really good football team. And so, we need to take it 1 week at a time. We need to handle our business 1 week at a time. The Cross County game is an important one for us. It's a rivalry game. You got Truman there in the non-conference. That's a rivalry game. So we just want to handle our business in our non-conference game. We get a bye week right before we roll into conference. Like you said, tough conference. So we just want to make sure that we're playing our best football as we get into conference play, give us a chance to do what we're supposed to do and go make the playoffs and compete.
Moving back over to the players, what's a big improvement that you've been working on over this offseason?
We've really been working on conditioning just because a lot of us have to play both ways, and we've just been upping it each week, just trying to get ready for season and be the best in shape as possible.
I'd say we've been getting stronger. We have dudes this week that's gone up 30 pounds in their max. It's just crazy.
For me personally, I don't think so. For me personally, I've been working on my leadership skills because I've always been the underclassman where I'll lead sometimes, but I know that being a senior now I need to lead a lot more. So.
And going back down the line, ending off with Coach, what's a big personal goal as well as a big team goal for the upcoming year?
I want to go back-to-back, get all state again, and continue with my leadership. And for a team goal, I want to at least split even. I just want to keep improving the program, put the culture around.
I'd say a big goal is to win the conference, to be honest.
So I didn't get state last year, so this year I want to try to get state, and I just want to win conference for real.
Yeah, I feel like we have a really good opportunity this year to come out of the season with a winning record heading into the playoffs. And, one of the things with this bunch that's different than last year, last year we wanted to make the playoffs. We talked about the playoffs, and we did it. And I felt like as soon as we won the games we needed to win to make it, that we had reached our goal and we were kind of done. We didn't finish the year as strong as we could have. Where this year's team, when you hear them talk, they say, when we make the playoffs, we're going to do this. And it's just a totally different mindset. That there's an expectation now, which I like, and the kids understand it. There's a standard, and they're really pushing for it. And they don't want to just, go to the party. They want to make some noise when they're there.
Coach, while you have the mic, let's talk about personnel. We'll talk about, obviously you have some athletes up here, but your quarterback's not here. Talk to us about the Hornets behind center.
Yeah, Briar Jones, I think he's going to have a tremendous year this year. He was banged up a lot last year. He came into the year with a broken collarbone that he broke it out of camp at the end of July, and then he had a concussion late in the year, so missed the playoff game. So, he's had some injury issues last year, and we didn't get to really see, I think, the best of his game. But this year, he's been healthy. He's been getting better. Mentally, he's fantastic as a quarterback. That's really he's a guy that'll come in early. He really wants to understand what the defense is doing. He's going to take what the defense gives him. He makes great decisions, and I think he's going to have a fantastic year.
You list your offense as a tackle over spread. Explain to us what that is.
Yeah, so the past 2 years, we kind of started 2 years ago almost like single wing, so tight end up, tackle over. And then we have multiple formations throughout it because, we're never, at least with what we have right now, we're not big enough to just bully you every week. We don't have that was many linemen. We don't look like that. So we're going to have to formation you a little differently. And so we have remained tackle over, but we'll get in some different formations. This year we're, more of a true spread, not always tackle over. We're still going to do it and get in those unbalanced formations that are tough for defensive coordinators and defenses to prepare for. But, yeah, we're going to be a little more multiple this year than we have the past 2 years.
Grayson, to you, talk to us about your positioning both offensively and defensively. I know you can run. You're a tremendous athlete. But what do you expect to do on offense?
So my position is new, and I go in motion a lot just to take handoffs sometimes, maybe to relieve the pressure from Javen a little bit. And I can also go out and catch. And on defense, I'm playing row down safety now and just helping out in zone coverage.
Is that a strong safety type, Coach? Okay. That's what for Remington. Talk to us about your role specifically as far as position offensively as a receiver and then in the secondary.
All right. In offense, I really just run and catch the ball. I try to get as many yards as I can as possible. They can always rely on me to get at least 5 yards on a catch.
What about defensively?
On defense, I'm always the back safety, so I'm always a free safety. I'm always making sure that everybody's covered.
Javen, I know you're, Coach, the running back. You predominantly get a lot of carries at running back. Talk to us about your role offensively, and do you expect to play any defense?
I feel like I'm almost an every down back, but there'll be some plays where I just need a breather and Grayson will go in for me. And now we have a guy that came back to us, and he'll be another secondary or second running back. But I feel like I could be an every down back and go get the ball and go get at least six. And then on defense, it's like a if they need me type of deal. But it's probably just going to be one side of the ball.
And finally, for you three players, what game on the schedule do you have circled? Who are you excited to play against?
Cross County and Rivercrest.
For me, it's all the games, but most likely it would be Rivercrest.
I'm excited for Manila, Truman, and Cross County.
Well, thank you guys for joining us today.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you.
And we will be right back after a quick commercial break. This is the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day.
The Harrisburg School District serves the community of Poinsett County to offer the highest quality education possible. From 3 little log huts in Poinsett County in 1868, the school system has undergone many changes. The district goals are to increase student achievement and to ensure the schools are trusted as a safe place for students, staff, and the community. The Harrisburg School District proudly supports the Harrisburg Hornets in all of their athletic endeavors.
House is a family-owned business in Manila, Arkansas, located on Highway 18 next to 1812 Pizza. We provide dog daycare, boarding, and grooming. We have 2,200 square feet of climate-controlled indoor play space and 2,200 square feet of outdoor turf yard. We're a cage-free boarding facility that offers 5x5 private rooms with comfortable elevated beds. Also, be sure to check out our new self-serve pet wash at only $10 per session. And NEA, guess what? We are opening a new store in Brooklyn, Arkansas. Come check us out at both locations.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day. Sitting in front of us, we have the Brooklyn Bearcats. Coach Hinsley, if you will, introduce yourself and the players you've brought with you.
Yes, Mark Hinsley. This is going to be my 5th season at Brooklyn. Right next to me, I have Max Wilcoxon. He'll play some tight end, defensive end for us. Then beside him, you have Hudson Owens, who, Hudson, I think you're going to be a 4-year starter. Is that correct? At offensive line and play some defensive line. And at the end, we have Leighton Byler, who will be our starting quarterback this year.
Jumping right in, starting with Max. What do you bring to the field for this team? What's your position and what's your role?
I'm a tight end, and then on the defensive side, I'm a defensive end. And tight end, I can either be out catching passes, or I can be inside blocking. And defense, I'm either defensive tackle or defensive end. So,
Hudson, what about you?
I'm a guard, and mainly I just pulling all the time. And on the defensive side of the ball, I just play defensive line. And they've been working me at linebacker, but we'll see how that goes.
Leighton?
I'm a quarterback, and I just try to be a leader, try to get the ball to where it needs to be, and just uplift my teammates.
So, Coach, you got some versatile athletes on the floor. How do you use them to your best advantage?
Well, coming off of last year, we graduated 16 seniors. A lot of them had really important roles for us. And, when you look at what this year's team's going to have, we only have 6 returning starters, really, and 5 of them, I guess we got 7 returning starters, and 6 of them are going to be from our tight end, tackle, guard, center, guard, tackle combination. So we're going to be strong up front. That's no guarantee. And, Leighton's coming off of being he's probably the only offensive stat guy we have still on our football team right now, and he's moving positions right now, and it's going to be primarily the quarterback. So, as far as offensively, we're trying to reestablish a new identity right now. That's what we're really trying to do, and I think Leighton gives us a great balance that we maybe not have last year. But these 2 guys right next to me are really going to do a good job up front and being able to establish our run game first. So,
Hammond still in the picture at quarterback?
I'm sorry?
Hammond, Elijah Hammond?
No, sir. It's Leighton Byler's show.
Okay, is Hammond with you or?
No, sir.
Okay, enough said.
Yes, sir.
All right, Leighton, we'll ask you, talk about your responsibilities as a quarterback and what Coach Hinsley expects out of you.
My responsibilities would be to be a leader and always uplift my teammates, always make sure they're doing the right thing, and just lead by example.
Hudson, kind of the same question to you. And I'm old school, the games won and lost up front. Talk to us about your position specifically offensively and defensively and the offensive and defensive lines.
I try to just uplift the line whenever we're having a bad game or something. I'm usually the one to be talking to everybody, uplift them. And our guard on the other side, he came up. He wasn't our original guard from our grade, and he's in the grade below us. But I usually been coaching him in practice, been trying to give him some tips and stuff. But on the defensive side of the ball, my sophomore year, I didn't get to play much defense, but last year they put me in. I tried to be a leader, try to do whatever I could for the team to make us win a game and just do whatever Coach Hinsley says.
Defensively, are you interior or on the exterior as far as line?
I'm on the end. I'm usually a defensive end, and we're really just try to do whatever I can.
Max, along the same lines, offensive lead tight end, defensively, you're a defensive end. Do you have a rather? Would you rather be on offense or defense?
No, sir. I love both of them. I love playing both. Tight end, I'm a big blocker, but I can also be moved out and catch a few balls. So, yeah. And then on the defensive side, I really just move around wherever they want me. I can be inside or outside. It doesn't really matter. Just I love both.
Offensively, Coach Hinsley, how often do you split out, Max?
Well, it's all going to depend on what fronts we see and what we think a team's going to give us. But, you know, we're a tight end front team. We just are. That's a good thing that we have is we have big guys and we have tight ends. So, and if you watch any game from film of last year, you see that. But we would love to flex out based on what teams give us. But there's something about me that just loves tight ends and linemen in the game.
Coach, noticing on the schedule you have Southside up front and then a back-to-back on the road journey to Pocahontas and Melbourne.
Yep.
With that kind of competition, how does that help improve your season as you move through it?
Yeah, when we look at non-conference, we really try to find 3 good teams that will challenge us because we have a pretty good conference we're part of. So, you know, this year with our 3 non-conferences, we have 2 new teams that we're going to be playing with Southside and Melbourne. So Pocahontas is always going to give us a good competitive game. So I think those 3 teams really each give us something that we need to see going into our conference schedule.
And continuing along with the schedule for you 3 players, which one is circled for you? Which one are you most excited to play in?
There's not one single game that I'm circled for. I'm ready for all of them. It's all of our senior year, and I'm ready to go out and fight for all of them.
Same with me. Whatever game gets us to the playoffs, that's what I want to play.
Same with him. Whatever game makes us to the playoffs.
Coach, I'm an old man. Football relatively new to Brooklyn, though, but you're embraced by the community. Talk to us about being a Bearcat and how you try to instill Brooklyn pride into your players.
Yeah, you know, like I said, this is going to be my 5th year, and I want to say we have only 14 years as a football program. So we're a young football program, if you really think about it. So I will say this, you know, we're bought into football right now as far as from a school district. We're getting new turf. We're redoing our scoreboard. I mean, there's some excitement going on, and you know, I think it's a big responsibility for these guys, and I'll give these guys credit. This team has been a very hungry team so far. They really have been a hungry team, and I've seen that after spring more is when we started going into our summer scheduling and things that we were doing. I'm seeing a hunger from them that I haven't seen in a year or so. So I'm really excited to see what these kids are capable of, and I mean, we have I think 24 to 25 seniors right now on our football team. So with that amount of seniors, they're going to be competitive, and there's no denying, regardless of record with this team. Last year we were very competitive. You know, 4 games that we lost, we were within 12 points. So it's a competitive football team, and we're just ready to get over that hump, and playoffs is always this goal.
Any younger kids or the move-ins that will positively affect the program?
Yeah, we got a move in from Nettleton. I think that's going to maybe have some opportunity to play, if not early, maybe down the road. We have some young kids that moved up from our junior high program. Cole Eskew will be a kid that will be able to carry the ball and do some great things. And we got some linemen that moved up in Corbin Carey and Gatlin Hare that I think are really going to be able to spot some of these guys and be really good as the year goes on.
You 3 guys up here are seniors. What does it mean to be a senior, and what mark do you hope to leave on Bearcat football?
It's great. It's being a senior, you got to be a leader. And I really hope, you know, Brooklyn hadn't been to the playoffs in a while, and I really hope that we can make this year. I think there's a good chance of it.
I'm just trying to be leading by example. I want to leave a good mark on football because we're not a football school, but I really want to be really bad this year. I want to go to the playoffs. I want to win a lot of games.
I just want everyone to remember this team for making it to the playoffs.
Also for you three, I'm going to take Doc's question. What's on in the locker room? What music are you playing before a game?
Hey, we play anything. We can go from rap, rock, play a little country, and maybe even a little white girl music. Who knows? But we just play a little bit of everything. You never know.
I love Young Boy, but I mean, I could go anywhere from rock to, rap, anywhere.
Anything, man. Anything.
Well, we appreciate you guys for joining us.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And we will throw to a commercial break. You're watching the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day. Sitting in front of us, we have the Manila Lions. Coach, if you will, introduce yourself and who all you brought with you.
All right, my name is Corey Crenn, head coach for Manila. With me, I have senior quarterback Patrick Fisher, senior receiver Dylan Overman, and junior running back linebacker Brady Kahn.
Well, jumping right in, Patrick, what's your role on the field? What do you bring to this team?
Just to be a leader. We got really good young core, but they just lack experience with varsity football. So just being a leader, knowing the offense, things like that.
Dylan, what about you?
I play the X receiver, so just kind of coaching up the younger guys around me that play the same position and going out there on Friday nights catching the football.
What about you, Brady?
I just try to be a leader and set the example of working hard and make sure everybody's doing their job.
Jumping back to Coach, what's the offseason look like for your team? What are you doing to improve and come into this year and dominate?
All right. As far as, off-season, obviously being new to the school, coming in, it's first things first is that culture change. And so I really wanted to emphasize that coming together, coming in, our theme for the year is one. So we want to be one team. We want to have one goal, and a part of that, we're going to hold everybody to one standard. And so it's trying to set that standard, set that expectation of all the little things that we want to do. We want to do all the small things right, and we start doing that then snowballs and leads to doing all the big things right that we're wanting to do to reach our goals.
For you three players, what does the offseason look like? What's something that you're improving on as a player, as a team, anything like that?
Just working on, me personally, working on my mechanics and just learning the new offense that he's put in and helping everyone else learn it as well.
Yeah, learning the new offense. It's not much different, but just changing the culture around us and changing the way things have been in the past.
Coach Crenn, you and I go way back. I've known you for a long time. But let our viewers know what to expect out of a first Corey Crenn offense.
As far as that, I draw from, where I've worked from, what I've learned under, first worked 10 years in Jonesboro under basically a Randy Coleman-led program. And then last 6 years at Valley View with a Marty Riley-led offense. And so two great coaches know the game really well and kind of be my own little flavor of that. It's a spread team. I love the option football, so it's got to have me a nice, smart quarterback who understands the game and makes the reads and distribute the ball wherever it needs to go based on what the defense has given us.
at least in Hooten's, you list your offense as a pistol offense. Explain to us exactly what that is.
Oh, it's a spread offense, but we want that downhill running game because when it's all said and done, it all starts up front. I want to establish that run, and even though you're spread, it doesn't mean you can't be physical. So I want downhill running between the tackles and go right at you.
You know I'm all about offensive line, so we'll come back to that. But Patrick, talk to us about your role playing quarterback in this offense.
Yeah, it's like I said earlier, just to be a leader, just to make sure everyone's doing the right thing, including myself. Including myself, and also using me in the run game a little bit because I'm bigger than most quarterbacks. So.
Coach Green give you a little bit, and he bragged on you. Does he give you a little bit of autonomy as far as calling the play at the line of scrimmage and stuff like that?
I think if he's ever comfortable with it, which we're still learning the offense as of now, but hopefully, I don't know.
Coach Green, go back to the offensive line. Talk to us about personnel up front.
Be a lot of new bodies, but we have a lot of seniors who have come back to football this offseason for us, and so we got some other guys coming back. DJ Hufford be another senior who kind of lead up front there. He didn't play last year. He spent all off season in the weight. He spent all last season and off season in the weight room on his own, and he's a member of the 1,000-pound club at the local gym before even coming back to us. He's definitely one we're going to be able to lean on as a leader up front. His brother, Wyatt Hufford, Jr., he'll come in. He's definitely going to be a leader. Center Gavin Ramsey, sophomore, came up last year in the season and played some for them last year as a sophomore. And so we have high expectations for him as well. And then, like I said, we have another large group that have come back to football, plus a pretty solid sophomore group that came up off a successful junior high team. And they bring size and they bring a hunger to win and lead this team.
Talk to us about numbers, depth, and like how many players will you expect to go both ways?
3A football, you're going to play a good number both ways. Numbers-wise, I think we're around, we're up to about 35, 36 on the roster right now for senior high football, which is a big jump from what was on the team last year. I think we were in the low 20s last year at Manila, so we've been able to get some people to come back out into the program, bringing some new life into it, and so that's going to help us provide that depth that we're looking for.
Coach, you mentioned that hunger, and I want to hear from the players. What is the mentality going into this season?
Like you said earlier, the one standard, we want a better year than the past years. It's not been good, just to put it straight. And we want a culture change, not only for us seniors, but for the future of Manila football.
Yeah, just going out there, everybody being good teammates, and just having a different year in years past.
Yeah, I just want to win. We haven't, past recent years, just haven't won at all, and I'm striving to win this year. I just want to win.
Moving back to Coach, you mentioned a lot of other great coaches that you've been under, but what have you learned from these players here at Manila so far?
It's a little bit of a different culture than a Jonesboro or a Valley View. It's a town that is together. It's a one-school town, whereas coming from Jonesboro and in the city, you have multiple schools here, and so it's not only is it the team that has a hunger to win, but the community is fully behind you as well. You're not split among different school districts. Like I've been in the past, where you have part of the town is rooting for Valley View, part of the town is rooting for Jonesboro or Nettleton or any other, many programs here in the city. Everybody is together. Everybody wants to see us successful. Everybody wants to do their part. Numerous phone calls from all kinds of people in the community. They want to be in it. They want to help. They want to see us succeed. They want to support these boys and what they're trying to do for the town and for the school.
Back to X's and O's. Defensively, talk us through all three levels, alignment and personnel.
We're 3-4 defense. Very aggressive in the box, but keep a shell behind it. Don't give up big plays, but we want to put pressure on you. We want to force you to make decisions quickly, and like I said, don't give it big plays. There, I think we've picked up on the back end a lot pretty quickly on what we're trying to do as far as our secondary. Honestly, leading with going to be a lot of sophomores leading in that area. You got the twins, Brock and Brody Batchelor. They'll be playing corner and safety. You got senior Aiden Sharp back there at safety, and junior Weston Ezell at corner. They picked up on it. Really they're kind of leading from the back end as far as that goes. Up front and in the box, our linebackers and defensive linemen. Again, we're at the point where we're trying to work on that physicality. Of course, Brady is returning tackler, leading tackler last year, one of the returning tacklers, leaders in the league. At 71, 77 tackles, I can't remember exactly what it was. But so he'll be a physical presence between the tackles. And our defensive line, again, that's where we have our least depth is with the linemen, and so you'll be a lot of those two-way starters there that we're going to have to be able to help out because that's a tough place to play. It's the best position on this field, but it's a tiring position, and so that's where we really lack our depth is at the line.
Well, thank you guys for joining us here for Media Day. And now we will move to a commercial break. You're watching the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day.
House is a family-owned business in Manila, Arkansas, located on Highway 18 next to 1812 Pizza. We provide dog daycare, boarding, and grooming. We have 2,200 square feet of climate-controlled indoor play space and 2,200 square feet of outdoor turf yard. We're a cage-free boarding facility that offers 5x5 private rooms with comfortable elevated beds. Also, be sure to check out our new self-serve pet wash at only $10 per session. And NEA, guess what? We are opening a new store in Brooklyn, Arkansas. Come check us out at both locations.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day. Sitting in front of us, we have the Piggott Mohawks. Coach, if you will, introduce yourself and who you've brought with you.
I'm Trey Gossett, head football coach at Piggott Mohawks. I've got senior running back Noah Clemens. I've got senior tight end, D-end, Houston Dunlap, and sophomore quarterback and safety Matthew Muir.
Jumping right in, we'll start with Noah. What's your position on the field? What do you bring to this team? What's your role?
I play running back and outside linebacker. I bring to the field is the leader, the one that kind of talks everybody through everything and gives everybody puts everybody in the right spot and tells them what to do. When somebody needs a question on offense or defense, they ask me. And if somebody is confused on something, I can tell coach to sub them out, or for junior high practice, I help my coach in the backfield watch running backs and receivers.
What about you, Houston?
So as a tight end, I think it's usually like you obviously have to block, and as a senior, you have to be the leader and lead by example. I think that's important. I think that's important, and I just think being a senior, lead by example, and yeah, I don't know.
What about you, Matthew?
I play QB and safety. First year in QB.
moving back to Coach. Coach, what improvements have you been making over the summer? How have you guys been training up to prepare for the upcoming season?
We've been coming in the summer. I've got there right at the end of May, right before the end of school year. I come back. We've been working pretty hard, a little harder than probably these guys have worked in the last couple of years. I'm trying to push them to new limits. They got to change some of their ways if they want different outcomes. So that's been the biggest thing I've been preaching, and just getting them to show up. And I think it's been gradually increasing every day that we've had. I mean, just getting these guys to show up and prove to them that if you show up, good things will happen later on.
Coach, schematically, talk about an offense. Start behind quarterback or start behind center at quarterback.
Quarterback, we're going to have sophomore Matthew Muir. He came in late last year as a junior high player, and then this year, I mean, he's one of our most athletic guys we got on the field. So he's going to play quarterback for us this year. He's never played there before, but you know, we're living and learning with him. We're going to ride with him throughout this entire year. Then we got senior running back Noah Clemens. He'll start at running back for us, get primarily the carries we got. And then we've got sophomore Braxton Chase. He'll also come in at fullback, H-back. He'll help out running back with Noah. And then we go receivers. We got Kyle and Caleb Poole, twin brothers. They'll play some X and Z receiver for us. And then our slot receiver will be Gunnar Reeves. And then we also have Houston now as our tight end. Houston's also a little jack of all trades. He will play tight end. He could play right tackle, left guard, right guard. He'll play just about anywhere we need to play. And then center, we'll start with Brody West. He's a senior for us. Then we have right guard Jevin Whitley, left guard Cotton Whitley, brothers again. And then I have right tackle, I have Will Gibson, left tackle Colton Akridge. I got some pretty big kids up front. We got a lot of brothers, a lot of twins. I think we got 3 sets of twins on the senior high squad. It's pretty rare. But I've got some really big boys, and so we can run behind them and be really good.
Talk specifically about demographics, size-wise up front.
Size-wise, we're probably averaging right around 6'2", 6'3", height-wise, and then we're probably averaging right around I'd say right at 300, 315 up front.
Okay, now walk us through defensively, all 3 levels.
Defensively, we're going to be in a 3-4 base. Could look like a 5-2 at times. We would sit there, and we got, I think, starting at D-ends going to be Cotton Whitley and Houston Dunlap will start at D-ends for us, D-tackles. Wes Gibson and Will Gibson will start at the nose guard for us. They'll rotate in and out. Linebackers, middle linebackers will be Jevin and Javid Whitley. Another set of twins up there will start at middle linebacker for us. Braxton Chase will help out with there. Our safeties will be Matthew Muir and Gunnar Reeves. And then the Kyle and Caleb Poole will start at our corners. We also have C.J. Gunther. He'll also start at that safety, cornerback special, help out some depth there.
Matthew, Coach says you'll probably return kicks and punts as well. Do you like that role on the Mohawk team?
Yeah, I mean, I'm like the second kid, the fastest kid on here.
Coach, talk to us about your schedule. Brutal conference, I know, but talk to us about your non-conference and then the conference as well.
Being an alum from there, I mean, I'm an alum from Piggott. I know how tough that 3A3 conference can be. I've lived it all my life, and then so we go to that, teaching these kids. It's not going to be nothing new for me, but I mean, just it's going to be a brutal all the way through. Our non-conference, we start with Doniphan. I mean, that'll be the biggest game of the year, Doniphan, Missouri, and then we go to Episcopal and Lee County. That's our non-conference, and then we get into that brutal 3A3 conference, Osceola, Rivercrest, Walnut Ridge, Hoxie, all those teams.
Gentlemen, and we'll just start with you, Noah. Any game that you circled that you're really looking forward to, one game in particular?
I'm looking most forward to Doniphan to start the season off right and to get the ball rolling for us to get back in the right direction.
I'll also say with Noah that mine is also Doniphan. I don't think the game went like we planned last year, and I just think we need a second chance to just kind of redeem ourselves.
Yeah, the same thing with them too. I mean, watching the film last year, there's a lot of stuff that could
Coach, we're very ignorant on Missouri football, or I am. What does Doniphan bring to the table?
Doniphan, from the film last year, I mean, they're going to be pretty athletic. They're going to be pretty comparable to size for us, pretty likable to the same team as us. So it's a good competition for us with the low numbers that we have. and the type of kids that we have. They're right there, right up north, close to Poplar Bluff a little bit. But last year, it was probably their closest game they had. Last year was with Donovan. I think Noah rushed right around for 300-something yards last year in that game. So he had a big game, and I know he's hopeful for a good senior year, starting off that game at Donovan. It's his first home game. It'll be the 100th year of Mohawk football this year. So, I mean, we'll have a big ceremony for that. But excited to get that thing going and get that game here.
Coach, a lot of athleticism up on the table.
Absolutely.
Well, how do you feel about multi-sport athletes, and are these three involved in any other sport?
Yeah, Noah and will play football and baseball for us, run track as well. Houston will play a little bit of basketball. He's 6'4". I mean, he's useful for that. He'll be football, basketball. He might do a little track as well. And then Matthew will do football and track as well. He plays basketball as well, too. Very athletic kids, very skillful kids. Getting in a new system, obviously, with me this year, but hopefully to show off some of that athleticism.
And, Coach, we'll start with you and then extend the question to the players. What's the big personal goal for the year as well as a big team goal?
Our goal this season is, my personal goal is to get these guys back to competitive football. That's all this town of Pickett needs. I mean, that's what they were through, and 10 years ago, back when I was playing, I mean, that's what we were a part of, and the town was behind it, and the town's still there. I mean, the sport's still there, even though the years have may not had the last couple of years, but I mean, my goal is to get that thing back to what it was and do even better that I can and show these kids that, you know, Pickett can be competitive and be hard-nosed as well and be known more around Northeast Arkansas like it was. And then our team goal, I guess you say this year, is get back there in winning ways. Obviously, the big goal is, do you want to make the playoffs? With these guys, they've never won a game in their high school career yet. So we got to get that big chunk, and then once we get that going, I think we can get there. We have the kids. I know that for sure. We just got to get them in the right spots as coaches and get them conditioned, and then we can really get going.
My personal goal for football this year is to bring the younger kids in and show them what Mohawk football culture is really supposed to be like and get them more acclimated to it, because we haven't really been acclimated the past couple of years how we should have been. And my team goal falls in right along with my coach. I want to get some wins, and I would like to make it to playoffs this year.
I think that the past couple of years, the culture of our football has kind of changed, and I think we need to just change it back to what it used to be. I think that, the kids now that are coming up, they've never really seen what Mohawk football is really about. I think it's just time to change that and show them what it's all about.
Yeah, kind of the same thing with them too. Haven't won a game in like 5 years. Trying to change it around.
Well, thank you guys for joining us.
Thank you for having us, guys.
And we will be right back with the Highland Rebels. You're watching the 2026 NEASports Football Volleyball Media Day.
At Glensane, we know extra time is hard to come by. Your hands are full, your days are packed, and time doesn't slow down. We work hard when you have a service issue. With full service centers at each of our 4 locations, we will always do our best to make it convenient for you and your busy lifestyle. Thank you for trusting our family with your family for over 70 years.
Whether it's your home or your business, Delta Glass is Northeast Arkansas's clear choice for superior glass products and services. Delta Glass is known for their internally produced insulated glass units, providing quick and precise replacements for most all windows. If you've just completed your dream home or a recent remodel, Delta Glass provides the most sought-after custom shower enclosures and mirrors in the industry. Storefront glazing can create an inviting professional atmosphere for any business facility. Delta Glass specializes in custom design and fabricated storefront systems for all sizes and styles.
If you're in need of superior glass products and services that are second to none in the region, call Delta Glass today at 870-520-6290 or visit them on Dan Avenue in Jonesboro.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day. In front of us, we have the Highland Rebels. Coach, if you will, introduce yourself and tell us who you brought with us today.
Yeah, appreciate you guys having us today. My name is Sterling Stowers. Right here I've got Raymond Demison. Here in the middle I've got Axel Griffin. And then on the end I've got Hunter McEldry, and all three of these guys are seniors for us.
Jumping right in, Raymond, what's your position on the field? What do you bring to this team?
My position on the field is I play running back and inside linebacker on defense, and then running back on offense. And what I mainly bring to this team is my strengths, and I like to hit, so really just head hunter.
What about you, Axel?
Me personally, I play left guard, and what I bring to this team is I like to try to have a good time and put some effort in.
Hunter?
I play right guard. What I bring to this team is I try to motivate everybody, keep everybody from giving up.
Coach, you guys are in a really tough conference. What improvements have you been making over the summer to prepare you for this gauntlet that you're going to go through in the fall?
The first thing we've done, we've kind of upped our non-conference schedule. We've picked up Valley View in our scrimmage game, and then week 1 we have Heber Springs. Then we go to GCT the next week, and then week 3 we have Harrison coming in. So we're going to see a little bit of everything in the first 5 weeks of the year. Other than that, we battled some injuries last year. I think we had about 7 season-ending injuries in about 3 or 4 weeks. So, we've had to kind of up the intensity in our injury prevention stuff this summer. We've had to reiterate our run game a little bit. Going off last year, we had to fix some things in there. So, ultimately, this month of July, we've kind of backed off of going to some team camps and 7-on-7s, and we've worked on ourselves. And so we feel really good with where we are at the moment.
Coach, talk to me a little bit about just player personnel, start on offense, what that's going to look like this year, and just offensive scheme and that sort of thing.
Yeah, we have 9 starters back on offense, so we're excited with that, which, we didn't get to go to any team camps. We were kind of getting over some things from the spring, but personnel-wise, we have, these guys right here who, these 2 guys here on the end, we've had to make the transition from tackles to guards. We're doing some things different up front, but we're still going to run our stuff that we've been running for the last 3 or 4 years. We're going to spread it out. We're going to throw it around a little bit. We've got to do a better job of running the football downhill, and so that's where Raymond and our running back room we feel really good about. We've had to move some guys. On the offensive side, we get Austin Christie back, who is an all-conference quarterback. He had a season-ending injury week 5 last year, and then we get Jimmy Jensen, who was an all-state kid 2 years ago, all-conference last year, and so we feel really good about our receiving core. I think we feel good about the first 8 or 9 guys there, and then some of those guys will have to play running back a little bit. So, we had to replace a center and then an all-state wide receiver last year in Nate Huckabee. So we feel good about where we are there offensively. Defensively, again, Raymond's making the transition from D-line to inside linebacker. We lost an inside backer, and then we lost a defensive back to transfer. And so, again, we're a 3-4 multiple. That's just kind of what we do. We've moved some guys around. We got Mason Sinclair back, who came out early last year, who was an all-conference D tackle. Again, we get Lexon Johnson, who is an all-state outside linebacker for us. I can sit here and name all these guys. When you have 18 guys coming back plus a plethora of guys who played, you're going to miss somebody. So we feel good about the guys we have. Now it's about taking that next step and staying injury-free, making the plays when we need to make them. And, we're going to, like I said, we upped our schedule a little bit, some of it by choice and some of it we didn't have a choice, the way our conference fell. And so we're going to embrace it, and we're going to see 5 different schemes the first 5 weeks, so that's something we're looking forward to.
So, and you talk about having that number of players back on each side of the field. That's got to give you confidence. And I think about this conference, Gosnell, a team that kind of, I think to a degree, surprised a lot of people last year. Not going to be able to do that this year. But with what you have coming back, how do you, and I want the players to answer that too, how do you all feel about, playing and winning a conference championship?
Yeah, ultimately that's one of our goals. Obviously making the playoffs and that, and that's great. We feel like, we're competing now for that in the next tier of, okay, yeah, sure, we can win a conference championship, but it's going to have to be day in and day out, and there's nobody in our conference that you can just say, well, we play these guys this week, so it's an off week. And these guys know that, and they embrace it, and they come to work every day. Last year, Coach Smith did a really good job coming in at Gosnell. It was 26-20 game, and they made the plays when they needed to make the plays, and obviously went on to win the conference. And so, those are the guys now, Southsides and the Gosnells, and those guys that, we've got to prepare for everybody in our league, but really we've got to compete with those guys. We've got to make the plays and come to practice every day knowing that, it's not just going to happen. We're going to have to go and earn it. And our conference has gotten tougher. The coaches, in terms of, I'm going to say 10 years ago when I first got here, it's gotten better each and every year with the coaches and the players. And so, our guys, they come to work every day and they're ready for it.
Ask the guys one question for sure. Game on the schedule you're looking most forward to, what would that be and why?
I think a game that's on our schedule that I'm really looking forward to is probably Gosnell, because we didn't get to beat them last year during our season, and they made it really far. And I think we've grown as a team to able to play with good connections. So I think that's a good team that I'm looking forward to playing.
I'd probably have to agree with Raymond. We just got to come back and play them good.
I'm going to have to go with Pocahontas because, it's always a close game between us. It's really adrenaline rushing. It's just the game I look forward to every year.
We'll stick with the players for 1 second here, too. I'm going to give you a chance to talk about one of your teammates, maybe that's not here today. And I want everybody to have a different answer, maybe. Who is somebody you feel like you need to step up and have a big season, and maybe why?
I think Mason Sinclair, he stepped up, and he had a real good season last year. He came in as our kicker, and then throughout the season he switched positions to D-line, and he was making plays at D-line, plays that I've never seen before. And he did really good, and he was just a good player overall.
I think probably Carson Stanford. He came in and he made everybody feel welcome, and just makes everybody happy to be there.
I'm going to have to go with Desmond Vendiola. He took on a pretty big spot because the year before we lost one of our way bigger guys, Aiden Daggett, and Desmond filled that spot and did a really good job last season. So I think he should have a really good season this season.
Coach, we've got about a minute and a half to go. What year is this for you now at Highland?
At Highland, I think I'm going into my 10th, but this will be my 4th year as a head coach.
As the head coach. Talk to me about, where your program is now to where and which maybe when you were an assistant or whatever, and even in that first year as a head coach. What do you see different now maybe that you've had an opportunity to put your stamp on things?
Early on I was there for Coach Adam Carter, who, he did a good job. We did a good job in terms of what we had. We just kind of went through a stretch there that we just weren't very successful. Then COVID hit, and Coach Clay Wiggins came back, who was there late 90s and 2000s when Highland was tradition-rich in lining up and running the ball. There was 1 year, and I think it was Coach Wiggins' first year, maybe in 21, 22, that, we had 19 players at fall camp. And it was one of those things that, we didn't really know where to go or what to do. We were just going to try to make it work. And now, 5 years later, I think we have 52 on our roster. So we're really happy with where we're at. It has nothing to do with me. It's because of these guys and our staff that we have. The kids just want to come out and play. We have kids that some of us, we know them. Some of them we don't know. They just want to come out and play, and that's great. We'll take anybody. I told somebody the other day, they asked about numbers, and I was like, look, I'll take 150 kids. Football's got to have numbers. But I think the numbers for us are up really well. And like I said, the kids make it enjoyable for me. They make it enjoyable for our staff. Our staff is really good. We have a great time every day. In terms of where we are from 4 years ago, I think, if we go out today and we line up and we say this right here, and it's the middle of February, I think our guys know what we're doing offensively and defensively. So, that's always good when you can get over that that new head coach kind of era there, and we're established in what we're doing. Yeah, we're going to tweak things. We're going to add some things here and there, but our base philosophy is there from 4 years ago, and these guys know it, and that's where, Raymond making the transition to running back, maybe he didn't know what he was doing initially, but he knew where to go and kind of how to do it. So, I think that's the second biggest thing in where we're at.
Coach, appreciate you guys coming today, being a part of the event. We do need to send a commercial break now. It will be the Osceola Seminoles coming up next here on the NEASports Football Volleyball Media Day.
Dealerships is not run to brag, but actually we are. Central was awarded yet again General Motors Mark of Excellence. We have the perfect ride waiting for you and exceptional service. So find your next vehicle at a Central dealership today.
Back in motion, Washington. That's the guy right there. It's going to be a touchdown of 27 yards.
To the 2025.
NEASports, baby. My favorite football week of the
He hit it! Oh my goodness!
Sage Meadows Country Club is a proud sponsor of today's Northeast Arkansas Football Volleyball Media Day event.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the 2026 NEASports Football Volleyball Media Day. Sitting in front of us, we have the Osceola Seminoles. And, Coach, if you would, introduce yourself and who you brought.
I'm Coach Robert Hooks. Beside me, I have senior Diesel Freeman, O-line, D-lineman, kicker, punter, extra point. Beside him is junior quarterback, DB, Deion Spears.
Deion and Diesel, if you could both tell us what you bring to the field and what your role is on this team.
I try to be a leader and make sure everybody's in the right position.
Deion, first I just want to give all the honor to God, and I come to be a leader on this team and bring energy and bring intensity, have everybody on the right accord to make sure we could do what we need to do.
For the record, y'all have probably the two best names of players in this whole thing, Deion and Diesel. I like that. Coach Hooks, and I think Deion's part of it, is there still a three-way quarterback, a race for quarterback?
Well, it's always there's competition, but I think he's pretty much won the battle. But, we still have guys that are on him, which is Kai Perez and Johnny Spears. We feel that those guys can come in and help us. But what Deion brings to the table is just overall leadership, a guy who comes to work every day and is going to do the little things right and, does exactly what we ask of him. So, as a coach, you want a quarterback who's going to be detailed and very, very smart and do what you want him to do.
Deion, you and Coach Hooks both. Talk to us about the skill position players other than quarterback, running back and receivers, targets that have the ball in their hands.
All right. At running back, we have senior Kylan Bragg coming back, which is a very explosive young man, not big at all, but runs the football hard, has vision, gets downhill, does a great job. And he got hurt last year, so he wasn't able to finish the end of the season. So he's excited about being able to get back and get some rep. And bagging him up is going to be sophomore Adrian Davis, who is really, really good. Who's come up and started as a ninth grader for us last year in the playoffs. A guy who has all the tools, just has to get it together as far as experience and mentality. At receiver, we have Dedrick Coleman is going to be a slot receiver. He's a senior that's coming back. Again, explosive. You know, all of these guys are typical Osceola guys. You know, Osceola, you're going to have great athletes who are explosive, can make plays in space, and he is that. And also, you know, carries an attitude with physicality that a coach would want. You know, sometimes we have to tone it down, but he is everything that a coach could want as far as bringing physicality.
Diesel, kind of talk to us, expand on yourself and the offensive line. What position do you look to play, and who else will join you on the offensive line?
I'll be at left tackle. Next to me will be Austin Scott. The center, Casanova. And then right guard.
You can help him out, Coach.
Willie Robinson. And then right tackle. It's kind of
open, undecided.
Still a battle with that right there.
Coach, what can we look for as far as run pass percentages?
Always run pass. Typically, we're 60 to 40 run, or 65-35. So we're probably going to be somewhere around 60-40 run, and may have to run the ball a little bit more. Games are won and lost up front, and we feel that no doubt our line is the strength. And we have 6 guys who've started last year who are all coming back at some point started, not the whole season, but we have 6 guys up front. So we're going to rely on them and try to pound the football a little bit. And, of course, with Dion here, he's coming on. The thing about Dion that you don't know, first off, we kind of got him as a bonus guy. He transferred in last year on the basketball court. We're in the gym, and I said, why don't you come play football? I'm a hooper, coach. I said, let's play horse. If I beat you in horse, you come out. So I beat him, and the very next day, coach, I'm a man of my word. He's playing DB, receiver. Let me play quarterback, coach. This week 3, week 4. No, man. So I give him the opportunity, and all the coaches, what's Dion doing? I said, he has leadership quality. We're going to see what he can do. And he's won our quarterback starting spot. So that's special, and every day gets better and better.
Now, the other 2, will they play defensively? Talk to us about Osceola defensively.
Senior, Johnny Spears, he started since a sophomore.
Any relation?
No relation.
Okay.
No relation. So Johnny has always started at cornerback as a sophomore, so he's going to be the starting corner. He also probably going to be a starting receiver for us. And Kai Perez, another sophomore that moved up last year as a 9th grader, who started at safety for us. So we talk about, a good sophomore class who's really, really gifted. You have Casanova Lolis, who's going to start at center as a sophomore. Kai Perez, Adrian Davis is going to get quite a bit of the carries. Also, he's not going to start, but he's going to get a lot of the carries. And you got Jalen Cannon, who's another sophomore. So a very, very gifted sophomore group that we're leaning on. But, again, up front, we're going to lean on our linemen, defense and offense.
A lot of speed and athleticism, it sounds like. I'm old school. I know it's one up front. Talk to us about the defensive front and the defensive line.
Well, of course, Diesel is going to be the leader of the defensive line at defensive end. He returns, had 88 tackles, I think, 5-6 sacks last year, and fumble recovery. He is very explosive. The thing about him, he has a motor that you can't coach. And I saw that on film from him as a sophomore. Just watching him on tape, man, I love the way that kid plays the game, and just glad that he is with us and on our team. At the other end is Austin Scott. Casanova Lolis will be the defensive end. Inside linebacker, we have Kamaje Poole, who will be a 3-way starter, a 3-year starter for us. He's also going to be probably our most explosive receiver also, and probably the fastest guy that we have on the team too. Very, very explosive. Another guy that he's going to have to get touches in order for us to be successful.
Coach, you guys have a crazy 3-game stretch to start out the year. Mills, Blytheville, and then you guys go to Gosnell. What's the thought process behind scheduling those games? How's it going to help you improve later on in the year?
Well, I've learned under Buck James. I work for Buck James, and always you want to schedule your heavy stuff in the beginning, and you find out a lot about your team, and add win as a scrimmage game to that. So you talk about Coach Coleman having those guys, bringing those guys in, excited about being in the spread, and then dealing with the 3-3 stack. Then you have Mills, Blytheville, and Gosnell. That's tough, So our motto is to be comfortable being uncomfortable. If we can do that, and when it gets tight, you find out a lot about your team. So in those 4 games, we're gonna find out a lot about who we can and who we can't trust, and that'll help us in conference.
For you two players up there, I mean, crazy schedule. You got those 3 non-con games and then a bunch of conference and that benefit game with Wynn. So which matchup on the schedule are you kind of circling as your most anticipated one? Who are you excited to play against?
Mills is the first game. Take it step by step and win.
I think all of the games are very important. But one game that I had to pick out would probably be Mills too, just because the first game I want to start the season out strong.
What about you, Coach?
Again, win. We want to look good in the scrimmage, and just find out. I spoke about a lot of young guys who are going to play. The more inexperienced players you play, the more hiccups you'll have in the beginning. So we want to go ahead and get those out of the way. So I'm gonna say just the scrimmage game, win.
And finally, when all is said and done, when the season's over, what would you want to look back at and say, that's the most proud thing I could have done this season?
Just overall senior leadership. I've seen a lot of growth from guys, and I left one guy that I hadn't talked about, Willie Robinson. Willie Robinson is you have some guys who are really, really gifted. You have some guys who are program guys who have to go and grow gradually as the season progresses. And Willie Robinson has been one of our hardest workers, and he's progressed to be a great lineman and linebacker for us. So just overall, just looking back at the senior class, saying that they did what we knew they could do, and were champions.
Well, thank you guys for joining us.
Thank you.
And we will throw it to a commercial break, and we'll be right back with the EPC Warriors. You're watching the 2026 NEASports Football Volleyball Media Day.
House is a family-owned business in Manila, Arkansas, located on Highway 18 next to 1812 Pizza. We provide dog daycare, boarding, and grooming. We have 2,200 square feet of climate-controlled indoor play space and 2,200 square feet of outdoor turf yard. We're a cage-free boarding facility that offers 5x5 private rooms with comfortable elevated beds. Also, be sure to check out our new self-serve pet wash at only $10 per session. And NEA, guess what? We are opening a new store in Brooklyn, Arkansas. Come check us out at both locations.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. You're watching the 2026 NEASports Football Volleyball Media Day, and sitting in front of us, we have the EPC Warriors. Coach, if you will, introduce yourself and the players you brought with you.
All right, my name is Coach Justin Lovell. This is my first year at EPC, and I've brought Aiden Thompson, Ashton Reel, and Quincy Perry with me today.
Jumping right in with the players, you guys define your roles, what you do for this team, what position you play, starting with Aiden.
I just try and be a team player, and just team chemistry is key to me. And I just try and keep the D-line good, playing DN this year, senior year. So I just want to make the D-line, the defense, as best as we can be to the best of our abilities.
I'm Ashton Reel. I try to be a team leader and lead the team on both sides of the ball, and that's pretty much what I do.
My role is to just be a leader now that I'm a senior and just control the offense, control the defense, keep everybody in check.
Coach, big shoes to fill. You lost a lot of talent, but you got a lot of talent coming back. What's your mindset stepping into the head coach at EPC? What have you done differently, and what have you tried to hold over?
Well, first, it's going to be a challenge anywhere you go if you're replacing a coach like Brandon Powell. He's been there at EPC for 10 years, and he's done a really good job there. I've known him for a long time, most of my life, actually. So replacing a guy like Brandon Powell is going to be tough, but a lot of people kind of look outside in at EPC like we're going to be rebuilding, but no, we're going to be reloading with guys like these. I know we lost 13 seniors, but everyone we have back is more than capable of playing. If they had been anywhere else in the state, they'd have been starters last year, but they were behind a really good group. So coming in, we are excited with who we have coming back and the ability to come in and shock a lot of people around the state.
Coach, kind of walk us through personnel. Start with the behind center, running backs, receivers, and all that, and then we'll get into the big men where the games won and lost.
Yeah, the big men are my favorite, but we'll start in the backfield. We got a sophomore quarterback, Jeb Holloman, who comes in, and he's a baseball dude, so he's got a cannon for an arm. And so being able to have him back there allows us to open up some space with Quincy out there at receiver and A.J. Johnson at the other receiver. So if teams don't try to cover them, we're just going to be able to run the ball all over them. But if they start trying to stop the run, man, I know Quincy's going to be more than capable of going up and making big plays. He's been doing it all summer. But we have another sophomore in the backfield beside Jeb at Kayvon James at running back, who's a thick kid. He runs hard. He's understanding the concept right now. So teams are going to have a hard time dragging him down on the first hit. And then we have Aiden Thompson here play some tight end and some wing back. He's violent on his down blocks. He can pull across and run some counter if we need him to. And he's another thick kid that's going to be hard to bring down.
Now, you're asking an awful lot of Holloman because Bragg was pretty good at what he did. Is he ready to step into the role, and how much have you turned him loose?
I'm allowing him to play his game. I'm giving him the simple reads. He's picking up on it. He's got a good football IQ. But with a group of seniors like this that kind of like come back to the huddle and be like, hey, you got this, like you're good, just air that thing out and we'll take care of the rest of it. And I think he's gotten a lot more comfortable. That first camp, you could kind of tell he was nervous. But by the time we got to our second camp, we looked like one of the better teams out there, in my opinion. And that allows him to relax, calm down, and breathe with all these seniors around him that could kind of help him be the best version of himself.
Aiden, talk to us about your role, both offensively and defensively.
Well, you know, defensively, of course, go get the quarterback. Like, that's the key thing behind D-line. You always want to go tackle the football.
Defensive end?
Yes, sir. Defensive end. And offense, just make sure the line's good, playing tight end. I mean, it's a bigger role than what everybody might think it is, but and wing back too. Hold on to the football, of course. Don't fumble. And, yep.
Ashton, your first year playing without Big Brother, do you feel a little bit more responsibility as a leader without him on the other side of the line?
I mean, pretty much it don't feel a lot different. I had a big role last year, and this year I just had to take another step up, really. That's it.
Are you still flip-flopping your line?
Right now I am, but eventually if we're going to learn the system pretty well and I don't have to, and it kind of helps us out without defenses picking up on it. But right now we're going to flip-flop strong side, quick side, but we still have all the pieces to still be successful.
All righty, Quincy, you obviously are a senior. You lost a lot of talent, but you're a very talented young man. I've watched you grow up. Do you feel a little bit more responsibility as a leader and a player as a senior?
Yeah, I have to feel it in a big role, just being more of a leader now that I lost a lot of seniors, but it still feel the same. Still going to get out there and lead the younger guys and just make sure they develop their games.
Guys, what is the biggest improvement that you've made over the off season that will propel you forward into the fall?
How hard we work.
I perfected my craft a lot. Worked on small things, big things, gained a couple offers.
I just feel like showing up more, like being there for the team and being a better team player.
Coach, and I know you knew a lot of two-way multiple sport athletes at EPC. How's your off-season been with all that factored in?
It's been great. Coming in, I was kind of concerned by how attendance would look, but they've really been stepping up to the challenge, coming in, working every morning, and then going and doing some basketball in the afternoons. I got some kids still playing summer baseball, so that's what I kind of expected coming to a 2A program, kids that do all three sports, and I wouldn't have it any other way. I want kids being competitive, being athletes, so I'm perfectly fine with them going and playing all they can play.
I appreciate that mindset greatly. Coach, what kind of numbers are you expecting once all the dust settles?
By the time school starts, we'll have between 26 and 30 players on the high school team, and that is more than enough for a 2A football. I've seen a lot of 2A teams. I've coached some 2A teams where we've gone into the playoffs with maybe 18 or 19. So having closer to 30 kids means a lot to me, so we'll be able to rest a few here and there, but ultimately we're going to put our best players on the field and win as many games as possible.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but you had a great junior high team last year. How many sophomores will be able to help out?
Well, we have sophomores, Jeb Holloman starting quarterback.
Obviously, your quarterback.
Kayvon James is starting running back, and then another sophomore, Creighton Williams, will be able to help us out at tight end and defensive end. He's a big body for a sophomore, and he's quick with his hands and his hips off the D end. So opposite side of Aiden, we're going to be pretty solid there with a sophomore. And then we have a few here and there, like Corbin Thomas could go up and catch a ball if we need him to. He's a bigger receiver as a sophomore, so he could go block for AJ and Quincy out on the edge if we need him to. And then Easton Scott, a little on the small side, but he's quick. He's going to be more of a special teams player. He could get down the field every time we need him to.
Aiden, I've been very fortunate enough to be part of the Martree EPC game. Is that your biggest game on the schedule? And if not, who is?
I mean, we look forward to Martree every single year. I mean, crosstown rivalry, all these years, and the history between the matchup, but really just looking forward to Desart this year for how much how many people think we're going to be, how we're going to play, and how they're going to play, and we're just ready to show people how Warrior football really is.
Ashton, same question to you, brother.
Week by week, whoever's in front of us. I don't got no specific team.
That's a coach speak answer. Quincy, do you have anybody circled on the schedule that you're particularly looking forward to?
Same thing week by week, but of course, I got to say March. I got family there. It's just a good traditional rivalry. So it's good once we play them.
Coach, what about you?
I'm going week to week. Scrimmage game with Harrisburg is our first challenge. That's going to be the first time we actually get to suit up together as a team other than camp and kind of show everyone what we're made of. Fix some pieces here and there if we need to, and then head into Walnut Ridge. I think it's going to be a big test for us. They're going to be a big physical football team, and if we could come out there and hold our own and have a good mindset coming in and out of that game, I think it's going to be a real good staple point of what our season's going to look like.
Well, thank you guys for joining us.
Thank you.
And we will be right back with flipping back over to volleyball. You're watching the 2026 NEASports Football Volleyball Media Day.
From the first seed to a full harvest. From their first steps to their final day of school. From the everyday to the big adventure. From a great job to a greater calling. A true community bank is there through it all because every journey matters.
National Bank, our mortgage lending team knows what it takes to make a home and a superior home loan process. Simple, proven, and reliable service with competitive rates at a bank that already feels like home. Since 1889, that's been the First National Bank way, because for our people in all our locations, this is home. Apply online today. It's easy. From our family to yours. Welcome home. First National Bank.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the 2026 NEASports Football Volleyball Media Day. Sitting in front of us, jumping back over to volleyball, we have Ridgefield Christian. Coach, if you will, introduce yourself and who you brought with you today.
Yes, I am Coach Seth Downs, first year here at Ridgefield. We're here with Miss Ava Cassi, Miss Lauren Johnson, and Miss Ellie Salisbury. We have a group of seniors here that we're very proud to bring here.
Starting with Ava and going down the line, talk about your role on this team, what you bring to the floor.
So yeah, this year I'm a senior playing middle blocker. I play front row and back row, so I'm in all 6 rotations on the court, and yeah.
Yeah, I'm also a middle, and I also play front row and back row in all 6 rotations, and yeah.
I'm Ellie, and I am a senior, and I play setter, and I am the only setter on the court. So,
with you 3 seniors, this is your final chance to play for Ridgefield. What do you hope to have learned by the end of the season? What are some goals for this season, both personally and as a team?
Yeah, I'd just say, obviously making a playoff run, give it our all since it's our last year. We've played together for a long time, so this year's really special since it's our last.
Yeah, I would agree. Something personally I want to get out of this is all of the friendships that I have made along the way, because I've known Ava since pre-K 3, so that's a long time. And then Ellie, she just joined us a couple years ago, but she has definitely become one of my best friends, and I've just loved getting to play with both of them, and yeah.
Yeah, I agree with everybody else too, but it's just so much more than just going out there and playing a sport. Not only are you trying to do your best, but you're also trying to give all the glory to God. And we have made such good friendships that we will stick out together after the season.
Coach Downs, obviously, these 3 will be a big part of your attack, but it takes more than 3. Talk to us about the rest of your roster.
Yeah, we are really blessed that we had no seniors on last year's team, which was a con then, but it's pro now. And so we have Berkeley and London Baker, who both will play an important part out on the court. We have Grayson Billings, who will also be out on the court quite a bit. And then we probably have 3, 4, 5 more that'll come off the bench that I expect to get out there and to play. That's Grace and Elise Howe. There's a lot of players that are going to be able to see some time, and a lot of names that could show up in the paper from day to day.
Coach, kind of asking you the same thing I asked them. What's a big personal goal as well as a big team goal for this season?
Well, when I came in talking with the AD here, Braxton Half, there's some expectations for this crew, and that's a really good thing to walk into. Coming into a group of seniors like this, there's a lot that we can build off of, and it's less about what I can try to instill into them. What I'm trying to do is to unlock what they have, and we are going to be able to play night in and night out. I want us to compete, to get it off the bus in match and set 1, so that we can just get into every game, because we're going to have a chance to compete night in and night out. And like they have said, we would love to still be playing towards the end of October.
What is the biggest improvement that you've seen over the summer? How has the preseason looked in getting ready for the upcoming year?
Yeah, so we had a lot to work off of. The foundation was built in years prior to this, and so what we have been able to do is try to put people into a position to succeed. We have an offense where we can rely a lot on one person to set, so that a lot of people can get hits and get involved. And so what we've been able to improve upon is working the offense to a point to where we're hitting right side, we're hitting back row, we are hitting those spots, we're able to get the ball up and to the setter there on that first hit, so that everyone on our offense gets involved. We're not having to rely on any one person.
And for you 3 seniors, you've had years of experience up to this point. What's the biggest lesson that you're bringing with you into your final season?
I would say just give 110% all the time. We've been really stressing not letting the ball hit the floor, and so we're just going to hustle for every single ball and every single point.
I would say not getting in our head, because I feel like we all have the issue of we're not good enough and we let the ball drop and it's our fault. So I think having a strong mentality and just relying on each other rather than blaming it all on one person or yourself, and just coming together as a team.
Well, and I feel like you can get very down on yourself, but because we are seniors, you just have to remind yourself, this is my last time. And so then it's like a bittersweet feeling. So then you just love every minute of it.
To kind of match that bittersweet feeling, what's a huge rivalry matchup that you can't wait for one last one?
Well, our conference kind of changed this year, so there are some teams that we're not super familiar with playing, but last year when we played Corning, it was a really competitive game, so that's one I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, I would also say Corning, but I'm also excited to see all our new rivalry and like what will happen because we have so many new people in our conference.
Yeah, I don't know who we're going to play, so it'll all be fun.
Coach Downs, talk to us about the new conference.
Yeah, so we were able to move into a conference that I think it feels a little bit more like home for us and match up with a lot of very good schools that I think that we'll get into a lot of close games with. I think, though, that we can compete every night, that there's not a game on the schedule that's a scheduled loss, and that feels good as a coach to be able to look at the team and know that night in, night out, we are going to go and play. And so the Cornings, the Pigots, the Midlands, those are games that we're pumped to play. I think that as long as we're not beating ourselves, that we can win in any given night.
Ava, at the end of the year, you can say one variable that makes you successful or unsuccessful. What would that be? Record?
Yeah, I mean, obviously record to making a playoff run, but yeah.
I'll say something that will definitely like put us in it or not is effort, because I feel like as a team we all need to be giving all we can give.
And for me, it's whenever we pray before the game and we're like, we change our focus and it's not about us. It's not a lose or win situation. It's God has put us in this situation and that we can glorify him and hopefully share his name through us.
Coach, Lauren mentioned how effort plays a big role. How do you instill that into these players through every practice and every workout through the off season?
Yeah, we were just coming off of a camp that went well for us. We played a lot of schools, and something that I tried to do was get everybody out on the floor and build some competition. This is a very tight team. They are very close. And coming in from day one, I could see that. And, of course, you don't want to drive a wedge, but you do want them to compete against each other. And so that is what I have tried to do, is let them know, like, hey, there's 12 girls here that can get on this court and play well. And so I just want them to compete with each other and push one another to be their best. Because if they do that, then this team will see a lot of success.
And finally, for you three seniors, you know, Coach just mentioned the camaraderie and how that plays into the season. So personally for you, how does it affect your play?
Yeah, I mean, obviously when we're a tight team, we play well together. We feed off each other's energy. When we're up, we're playing great. And so just keeping that energy throughout the season.
Yeah, I agree. And also, like, our setter-hitter connection has become so good because we have just been so close together.
Yeah, and since we've always had, like, a smaller team, we get so many more reps in practice and stuff. And so it really does help us just stay connected, stay together whenever it's game time.
Well, we appreciate you joining us here for Media Day. And next we will cut to a commercial break before returning with the Gosnell Pirates back over to football. You're watching the 2026 NEASports Football Volleyball Media Day.
Milligan Heating and AC works to serve the Northeast Arkansas community in meeting all of your HVAC needs. Give Justin Milligan a call at 870-243-2820. Gosnell Public Schools is building a foundation for success based on readiness, responsibility, and respect. The Gosnell School District wishes their Pirates good luck during the upcoming season.
1945, we've been more than just a bank. We've been deeply rooted in communities across Arkansas, growing alongside the families and businesses we serve. We started the Farmers and Merchants Bank in Stuttgart, Arkansas 80 years ago to ensure working folks could borrow money to run their farms, fund their businesses, and build their families' futures. Today, Farmers and Merchants Bank is proud to continue supporting our communities, including our students and athletes. Farmers and Merchants Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Welcome back to the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day. Sitting in front of us, we have the Gosnell Pirates. Coach, if you will, introduce yourself and who you brought with you.
Coach Chris Smith. We have Mason Woods, Jamar Allen, and Thomas Reddick with us today.
Starting things off, Coach Smith, I mean, last year you guys had a phenomenal season. How do you hope to repeat that same success this year?
You know, those guys last year did a great job of buying in, believing in the program. They laid the foundation, set the standard. It was hard to do. We got there around May 5th last year. We put all this on them real quick, but, you know, credit to those seniors. We had 8 of them sign scholarships who laid the foundation and paved the way for the future belief of the program and what these guys are doing now. And these guys were also a huge part of that. So, you know, we're excited about, you know, things to come, and, you know, we're geared up, ready to roll. So.
Moving over to the players, I want each of you to kind of explain what your role is on the team, what positions you play, starting with Mason.
My name is Mason. I play running back. My role on the team, I feel like, hello? All right. Okay. I feel like my role on the team as a running back is to, you know, be a dog, get them gritty yards, all that. I'm here for all that.
Jamar Allen, I play quarterback. My job is to, like, be a leader, make sure everybody feeding off my energy during games, stuff like that.
My name is Thomas Reddick, and I'm a right tackle. My job is to protect the quarterback at all costs. I feel like it wasn't noticed enough, but me and Mason, we just signed to, well, we committed to D1 scholarships. We're really the leaders on the team. Our quarterback, he threw and had successful carries also.
Coach, you obviously have a lot of talent. You lost a lot of talent from last year. Schematically, any changes, or we basically run the same offense and defense?
We're not going to change our identity and who we are and what we believe in. You know, we laid that last year. You know, offensively, we're a veer and shoot style offense. We like to get our players in space, one-on-one matchups where they can make plays and in advantageous positions. You know, so if there's a loaded box, we feel great about our quarterback. You know, being able to mesh point, RPO, throw it deep, throw it short, whatever coverage, leverage they want to play us. He knows every front, every coverage. He knows how to get the ball out and to the playmakers as fast as possible. Or, you know, if they want to unload the box and make it 6-on-6, 5-on-5, 7-on-7, depending on whatever formation we're in, we have an explosive run game, and, you know, these guys kind of undersold themselves a little bit. You know, this guy, you know, beside me, Mason's very explosive, can take it to the house any minute, but great balance, physical runner. You know, Thomas does a great job of opening holes and drive blocking people down. And, you know, Jamar is an aspect I think a lot of people missed on him last year is his run ability. You know, he throws the deep ball really well, but, you know, one thing he's going to be able to do this year, to answer your question fully, is he's going to be able to run the ball as well and be a +1 runner in the box for us. And you know, a lot of things a lot of people don't realize about the team last year, we returned really 9 guys on offense in the front, you know, so we lost Ja to Rice University. He's doing well. He's loving it. You know, we lost, you know, Isaiah Donnerson. But, you know, we have a lot of guys coming back. You know, 2 tight end fullbacks who played every snap last year, 4 O-linemen, quarterback, 2 all-state running backs. So we feel really good about it. We like the young talent we got and how far they've come in a short amount of time. But to answer your question, you know, the scheme's going to stay the same. We're confident. We believe in it. It's our identity. It's who we are. And I think, you know, these guys are ready to execute at a high level.
With the loss of Ja, do you see running the football a little bit more?
You know, we'll take what the defense gives us still. You know, Ja, like I said, a phenomenal player, great athlete. One of the greatest things he did for the program, everybody talks about, you know, how great a player he was. But now even all these young receivers who've kind of, you know, had to step in and fill these roles, Ja taught them the standard in how to play receiver, how to stem a route, how to stack a route, how to ice bath, how to take care of your bodies. This is how you run the routes. This is how you read coverage. So I think his impact is going to be lasting on the program because those guys are all trying to rise to his level and play at that level. So we've seen young guys like Mylan Booker just got offered from UCA who's playing his spot right now. So you can already see his impact on the program.
Well, you've done a great job of building a program, and not just last year's team, but switching gears to defense. Walk us through the defense, all 3 levels, where these gentlemen fit in and some of the personnel.
Oh, you know, defense, we actually returned quite a few starters. You know, they're, you know, odd front-based defense. We adjust to whatever we're seeing. You know, we got Alonzo Lambert, who was all-conference last year, does a great job. He can play multiple spots. You know, Mason's going to play a little bit of defense, outside backer, safety. Mylon Booker, who I just mentioned, will be playing, a little safety, outside linebacker. Wilson Dunn, up and coming junior this year, has had a great all season. Can lift. He's explosive. To point of contact, we had Adrian Gonzalez, who's the brother of Asarius Gonzalez, who signed at Monticello last year, who's worked really hard, bought fully into the program, and a couple young guys have stepped up. Like Jeremy Thomas, Jake Riggs, Marco Wilburn's back on both sides of the football. Was a great player for us last year. Is getting some college attention as well. Also a 4.0 student, but. We got a lot of experience, and guys have, changed the culture, so that's there. But they've been real physical in the summer. They've embraced everything we've done, but the defense has been pretty multiple, and we're pleased with where they're at right now.
Mason, talk about your off season, what you've done to try to build on a great year last year.
Yeah, this offseason, we've been working, getting it in every single day. No days off, working every day, countless hours, blood, sweat, tears, and it's showing.
Jamar, talk about your summer as far as camps and throwing the football at 7-on-7.
We didn't attend those 7-on-7, but we've been working every day at practice, getting down the timing, the routes, when the ball needed to be thrown, stuff like that with the younger guys, because they got to make a big step from the receivers I lost last year.
Thomas, they're pretty boys. You and I know the game's won and lost up front on the line. Talk to us about the offensive and defensive lines at Gosnell.
I feel like really in the trenches you have no other choice but to be a dog. That's where everything get dirty. That's where everything happen. I really just try to show up every day, face adversity, because I know at the next level it will always be somebody as big as you and better than you, but what sets you apart is your work ethic.
Coach, you've got a program, like I said. How many, though, at this level do you still play both ways?
We play skill guys more frequently both ways than we would naturally a lineman. I like the lineman to play, really, focus on one side of the ball if I can avoid it. There might be some packages where, you get short yardage. We might throw Thomas in on the goal line and, go a heavy package. But, I think the secondary, skill-type guys can go both ways a little bit, especially in crunch situations, somebody across the 50-yard line. But we ask them all to play special teams, too. That's one other element to it, too. We put our best players on special teams. That's the one play on the field where 11 bodies are going to be in space at one time where a big play can happen at any moment. And special teams can win or lose you a game, as we see every fall, and it's overlooked at this time of year. People sometimes want to throw it in and the week before the game, but, we've tried to get a head start on it. We've been working it since I got here. So definitely trying to improve that aspect as well.
I'll ask all four of you and start with Thomas. You got a great team, a target on your back because of the success last year, but is there one game that you're really looking forward to playing this year?
It's really not one game because we're looking for whoever willing to step up to us,
now,
really.
Don't even act like coach is here. Tell me a game you want to win this year.
I want to win all of them. We're going to win all of them. There's no ifs or buts about it, because what other teams don't have that we do, we have good habits. We have what's preached in practice is finish. Other teams don't know how to finish. We finish every day, and that's what we work towards every day. So I know we're going to win every game because we can finish.
Jamar, big game for you?
Not really, just getting better every game, preparing for the playoffs.
Coach, you got them trained well, but I got to ask, Mason, anybody you're looking forward to in particular?
No, I would say Blava, but we slam dunk 50 on them last year, so there's that.
And we done smoked everybody that really has been our old-time rivals. Nobody have really been our rivals because even, before time, our generation, we done already wiped everybody out.
Well, you guys are definitely a confident squad, and we're looking forward to seeing what you can do in the upcoming year. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, thanks for having us. All gas, no brakes.
And with that, we will move to a commercial break. This is the 2026 NEASports Football Volleyball Media Day.
Gosnell Public Schools is building a foundation for success based on readiness, responsibility, and respect. The Gosnell School District wishes their Pirates good luck during the upcoming season.
From the first seed to a full harvest. From their first steps to their final day of school. From the everyday to the big adventure. From a great job to a greater calling. A true community bank is there through it all because every journey matters.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day. Sitting in front of us, we have the Cross County Thunderbirds. Coach, if you will, introduce yourself and the players you brought.
All right, I'm Coach Mims. This is my first year at Cross County. Down at the far end, I have senior Caden Finley. In the middle, I have senior Aiden Kraft. And then to my left, I have senior Jake Allred.
Before we get to the players, Coach, that is an intimidating team to join, state champions. So how do you take that as a coach and try to recreate the same success?
Well, I think it's a great opportunity for us this upcoming year. I tell these guys, they are the ones that won the 2A state championship last year. The staff that was there previously has moved on to another jobs, other opportunities, and so we're still hungry and still itching to get back to that spot. And so every standard and expectation that we have set has been the same as it was before.
Moving over to the players, if you all three could explain your role, what your position is, what you bring to the field for this team.
I'm Jake Allred. I play center. I bring, I'd say, experience, starting last year. And I'm also a leader on the O-line.
Aiden Kraft, I'm slot back, and for defense, I play free safety, and I bring leadership, agility, and speed.
My name is Caden Finley. I play slot and middle linebacker. I'd say I'm a leader on the team, and I try to be a dog on both sides of the ball.
Coach, what do you bring to the table as far as what have you changed that you feel will be more positive on this football team?
Well, I just try to be the most energetic person every single day in the room. If I can do that and get these guys to match my energy and be consistent every single day and have a workman's mentality week in and week out, then our goal will accomplish itself.
Schematically, what have you changed from last year?
Offense is going to be very similar. There's some more plays in the double wing that we have installed and put a little bit more focus on. And defensively, we're going to be multiple. We're going to base out of a 4-3-1 high. But there's multiple things that we can get into depending on who we're playing and what we're getting.
Offensively, run, pass, do you look to throw it a little bit more? Or?
We will. We will a little bit more. But our goal is to establish the line of scrimmage and downhill running football.
Establish the line of scrimmage, Jake. I know you take a lot of pride in that. Talk to us about the offensive line and some of your peers on the line.
Well, we brought up a big freshman class. They've got size. They're real strong, But if we can just get them to mature, get them used to senior high ball, I think the sky's the limit for us.
Aiden, ask you, what's the difference this year and last year as far as your role as a leader on this team?
Of course, we're not senior heavy. We got maybe 6 seniors on our team, but we've got a lot of new guys coming up, and they're not wanting to hit hard we got to get them ready. Because last year we was all head hunting, and we'd hit anything that come for us. But now we got young bucks that are scared, but we're coaching them up.
Kate, now come back to Coach Mims about this point. Offense or defense, which do you like better?
I'm a defensive player. I like it. More opportunities for me and the team to dominate the field.
Coach, your mindset. I know you got a lot of players that will have to go both ways, but how do you work that out, especially early in the year when conditioning is a factor?
Oh, yeah. I mean, we try to get as many reps in and find a rotation more so on the defensive side than on the offensive side up front. We have 5 different guys that can run our slot backs, so we can get a good rotation going there. And we've really harped this summer that, you know, the conditioning part is going to make us better, especially early in the season when we're trying to get as many reps in as possible and trying to drive the football and trying to get, you know, some points on the board and get these guys going and get the momentum rolling.
Talk about your schedule this year. I know you've added Barton. Pretty tough test there.
Right.
But talk about pre-conference and then a very tough 2A2.
Oh, absolutely. We scrimmage Blytheville in our benefit game. I'm excited for those guys to come down to Cross County. And then we open up with Harrisburg and play them at home, big rivalry. And then we go to Palestine, very good football program, very good offensive schematics. And then Barton, who is our first time playing in the non-conference, very athletic. And then, you know, our conference has been very stout the last couple of years.
I was going to say you're front-loaded as far every team on your conference schedule is pretty good.
Right, absolutely. No, they are. And we just have to have the mindset of each week going 1-0, and that's our goal, finish the week 1-0.
Expectations. What are your goals both personally and as a team this year, starting with you, Jake?
I'd like another ring, you know. As a person, though, I'd like to win All-State. It's hard to do as a center in the double wing, but I think if I work towards it, I can accomplish that.
Aiden, your goals.
Yeah, same thing. I want to get another ring. Last year it didn't feel real, but it all worked in our favor. So I want another one, and I want to get all conference and all state as well.
Caden, do you have any unique personal goals and obviously team goals? What are they?
My personal goals are probably to get All-State. I tried to get that last year. Didn't really work out my way. But as a team, get another ring.
And Coach Mims, we talked a little bit already, but any undue pressure that you put on yourself stepping into an awesome program?
I wouldn't necessarily call it pressure. I would just call it expectation. I have a high expectation for myself and this program and these guys, and they understand that. And we have 3 guys that we have brought in that were not on the staff last year.
Talk to us about your staff.
Yeah, so our defense coordinator this year is Coach Trey Holmes, played D2 ball in Missouri, graduated from Wynn, young guy, very smart, defensive, heavy-minded, played linebacker and safety at the collegiate level. Our offensive line and defensive line coach is Dawson Engel, who won a 2A state championship at Conway Christian, was the offensive line coach there the year they won it. And then our defensive backs and tight ends and receivers coach is Cody Campbell, who was at Augusta recently as a baseball and football assistant.
Now, you work with quarterbacks?
I was defense coordinator at Jonesboro before.
What are you doing at?
Oh, I'm doing offensive coordinator and then the skill guys on the offensive side.
Going down the row here, what's your biggest goal for the year for you as a coach?
I just want to see us improve every single week. If we can have that growth every single week, and I know that these guys are putting in the work and getting better every single week, then I know we've been doing what we need to do.
And for the players, I mean, you all participated in that state finals matchup. The atmosphere is everything there. So what were the biggest takeaways for you as players that you're going to bring into this season?
I'd say probably experience. You know, we've competed at the highest levels. Other than that, you know, just be fast, play physical.
Yeah, same thing. Experience, a lot more experience than a lot of other kids.
Like they said, we have a lot of experience getting to that number 1 spot, playing every team in our way, and just, you know, make it out on one.
And finally, for you 3 guys, you know, who's the team that you're looking out for on the schedule that you can't wait to play against?
I can't wait to play against Des Arc.
Okay, well, the consensus is made, you guys versus Des Arc. And thank you guys so much for joining us for Media Day.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
And we will throw it now to commercial. You're watching the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day.
From the first seed to a full harvest. From their first steps to their final day of school. From the everyday to the big adventure. From a great job to a greater calling. A true community bank is there through it all because every journey matters.
Ready for flavor that flies above the rest? Wings to Go serves up fresh, hot wings in over 20 bold sauces, from sweet and tangy mild to melt-your-face homicide. We offer fish, chicken, or shrimp, along with many other menu items. So come on by for a meal you won't regret. Order online, call ahead, or swing by either one of our locations. Wings to Go, hot, fresh, fast, and always ready to serve you.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day. In front of us, we have the Earl Bulldogs. Coach, if you will, introduce yourself and the players you brought today.
Yes, sir. A.C. Coleman. Beside me is quarterback Aiden Davis. And to his left, you have Darian Maples, senior running back. And on the end, we have senior offensive lineman Troy Rogers.
Aiden, start with you. You're a quarterback. You're kind of the on-field leader of this team. Talk to us about your role as quarterback, your responsibilities, both as a player and a leader.
Of course, as being a quarterback, you have to be the leader on the field. My role on the offensive side of the ball, putting the ball where only my receivers can get it, and putting my team in a position to win.
Talk to us about your relationship with former great Gary Bohannon, because I understand he's working with quarterbacks.
Yes, sir. He's my cousin, so.
Oh, wow.
I used to go to his house all the time. We'd throw the ball together, but building a relationship is great.
Coach Coleman, I've always thought that Bohannon was actually better at defensive end than quarterback. What's his role? Is he coaching something besides quarterbacks?
Yeah, all I can say is Gary was an unbelievable athlete on and off the field, and the things he did playing that quarterback position showed that he, going to Baylor and finishing winning the Sugar Bowl and being a top 5 team in the nation speaks volumes for itself coming out of Earl. And his development and these kids, the expectations of he's a big name to try to follow behind, and the expectations are high for Aiden to be able to do the same thing since he's in his lineage.
Well, he was a great quarterback and, like you said, very successful in college. But I literally remember him taking away half the field defensively. He was a great defensive player. Darian, talk to us about your role on this team, both position and as a leader.
My role on this team is like being the starting running back, and the senior is like to lead everybody in the right space, like make sure we're doing the right things, make sure we locked in for the season. And my role as a player is just get the ground game going. Like, our conference is run heavy, so we got to make sure we keep up with all the other running teams and stay,
Troy, the game, all these pretty boys, the game's won and lost up front with the offensive and defensive line. Talk to us about the Bulldog offensive line and then the defensive line.
Well, our offensive line, we have straight dogs. It's like, it's nowhere you can go. You can just pick on anybody because everybody hold their ground. Now, defensive line is just perfect. We have a big interior. We have fast linebackers that'll come and hit. We also have a great secondary. They'll come tackle if you hit the outside. Our defensive ends, they're fast. They're tackle. That's physical.
Coach, you had a good year last year, but you're in a gauntlet of a conference. Have you done anything differently this year than last year as far as schematically, offensively, and defensively?
Yes, sir. Last year we kind of mixed it up a lot more. We was more trying to be a 50-50 team where we ran the ball and passed equally throughout the games. But this year we're focusing on being more run heavy. We have huge linemen, and we have quite a few linemen. We got tight ends that they have size and strength, and our goal this year is to get in these run formations and pound the ball. You know, Darion at the running back, he's put on about 10 more pounds since this summer, and he's been working hard, and we're going to reward him for that. And Aiden is a dual threat quarterback. He can throw the ball, but he's going to surprise a lot of people with what he does with his feet.
Coach Coleman, talk about personnel. You got a good, big offensive line blocking, which I know you appreciate. But who are the personnel? Start at left tackle and walk us through.
Yes, sir. Troy plays the left tackle. And we moved Troy to right tackle.
That's what I thought.
He's pretty tough. He was all conference last year playing that position. Beside him, we have Henderson Pitts. Henderson Pitts is 6'1", 355 pounds. He can move to be a big boy. The smallest lineman is Datavion Holmes, who plays center, but he's a 4-year starter at center. So for me, he is the dog of the line. He's the one that get things done. And at the left guard, we kind of rotated. We have we call him Big Spam, and Spam plays the left guard, and he's at another 6'1", 340-pounder, big, nice size. And at left tackle, we've been kind of rotating. We have Xavier Jerry, who's a better defensive player, but on the offensive line playing tackle at 6'4", 285 pounds. In our line has size. For a 2A team, you can't look at our line and be like, oh wow, they're a 2A line. Our line is formidable.
You got skill positions as well.
Yes, sir.
How many players do you have going both ways?
Well,
I'm assuming a lot.
Hey, it is a lot. It's small ball, it's 2A, and that's one of the goals for our season going forward, to limit the number of two-way players that we do have. But at this point in time, we're looking at about six players that will go both sides of the ball.
Talk to us about your schedule, both non-conference, and then get into the gauntlet of the 2A2.
Yes, sir. Realizing that, to win this state title in 2A football, you have to be able to run the ball, but you also have to defend these teams that do run the ball. So we got West Helen on the schedule. They're a run-heavy team. They will throw the ball. Followed in by Lake Village, who's a run-heavy. Last year, they was a game out for making the playoffs, and they moved to a single-wing type of offense, and they ran the ball. And thirdly, we got McGee, and McGee's a power-run team, and they have a history of, pounding the ball and running down your throat. And once we get to conference play, we should be pretty solid in our ability to stop the run. And that's what the goal was with our non-conference. In conference games, of course, you have the traditional, like last year, EPC made it to the finals for the 3rd time. You had Cross County make it, and they actually won. I feel like McCrory, Marktree, Des Arc, even Mariana with the new coach, has some things to go. Clarendon has a new coach and more athletes and players out there. So that conference is a tough conference.
As far as that, Troy, along those lines, I know every game's big and all that, but is there one game circled that you really want to excel in?
I would just say Martree.
Martree. Same question to you, Darian.
Martree.
Aiden?
Martree.
Throw it at you, Coach Coleman. Is there anybody that you like to specifically play very well against?
At this point in time, I feel like the conference is going to come down to all teams, and I'm strictly this year. I'm not looking forward past one opponent going through. It's week by week with me right now. I see them all equally, and from Des Arc being picked to be #1, Cross County being a team that made it to the finals, EPC making it to the finals. At this point in time, all of them can get it, and that's what it is. It's 1 week at a time, and may the best man win.
As far as that goals,
yes, sir.
If you win the conference, you probably have a good chance of winning state.
Yes, sir.
What are the goals that you have for the team?
That's it. To be successful and to run the ball and to week by week win. And I think this is one of those teams that can make a historic run for Creighton County and Earl, and they can get it done. We have all the pieces. We have an elite wide receiver in Dante Bell. We have a good running back in Darion. Our line is huge and massive, and to be honest, we're speaking of offense, but our defense will carry us this year, and that hadn't been the case in the past. But defensively, team camps, they've gotten after it, and they've had excellent team camps where not many teams were able to score on us in team camp. So I'm excited about that.
And for you three players, what's the mentality going into this season like?
Like Coach said, starting the week, we go number one. Hopefully we go 1-0 every week, and may the best man win.
The mentality is just dog will be dog. Like, go out there and win every game, 1-0 every week.
The mentality is just to win. Don't let teams score.
Well, thank you guys for joining us here for Media Day.
Yes, sir.
And next we will throw it to a commercial break before coming back with the Truman Wildcats. You're watching the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day.
Sage Meadows Country Club is a proud sponsor of today's Northeast Arkansas Football Volleyball Media Day event.
Someone about their favorite show, there's a good chance it's on CBS or Fox, two of the most popular networks in the country. When you ask someone where they go for local news and information, they usually say Northeast Arkansas News. When you ask someone how they grew their business, they'll probably tell you they advertise with KJNB. When you add it all up, top-rated networks, local focus, and dynamic advertising, you get more than just a TV station. You'll get a hometown friend. KJNB. This is who we are. This is home.
Here, life moves different. Not slower because we're behind. Slower because we choose to soak it in. From post to posting, from stream to streaming. With Empower Broadband, we can FaceTime family across the country and get our work done so we can get back to what matters most. From game to gaming, from boots to booting up. Faster internet doesn't mean a faster life. It means more time to enjoy the slow one. Connect faster, live slower with Empower Broadband.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day. Sitting in front of me, we have the Truman Wildcats. Coach, if you would, introduce yourself and the players that you brought with you.
Yes, sir. I'm Coach Jake Snyder, and then from here out, we have senior Logan Barnes, senior Johnny Bell Jr., and then senior Drake Harlow.
And for each of the players, explain a little bit about your role on the field, what position you play, what you bring to this team.
got this.
Almost there.
Got it.
Oh.
Let's DIY the right way with Barton's. We're the home renovation experts, from recommending the perfect fixtures to designing your dream kitchen. And with local delivery and installation services, there's never been a more perfect time to refresh your home. Now that's what I call leveling up. Don't just build it better with Barton's.
Quarterback situation. Jace, your son, played running back very successfully, but now you move him back to quarterback. Talk about him behind center.
Well, with us running the single wing, we call them running backs that can throw the football. We don't really consider our guys back there quarterbacks, but he is the one doing the cadence. Him and Carter Morris will be right beside each other. Both these guys are seniors, have played a lot of football for us, but both of them will throw the ball. We'll try to get them the ball too. We'll try to throw it to them both. So, and then you have Jasper Callahan at that running back spot that we returned from last year. So we return everybody back there. We only lost 3 guys on offense and 1 guy on defense. So we got a veteran team coming back, and these guys have won a lot of football games in their career, and I'm just excited to see what they do this year.
Now, Jace is a great athlete, a lot better than his dad.
Yes.
No, I remember
He is.
the old ASU days. But talk to us about the run-pass ratio. Will Jace throw it a little bit more this year?
We're still gonna try to run the football. We pride ourselves on being a physical football team. We just been trying to hone in on making ourselves just that much more physical, trying to take that physicality to another level, and that's what happens. That's whenever you play good teams in the playoffs. You kind of you'll always run into a team that's very physical, and normally the more physical team wins, and that's what happened last year. We ran into Mansfield, and they were a more physical football team than us. And whenever that happens, you normally turn the ball over more. You make different mistakes that you're not used to making, and so we're just trying to take that physicality to another level. But just having all these guys back, they know the offense. They've been running the offense since they were in the 7th grade, so they've been in this system. They know the system. They know what we expect out of them. And our offensive linemen, that's our bread and butter, and that's what we always try to hang our hat on. Yeah, we have a lot of great athletes back there, but games are won and lost up front, and everybody knows in the Walnut Ridge football program we love the offensive linemen. We take care of those guys, but they also get coached really, really hard. So Coach Fisher and Coach Spargo do a great job with those guys, but we hang our hat on those guys and make sure our offensive linemen know what's going on, and that they lead our team, and we take a lot of pride in that.
Offensive line obviously is important in your offense, as is the fullback. Carter, talk to us about your role. Are you primarily a blocker, or will you get the ball a little bit more as a fullback this year?
Yeah, I get the ball a good amount. I'll probably block a little more this year. We don't really have anybody to come in, so I'll be kind of just going crazy on offense and defense.
Carter's kind of that hammerhead.
Yeah, getting short yards.
Taylor, talk to us about your role on the football team, both as one position, and as a leader.
Just stop the run game, make them pass it, make them have to throw it, and then if they throw it, they're going to run into Jace, and he's going to pick that thing off and run it for a touchdown. But on the field. I mean, just stop the run as a hop guy, just get everybody pumped up in the locker room, on the field, on the sideline, just no matter what I'm doing, just always having a smile on my face, yelling, screaming, hooping, hollering.
Corbin, your role on the team both as position and as a leader.
So as position-wise, I always like to, do my best and go block whoever needs to be blocked. We never pass up opposite color jerseys.
Where do you play on the line?
I play strong guard.
Okay. So y'all flip-flop?
Yeah, we flip lines, yep.
Yeah.
Talk to us about your peers. Tell us who all's on the line with you.
So we have seniors Asher Johnson and Bryce Bullard. We also have Trevor blocking a little bit, Trevor Augustine. He's really good. Those guys will get it done. They've been with me from start to finish, and they are great guys to get it done.
Coach, I knew the answer, but I asked you, if you still flip-flopped, talk to us about your offensive line play. Do you pull a lot, their role?
Yeah, we pull quite a bit. Corbin's one of those main cogs at that strong guard.
I knew that as well.
We pull him a lot on counter, but you start off with Bryce Bullard. Bryce Bullard was a 2-year starting center for us. We moved him to outside tackle. Yeah, he's 6'3", 270 pounds, and he does a great job for us. So Bryce Bullard's moving that outside tackle spot, and then we have Preston Woodard, who's a junior. He's a big boy also. He's 6'2", 280 pounds also, and he's done a great job this summer for us. And then Asher Johnson, I've already talked about Corbin, but Asher Johnson will be that quick guard on the other side. He's played some outside tackle. He started for us at outside tackle last year. We moved him to inside tackle. Now he's really athletic. He's a very athletic offensive lineman. We got him playing that quick guard spot. And then at center, it's kind of up for grabs right now. We got 2 guys competing for it, Braden Crowell and Jaden Brogdon. They're both very capable and very good offensive linemen. We have a lot of depth on the offensive line. So we have a lot of guys who can give somebody a spell if they need to, but we also have some guys pushing some other ones to make them better, and that's what you always want. You always want healthy competition.
That depth also in 3A football helps you on the defensive side. 8-man box, you try to stop the run, run heavy conference. Talk to us about your 4-4-3 defensive scheme.
Yeah, it always starts up front. So you got Trevor Augustine, who's committed to Southern Illinois. So he's a Division I football player playing defensive end and blocking back for us. He'll anchor down one of those sides, and then we have another kid in Memphis Basil who will be the other defensive end for us. And then up front in the 2D tackle, we kind of rotate. It's by committee. We try to keep them all fresh, try to get the best guys out there, but it always comes back to the 2 guys in the middle right here beside me and just making sure that we get lined up right. If we're not getting lined up right, they're hearing it from me on the sideline. They know my expectations. I coach the middle linebackers in practice, so they know my expectations, and they make sure that we get lined up right. And then in the secondary, we have a lot of guys who can make a lot of plays. We got a lot of speed. Our 4x1 team, 4x2 team placed in state last year, and then Jace obviously won the 100 and 200 meters last year in state. So we have a lot of speed. We have the most speed that we've had. So in the secondary, we have a lot of guys, a lot of young guys, and we have a lot of returning guys that can give us a lot of minutes.
Jace played free safety at the back.
Yeah, he plays for free safety, yep.
Predominantly man, how will you run the secondary?
Well, we kind of do a lot of cover 3, but we also change it up. I mean, you play Rivercrest and Osceola. You can't just sit there and one high safety against teams like that. So you have to make sure that you have different coverages in whenever you play those guys, and we kind of work on those all summer long. Just because you can't go into that week knowing that you're playing those types of teams that can stretch you vertically. And whenever you play in the playoffs, you're always going to have somebody that can also stretch you vertically. So you got to make sure you have different coverages in. But we will play a lot more man than we have in the past, just because of how much speed we have.
Well, that's a good problem to have. Talk about your schedule. The conference is obviously tough. As always, you open with EPC.
Yep.
Talk about that game and then walk us through your schedule.
Yeah, EPC is always a great challenge just because they can stretch you vertically just like Rivercrest and Osceola can. So those two teams, that team right there kind of get you ready for that. And then Truman and Batesville Southside get you ready for the physicalities, physical teams in our conference that like to run the football. And our conference has a lot of good coaches in it. So those 2 games right there get you ready for the conference schedule. And it's gonna be a challenge. You just got to be ready each and every Friday night, and just hopefully you're improving each and every week.
Well, we appreciate you joining us, Coach. And next we will take a commercial break and return Truman up here. We were having some audio issues. But before that, we will have a commercial break. You're watching the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the 2026 NEA Sports Football / Volleyball Media Day. We return the Truman Wildcats to the stage. Appreciate you guys for joining us. Coach, if you will introduce yourself as well as the players that you brought with you today.
Yeah, so I'm Coach Jake Snyder. From here across, I've got all seniors, Logan Barnes, Johnny Bell Jr., and Drake Harlow.
And players, if you would kind of explain your role and what position you play, what exactly you bring to the field for this team.
I play free safety on defense and slot on offense. And defensively, my role is I just try to be the best leader I can, stay over top of everything, make sure nothing get behind us.
I play a little bit of offensive line. Other than that, I play defensive line, and my role is just to be the juice, get it going.
I play quarterback, so my role is to make sure the team is running the right plays, and I have to lead them to winning the game and put us in the best position for that.
Coach, I know you get some multiple sport athletes. Talk to us about the off season and what you've done to make this year even better for the Wildcats.
Yes, sir. So our big thing we just talked about is being as competitive as we can be. That's been our biggest one, and then being good teammates has been the other. It's been the two big things that we're working on. If we can do those things, we believe that everything else will take care of itself. Throughout the off season, it's the competitions. We broke into teams that picked captains. They got the draft teams, and we compete with, grades in the classroom attendance. How you're lifting, your maxes, the number of reps you get on certain sets, all the way to on Fridays where we're competing, whether it's kickball or it's tug of war, or we'll do some 7-on-7 occasionally, but whatever it is, it's just learning to compete, be good teammates, and do things a certain way. And the team that won it this year, they were the ones who did that the best. They competed as hard as they could, and they relied on each other when things got difficult. Those have been the two big ones. Like I said, I believe that with those two things, we can accomplish anything else that we need to.
Let's talk to the guys again. So through that off season and going through that, what are some of the things you think you learned and improved on going into this season?
Just trying to be the best teammate I can be, best role model, be a leader to the younger guys, and that's it.
A little bit of the same stuff, just got to be a leader.
I wasn't there for most of it because I was a basketball but from this summer I've learned to how to step up, be a leader, and then show the team how to play all together as a team and help us put us in the best spot to win.
All right, so with that in mind, starting with you, Drake, going back down, what are some goals you have for yourself this season and then for your team?
Yeah, for myself, I'd say to be a better leader, show the guys what it means to step up, and then as a team, I'd say all of us to play together and win, because this group's never played an actual game together, so I think there's a lot on the table for us.
Personal goal, just be better than I was last year. Team goals, execute, win games.
Personally, be a good leader and set a good example for the underclassmen. And team goal is to execute and win games.
Coach, talk to us about, you got some good leadership, some seniors coming back. You brought some with you today, and then you got some guys stepping up into some different roles. Talk to you about your squad on both sides of the ball and some of the guys maybe not here with you today.
Right. So we just talked about the big leader has all offseason long has been Caden Williams. He's taken over the stretch line. I mean, he's been the big vocal piece, whether it's been on offense or defense. You can hear his voice somewhere. I mean, he's constantly trying to push his teammates and hype each other up and hold guys accountable, which has been huge. I mean, it's difficult to be a leader at a young age and to push kids to be in those situations. It's tough, and have a guy that's a junior really do that. I mean, we've got some good seniors that do those things as well. You know, talking about offensively, you know, I think we have 3 or 4 seniors that are starting that were all part of it last year. Landon Adams, Drake Harlow, Drake Hall, then Gabe Cifuentes. But, you know, we're going to bring in a lot of young guys there on the offensive line with Caden Williams. You know, we've got 2 new guys that didn't play last year in Luis Zavala and Peyton Chaffin up front. And then you're also going to get, there's 4 out, you call them those super sophomores, Gavin Hodges, Luke Barnes, London Lopez, and Carlos Morales that were part of a conference runner-up junior high team last year. They're going to bring a lot of energy, you know, that youthful energy to the program. But you also get a guy back like Rylan Whitson, who had a really unfortunate injury at the beginning of the year last year. He's been killer in the team camps this offseason. Defensively, you know, a lot of those guys are going to turn around and play both ways. I mean, we are a small school. It's small school mentality. You know, I think we have about 35 guys on the team. And it's just like, it doesn't matter if we ask you to go be the kicker, the holder, the water boy. Everybody knows, like, we just got to go get a job done.
So talk to us about some of your strengths you got each side of the ball, and then maybe some areas that you think, hey, we need to improve on that non-conference slate to get ready for that tough 4A3.
I would say definitely the strengths are going to be up front. I mean, we've got about 7, 8 guys that compete up front. The ones that we've mentioned, throwing a guy like Mason Jones as well. Of course, Johnny Bell will rotate in on O-line. And all those guys around on defense too. Like, that's going to be they're big, they're fast. I mean, they're physical guys. You got like Johnny Bell, who had 8 sacks last year. I mean, he can absolutely get after the quarterback. So that's going to be the strength. So he talks about he'd like to be a better football player. I'd take 10 sacks this year or more too. So, but I would just say that's going to be the big group. I mean, skill guys, we've got some returners on both sides. Definitely in the coverage end is defensively where we need to get the best at. Offensively, it's staying on task. Bad things will happen. Don't let a bad thing spiral into something bigger than what it was. But we've done a really good job of that this summer. Offense has done a really good job moving the ball. I mean, we played 6A schools down to 2A schools, and we've been able to compete with just about everybody.
Yeah, so that non-conference slate, run us through that, and then what the 4A3 kind of looks like to you.
Right. So we start with Walnut Ridge. Benefit game is Brooklyn, and then we get into Harrisburg and Paragould. Walnut Ridge is going to be a big test, and it's a big game. It's going to kick off the season. If we start bad, it's going to be extra hard to recover from that. I mean, it is a great start to the season. It's going to put you in the best position for it. Harrisburg's a huge game. It's a rivalry game. We've got the Battle of the Ridge Trophy, and it's at its home right now in good old Truman, Arkansas. And then Paragould, chance to play a little 5A team, a little bit bigger, more depth, and kind of get our guys a little, more acclimated to playing teams that may have more guys and may play a little one way. It doesn't matter to us. We're going to play both ways, and we're going to be tough through it. And then that gets in the conference. It's a gauntlet. There's not a single week you can take off in our group. Anybody. I mean, anybody can go and compete and win. We've seen Westside. This summer they're doing some new stuff with Coach Hag. I mean, it's going to be tricky. It's not like they're going to come play. They competed really well at our last team camp that we were at with them. Like I said, there's from Westside to us. You get 4 cities coming in the conference. I mean, I've seen them come out in some funky stuff with their offense. Like it's. And of course, you're going to have your returning top of the line guys on the Highlands, Pocahontas, South Sides. I mean, it's no rest for anybody out here.
And it to me, it's a different conference because you got the physicality and you got the athleticism on top of that. So you got to prepare for all of it.
Yes, sir. I mean, week in, week out. I mean, you're going to see stuff from your little double wing flex bones to spread. 4 cities come out 4 wide. A couple of times, Blyville. I mean, Coach Hill's going to do a lot of good stuff with them, and so you're going to have to be on your best game week in and week out because everybody's doing something a little bit different.
All right, fellas, looking at that slate of games, who you got circled on your calendar there?
Ford City.
No one specific, but Harrisburg. It's always a fun game to play.
I'd like to say the next team on the schedule.
What about you, Coach?
Harlow he's a good listener. I told him that in the car. So they're going to ask that. I said it's always the next one up. It's Walnut Ridge. I mean, that's the first game of the year. Of course, we're not going to look past Brooklyn for that benefit game, but getting Coach Blake and that group, that's a really well coached team. So we're gonna look for that one for sure.
Well, we appreciate you joining us here for Media Day.
Thank you guys for having us.
And next up, it'll be thrown back to volleyball with the Hoxie Mustangs First, we will take a commercial break. You're watching the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day.
Basketball star Austin Reeves is part of the Central Dealerships team. And just like Austin, we want you to join our team as well. So score big with your new or used vehicle from Central today.
Ready for the 2026 Football and Volleyball Media Day. Wednesday, July 29th, high school athletes and coaches from across the region come together for one big day of energy, interviews, season previews, and hometown pride. Brought to you by Glen Sane, Empower, NEASports, Temple Baptist Church, and KJNB. The 2026 Football and Volleyball Media Day. Watch it live Wednesday, July 29th on the KJNB Facebook page.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the 2026 NEA Sports Football and Volleyball Media Day. Now we are here with the Hoxie Lady Mustangs. Coach, will you introduce yourself and the players you brought with you today?
Sure. My name is Brandy Johns. With me, I have juniors, all juniors. I have Allie Thrasher, Maddox Orick, and Deayla Davis.
And for all three of you, if you could kind of explain your role on the team, what you bring to the court during play.
I'm a middle blocker, so really big on defense. I bring the energy, like I help people up. My teammates are down, I bring them up, really. So, yeah.
I'm the setter, and whenever I'm on the court, I would like to say that I bring control. Like I try to help lift people up whenever things start going wrong. I try to bring control. I'm a libero, and I bring speed, and I'm very hyped for my team, and I bring a lot of backup for if someone like makes a mistake, I can help them fix it.
Mm-hmm.
And Coach, how do you utilize all these players on the floor?
Well, we're actually in a unique situation for us in that we have a lot of people who can do a lot of different jobs. So it's been interesting. It's a good problem to have, trying to figure out who needs to be where and day to day what we can do, and being able to have that versatility and those options has really been awesome.
And we'll start with you, Coach, and then extend this question to the players. What's a big personal goal as well as a big team goal for you this season?
Personal goal is just getting closer with this group. This group of juniors were 7th graders when I started, so I've had them all the way up, and they're just a really great group. We don't have any seniors, so I'm interested to see who steps up as a leader for us, or maybe leaders, maybe a collective group. And then as a team goal, just to really fine-tune our hitting and getting more aggressive. We're very scrappy and defensive, but I'd like to see us be a little more offensive.
My personal goal is to be better as a teammate, and like not when I'm down, to be present and help my teammates. And for the team goal is to make it a state, because that's what we all been wanting to do, and I think we could get there this year.
My personal goal is to be more comfortable and like present on the court, be able to know what to do in every situation, bring the ball back to control. And my team goal is for all of us to be comfortable with each other so that we know what type of person we are, what to do in certain situations for each other, how to bring each other up.
One of my personal goals are to be very good defensively, because that's really all I do, and to make sure my teammates don't get down on themselves and help them get back in the game and not fail to play their game and do what they're supposed to. For a team goal, I hope that we can make it to regionals and state and succeed throughout those, and also be the happiest and funnest team in our conference.
Coach, you had a lot of sophomores playing last year, it looks like, and you still had some success on the court. So what are some things you've done this off season to get them ready to kind of take that next step this season?
I really worked things that from a different level, like a higher pace. We just got back from a camp in Conway playing some higher level teams so we could see the faster hitting, and because we actually have blockers, and that's not always there for 3A, but we have 6 girls who can actually get up there and block. And so being able to see those faster paces and reading the ball and reading the hitters and getting positioned correctly to be that wall at the net is something we've really focused on, as well as working towards getting more offensive with their hitting and pushing them to try new things and work on the quick hits and things like that we've not been able to do before.
And volleyball is a little different sport in the fact that you guys basically take your camp season right up to your regular season. So what camps have y'all gone, and where you think that's helped you at?
We went to Harding University. It was a 2-day camp there and played some teams over there. And then we played in a CBC camp at Hendricks and Conway, and we played 6 games. It was fast-paced, and it was a higher level, and it really was good for us.
Coach, obviously these 3 will be big contributors. Maddie Light, talk to us about her role, and then some other players that will help you out.
Yes. These 3, which Allie and Diela both were on the court quite a bit last year, and then with Maddie Light, and Maddox is stepping into a big role as our setter and has been doing an incredible job. Maddie is just phenomenal. She's coming in as a setter and hitter. She was right there at the top in our hitting right after Gracie, our senior. And then we have Brynlee Owens, who is a lefty. She was out last year with an injury, and so to have her out there too and seeing her, get back in the groove and figure out the hitting. And we've got a couple sophomores that are scrappy and get out there and fill in spots and play roles for us as well. Gracie's younger sister, Addie Felton, is out there now, and she's just scrappy in the back row and fills a role. So we're really excited. We've got Hensley Slusher as a sophomore, Aston Hall that come in and do jobs. I'm leaving out a junior. Oh, Addison's another one of our juniors that she played last year, and she's just steady. She does back row and front row. So we've got a good group.
Obviously, you mentioned no seniors on the lineup, so how do you work with them to try and get them up to the same experience level as seniors from other lineups?
Well, this group is just really close. Like they've always been really close. Like I said, I've been with them since they were in 7th grade. And it's a unique group. There's not a lot of drama. There's not a lot of fighting. They might get mad at each other if they're over it in 15 seconds. And so I don't know that there's going to be one leader that steps up. I think just collectively as a group, they've decided to take it on and lead as a group.
And finally, for you 3, what's a matchup you have circled on the calendar? Who are you excited to play against?
I think CRA for conference and just in general. They're a good team, like a scrappy, so it's like head on.
I would agree with Allie. They've always been a fun team to play. They're really competitive. They've had good players for a long time since I've been in junior high, so they've been always fun to play.
I would agree with CRA. I would also put in Walnut Ridge. There are crosstown rivals, so that would be a fun game. And, a little bit of Harrisburg, just because they lost a couple of people, and we battled them really good last year, so I'm really hoping we can come back and win.
What about you, Coach?
Probably CRA too. That's kind of the one that it's always a battle, and it's just fun. It's a fun opponent to have.
Well, thank you guys for joining us for Media Day.
Thank you.
And quickly, we will take a commercial break before meeting up with the Batesville Lady Pioneers. You're watching the 2026 NEASports Football and Volleyball Media Day.
We got this.
Almost there.
Got it.
Oh.
Let's DIY the right way with Barton's. We're the home renovation experts, from recommending the perfect fixtures to designing your dream kitchen. And with local delivery and installation services, there's never been a more perfect time to refresh your home. Now that's what I call leveling up. Don't just build it better with Barton's.
To the 2026 NEA Sports Football and Volleyball Media Day. In front of us, we are going to be joined by the Batesville Lady Pioneers. Coach, if you could introduce yourself as well as the players you've brought with you.
Okay, I'm Chastain Carpino, and I brought Addie Livingston, Georgie Friart, and Malia Treat.
And for the players, if you could just kind of describe your role for the team, what positions you play, what you bring to the court.
I'm Addie Livingston, and I'm a senior outside hitter for Batesville.
I'm Georgie Fryer, and I'm a senior libero for Batesville.
Leah Tree, I'm a junior middle hitter.
And back to Coach, what have you been doing this offseason to improve the lineup and get yourselves prepared for the season ahead?
So we have a lot of girls on the team this year, which is a good problem to have. So we've been battling a lot in practice, trying to solidify like a lineup. We just recently came off of 3 team camps in a row, I think. So we're pretty tired, but we got a lot of feedback from those, and I think we are pretty set on how we're going to start the season. So,
starting with you, Coach, and then I'll extend this question to the players. What are some personal goals? What are some team goals for the upcoming year?
Personally, I want to be able to prepare the girls more for their opponents, kind of dive into some film and player tendencies, and just feel like we're more prepared when it comes to game time. And then for the season, I think that anytime you can finish better than you were the season before, that's always a positive.
For me, a personal goal, I would say, is to focus less on my performance and as the team's performance as a whole. For team goal, I would say to hopefully make it to the state tournament, and if we do, to go all the way.
Personal goal for me, obviously volleyball is such a mental game, and I think it's easy for you to get down on yourself. Just to keep my head high, and that helps me lead my teammates. A team goal, obviously, what Addie said, make it to state, but also just to make it the best season. I mean, this is the seniors' last year, obviously, and we want to work hard.
A personal goal for me would be to make a good and quick recovery and to bounce back on the court, bring what I have to offer, and really just, like what Georgie said, make it a good year for the seniors and just play out and play volleyball.
Coach, you're in a pretty salty conference. Talk to us about the 5A East and kind of give us a hierarchy of preseason projections and where you fit in that.
Okay, so yeah, we are in the 5A East, and it's a very grueling schedule. There's not really a night that we can take off and let our hair down. So it's pretty much a battle every night. Lots of traditional programs, powerhouses. NEA is just such a good area for volleyball right now. So, but I think that Marion and Valley View will be, at the top again. Valley View's always good. I feel like they never have to rebuild. They always reload. And then Marion, coming off of the state championship, she's always pretty solid. So I think that we'll fall somewhere in the middle, kind of like we did last year. We're hoping for, a higher seeding than we finished last year. So we were at 6. So top 4 go to state. That's our goal. So if we get in the top 4, we'll be happy.
Coach, what are you looking at non-conference wise and getting these girls ready for that conference schedule?
So we always open up with Cabot. It's a higher classification than us. It's a pretty competitive game. They're really good. So it's a nice icebreaker, I guess, to get us ready for our conference play. But there are 9 teams in our conference, so we don't have a lot of time before conference starts to see a lot of non-conference action. So that's kind of the only downside of having a big conference.
And ladies, let's talk about you've had your off season, you've had your camp season, getting ready for that regular season start. Let's talk improvement. Where do you think you've made some improvements to kind of get your team into that state playoff?
I'd say our team chemistry has gotten a lot better this year. Last few seasons, we've maybe had some issues on the team, but this year there's not any drama, and we really gel together as a team. So that's an area we've improved on.
I would have to agree with that. I mean, obviously, we're an undersized team, just height-wise, and I think we've been working really well together to make that work. I think a lot of teams underestimate us, and I think we're going to be able to prove them wrong this year.
Yes, I agree. With volleyball being such a mental game, I think we bring each other up, then bring each other down, and I think that's a really good point that Georgie made just then. And I think what an area that we have improved in is our defense. We have a bunch of great passers, and also our offense has been really good this year with Addie being our outside hitter. And I think she makes us really stronger, and she brings our team up.
Coach, talk to us about some of the other key contributors you'll have that you didn't maybe bring with us today, but you're looking for big things from.
So we do have a lot of seniors. I think we have 8, but we only have a few that have seen significant minutes. So I'm looking at a few of our seniors to kind of step up and fill some roles that they've not had to fill in the past. We have some twins, Matilda and Madeline. They are probably the tallest on our team, so we're going to look for them to anchor some defense and set up some blocks for us. But we're going to have to also rely on some of our underclassmen. We have some younger girls that are going to come in and have some minutes right off the top. We do have an injury. Malia is out with a foot injury, so we should have her back pretty soon. But there's going to be some kids that are going to have to step up and fill that role. So she had some big shoes. She was our leading blocker last year. So I think Mary Wyckoff, she's a sophomore. She'll have to step in and take some minutes at middle blocker. And then, like I said, we just have a lot of kids that come out and compete. We're kind of passer heavy, so our hitters are going to see a lot of minutes and have to try to fill in the pieces where we're missing right now.
Ladies, talk to us about your schedule. Anybody you got circled on there that you can't wait to step on the floor across the net from?
For me, a game I always look forward to is Paragould. We're pretty evenly matched, and so it always makes for a good competition.
I'm honestly really excited for BB this year. We really only played them in previous years in team camps, and now that they've been added to our conference, I'm excited to see the competition that they'll bring to our conference.
I'm really excited for Paragould as well. We took them to 5 sets, and I think we can take them to it again, or maybe beat them. But I am also excited for Valley View. They're always a good competition. They always get me hyped up in the game. It's a really good adrenaline rush, and I'm also excited for Marion. They have probably the best hitters I've ever seen. And yeah.
What about you, Coach?
I kind of agree with Georgie. I'm excited to see BB. I've never seen them play, so I'm kind of wanting to see what they have. And then it's always fun playing Paragould. That's where I graduated from, so it's nice going back to my alma mater.
Well, we appreciate you guys for joining us here for Media Day, and good luck to you in the season.
Thank you.
And next up, we will see the Manila Lady Lions for volleyball. You're watching the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day.
House is a family-owned business in Manila, Arkansas, located on Highway 18 next to 1812 Pizza. We provide dog daycare, boarding, and grooming. We have 2,200 square feet of climate-controlled indoor play space and 2,200 square feet of outdoor turf yard. We're a cage-free boarding facility that offers 5x5 private rooms with comfortable elevated beds. Also, be sure to check out our new self-serve pet wash at only $10 per session. And NEA, guess what? We are opening a new store in Brooklyn, Arkansas. Come check us out at both locations.
Welcome back to the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day. Sitting in with us, we have the Manila Lady Lions. Coach, if you will, introduce yourself and the players you brought with you.
Sure. I'm Jo Beth Webb. I'm starting my 33rd year of coaching. Holy cow. This is Harley McGuire. I also have Jordan LaRose and Peyton Parsons.
And moving over to the players, if you could kind of explain your role, what position you play, what you bring to the floor for this team.
Well, I'm a junior, and I'm an outside, and I feel like my role is to just keep my team up and hype and excited.
I'm Jordan. I'm the setter on the team. I'm a junior, and my role on the team is, well, if I don't give the hitters a good set, then we're not going to get to hit very much.
I'm Peyton. I'm a senior, and I play right side, and my goal is to just get everybody up and have the best time.
And moving back over to Coach, what have you guys been doing this offseason to improve your game and to prepare you better for the upcoming year?
Manila is a fairly new volleyball program in its history. It's probably in still single digits for as far as the program's history. So this off season, we started a club team and we played a normal club season, and they all these kids, Peyton wasn't able to, she had a job, but a lot of the underclassmen and then these guys played all spring long and while also playing basketball. Then this summer, we made the decision to go to as many camps as possible. And we just need them to play, and get their volleyball IQ up. There's only so much practice and fundamental drills that I can stand to listen to myself say. So they just needed to play, and we've definitely done that. We are finishing camp day number 8 today, and we still have one more camp day tomorrow. So I give them all the credit. They show up every day, put in the work, and I feel like we're ready for a good season. We lost 7 seniors last year, and it was my first year at Manila. So there's a huge turnover, but at the same time, I feel more prepared going into this season than I did last year, just because I know the girls so much better and I know what they've done.
Coach, I said earlier to another team that volleyball is different, where camp season goes right up to regular season. So where did y'all go to camp, and where do you think you've seen improvements out of this bunch?
Well, last year it was already planned. So the girls, we went to Cape and played at their community center and played some teams we've never seen before, which was great. But it was just a 2-day one and done, and that's all we had scheduled. And the rest of the summer was just practice. So this year we made the decision to stay close to home because volleyball in Northeast Arkansas, as you all know, is a powerhouse area. So we went to Brooklyn, we went to Nettleton, we went to Jonesboro, and then we hosted for the first time ever. We hosted a tournament team camp yesterday for senior high, junior high today, and 7th grade tomorrow with a lot of teams that we might not normally play. So I feel like because we do run straight from team camp season, basically, straight into regular season, they're ready. They're ready to play other people. We haven't kind of gotten into that, oh, I'm sick of going to practice already. Like, it was very purposeful on my part to play.
All right, ladies, so through that camp season, through your off season and practice, tell me an area you think you've improved as a player and then where your team has improved as a team.
I think as a player, I definitely improved a lot on my serving. And as a team, I think we improved a lot on our serve receive from the beginning with all of our camps to now.
As a player, I have tried to step up and be a team leader and keep everybody up. And as a team, we have definitely, since playing JO, our team chemistry has grown a lot, and we play as a team more. Yeah.
As a player, I've definitely improved on my blocking and hitting and everything. And then as a team, we definitely have a lot more chemistry together now and just help each other a lot more.
Coach, talk to us about some of the others you're going to kind of rely on. You got 3 leaders here today, but who are some of the other names that you think will step up for you this year?
We've got two sophomores that are not here. I want to point out that Peyton is our only senior on the team. So we go from having 7 seniors to 1. So we're definitely young for the area, but Peyton is solid on the right side. But our middles, Allie Brawley, she's only a sophomore, and then Carly Neal is a junior. They played club with us, and they're getting better. I mean, Carly just yesterday at camp had probably the best hit of her life, and it was like the light bulb went on, and we all told her, okay, now there's no going back. Like, this is what we expect every time, and that's just through the personal growth and the trust. And Jordan, she does a great job. She's so nervous, but she does a great job leading on the floor. You would never know she's a coach's kid. She does a great job as our floor leader. We run a 5-1. She's a quarterback. She puts the ball where I want her to, and I don't even have to tell her anymore. I mean, she gets it. She knows the game. But those two sophies, and then our libero position, we kind of have a little battle going on between a sophomore and a junior, and they're both, tiny little nuggets, but they're good. They're scrappy. It's a good problem to have. Is to have competition for a position, especially that libero jersey. It's kind of a big deal. So we won't know until season starts, but that's good. I'm glad that there's competition for starters.
Yeah, 383 is always solid.
Yes.
Talk about the conference, who's looking good this year, where y'all kind of fit in, and then maybe non-conference, what you're doing to get these ladies ready for that slate.
Okay, I'll start with non-conference. I know most everyone around, and so everyone trusts that Manila will be competitive, and it won't be just a throwaway game on their schedule. So we're playing West Side in the 4A. We're playing Batesville South Side in the 4A. We played Nettleton last year. We weren't able to schedule them this year, I don't think. Are we?
No, ma'am.
No. But we're playing Piggott, who went to state last year. We're trying very hard to play up. We want better competition, because the better you can play when it doesn't count, the better you'll play on conference nights. And then conference, I'm learning, Harrisburg has kind of been the big dog between them and CRA the past few years. Last year, unfortunately, we had our district tournament the day after our homecoming, and we stumbled in the district tournament to Walnut Ridge, and that left a really bad taste in our mouths. So I feel like if you ask each one of them, they might have a different answer, who they're most looking forward to playing, but I know mine will be them, just because I feel like we have something to prove. They knocked us out. We beat them both times during the regular season, and then they knocked us out of the tournament, so we didn't get to go to state. And everyone expected us with 7 seniors to have a deep run, and when we didn't do it, no one was more mad than me. I mean, I'm so competitive, and I have assurances from our admin that we will not have homecoming the night before our district tournament this year.
I'm definitely looking most forward to playing CRA. I think it's going to be a good competition. It is every single year, and Walnut Ridge as well. It's always a good competition, and as Coach Webb said, we let down last year when we played them at district, so I'm very excited to play them.
Like Coach said, I'm looking forward to playing Walnut Ridge. I mean, they did knock us out after we beat them both times. And Harrisburg is always a really good competition. They have really good hitters, good libero, and all-around good players. So that'll be a really fun game to play.
Like they all said, Harrisburg, CRA, Walnut Ridge, I'm ready to play all of them. And hopefully we can do our best and do really good this year and make it a state.
Well, we wish you guys luck in this upcoming season. Appreciate you for joining us.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Go Lions.
And next, moving on, we will have the Truman Lady Wildcats up next. After a quick commercial break, you're watching the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day.
House is a family-owned business in Manila, Arkansas, located on Highway 18 next to 1812 Pizza. We provide dog daycare, boarding, and grooming. We have 2,200 square feet of climate-controlled indoor play space and 2,200 square feet of outdoor turf yard. We're a cage-free boarding facility that offers 5x5 private rooms with comfortable elevated beds. Also, be sure to check out our new self-serve pet wash at only $10 per session. And NEA, guess what? We are opening a new store in Brooklyn, Arkansas. Come check us out at both locations.
And we are back for the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day, joined alongside the Truman Lady Wildcats. Coach, if you will, introduce yourself and the players you brought with you today.
Hey, thank you for having me. I'm Coach Austin Phelan. This is my 5th year coaching at the Truman volleyball team. And to my left, I've got Olivia Matos in this first seat. I've got Amelia Mincy in the middle, and then Delilah Lazos on the end.
So to start things off with the players, kind of tell us what your position is, what your role is on the team, what you bring to the floor for the Wildcat squad.
For my position, I'm a setter, and my role on the team is really just to try to get any ball that I can up to the hitters, and to just help motivate others and help motivate the passers.
I am primarily a middle on the team. My role is to get up, hit a ball as hard as I can, and hope that it scores to get as many kills as I can. And I'm really so glad to be here today.
I've primarily been a libero for a couple of years. I've currently started to be an outside and a right side, so what you'll probably notice from me is where I'm always encouraging people. I'm always happy. If you see me mad on the court, then that's something with me. I'm never mad. That's just not me. If I'm never happy, then y'all are just done for. Yeah, I guess.
And moving back to Coach, you got a very lively bunch on stage. How does that energy affect the play that you guys see?
The energy that they bring is night in and night out, and it's during practice, and it's even just like on the bus ride here today. So they're a very fun bunch to have. And they have been since they were, my first year having them was their 8th grade year, and they've always been like that. They're a very tight-knit crew. I've got a very big senior network this year with about 6 to 7 seniors on the team. I'm really excited to looking at what they can do, because we lost a lot of seniors last year, which will leave a big hole for us, but this crew coming up they're going to fill the shoes, and I think they're going to do it really well. I'm really excited to see what we can do, because I've got a lot of pieces that can move around, and a lot of players that can play multiple positions. So I really am excited for this season.
Moving back to the players, what's a big personal goal for the year? What's a big team goal for the year?
I feel like this year our big goal is to make it to a regional tournament, because we were really close last year. We were 1 set short. And I think that's just the big goal for the entire season, for me at least.
I'd say one of the biggest goals for us this year would just be keep our attitudes up and keep the energy throughout every play. And my personal goal would probably be run as many sets as I can, and learn as many positions as I can. I'm very good on middle, of course, but I'm also learning to play outside and right side, and a little bit in back row too.
I think our team goal is to show all the other teams in our conference our full potential. We have so much potential, but we always struggle to show it. And another one of our goals is to make it to district tournament and regionals and all that, because we have so much potential in the team. And one of my goals is to just always help out the team. I am a utility player, so I can go anywhere, help out the team in any way they can.
And we'll stay with you, Delilah, and go back down. What are some areas you think you're strong in, but where are some areas you've shown improvement this offseason to get those goals accomplished?
I just came from softball to volleyball, and I was struggling at first on my confidence because I just thought I would lose my spot. But then once I got into more of the off season, I gotten stronger on my passes, stronger on what's it called? What is that word? Connecting, yes, stronger. Connecting with my teammates, connecting with my coach, like just being there whenever I can.
A thing that I struggled with the most was really just confidence, especially like on back row because, you know, as a front row player, it was never a position I played before. And during off season, that's what I worked on a lot, just a lot of defensive things. And now that off season is over, like I have gotten better on back row a lot. And I would say my confidence is the best as it's ever been.
For me, the thing that I struggled most on was just being vocal and actually like speaking up when it needs to be and like pushing my teammates and being a leader. And I think this year so far at least, I've been more vocal and tried to help out as many players as I can on the team.
Coach, you've got 3 leaders here with you. Who are some other names that you're going to look to step up in some big roles and contribute this year?
Well, these 3 that I have on stage are going to be essential to the team this year, and I don't have a senior on the team that isn't going to be a key role for us. We've got Kayla Walker, Lucy Hall, Kendall Ferguson. These girls are going to be really big when it comes down to it. And if I'm leaving one out, am I leaving one out?
Really?
And Brayley McGuire as well too. So we've got a solid crew coming up, and the sophomores that are coming up too are going to help us in many different ways, and in more ways than they even think. And then the junior class too, they're a big class right behind this class. This is the biggest class that I have, my seniors. But my junior class they're going to show up in games, and you'll definitely see some of their names in the paper, and I'm really excited for them.
What's the 483 look like from top to bottom this year, kind of where you think you fit in and who's strong in that?
Well, I think you kind of know because the 483 in volleyball is kind of a powerhouse conference throughout the state. And I mean, you got your West Side and your Brooklyn at the top of the conference, and Pokey, Highland, us, and even Blyville are always in dog fights. But the conference itself is just extremely stacked, but I'm extremely excited to see what these girls can do, and I know that they're going to bring it every night, and they're going to work their tails off 100%.
What about tournaments, non-conference, to get ready for that tough conference slate that you've got scheduled for them?
Right, we've got a couple big teams on our non-conference slate just to make sure that we're ready whenever conference rolls around, and we've got tournaments sprinkled out in Jonesboro, some in Hoxie. We've got some all over Northeast Arkansas, just making sure that these girls get experience and a little bit of exposure to what good teams are going to look like. I mean, if we're shooting for the regional and shooting for state, I mean, we're going to have to be able to show up. We're going to have to be able to play and play at our highest potential. And in order to do that, we're going to have a pretty tough non-conference schedule as well as tournaments.
So non-conference, conference, doesn't matter. You look at your schedule, ladies, who you got circled on there, you're ready to step on the floor again. So what gets you excited?
For me, I'm really just looking forward to every game. I'm looking forward to playing hard no matter who we play. The same amount of energy will go into every game. So for me, there's not a specific team that stands out. I think that we'll work hard for all.
Highland. I'm super excited to play Highland. I'm ready to play Highland. Last year, that was our one team that we lost one set against to make it to regionals. This year, I'm ready for that comeback.
It would as well be Highland, but I really am looking forward to all the teams since it's our last year. I mean, I just want to make the best of it. I just want to win as many games. I just want to make so much memories. So, yeah.
What about you, Coach?
I guess like putting you on the spot, right? But I don't really like singling out a team or anything like that, but this is a really important year for our program and for me too. I think this is just the season in general is going to be extremely exciting for me, and it's a little bittersweet too. But this is a very great crew that I have, and it being the first crew that came through, I'm excited for every single game, and Not really. I'm looking forward to their senior night, but at the same time, it's their last game with me at our home turf, and that's going to be pretty tough.
Well, we appreciate you for joining us, and good luck to you in the year ahead.
Thank y'all so much.
Next, we move on back to football with the Batesville Pioneers. You're watching the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day.
Milligan Heating and AC works to serve the Northeast Arkansas community in meeting all of your HVAC needs. Give Justin Milligan a call at 870-243-2820.
Supercenter is your Yes We Do That store. Pack mail, Tim, what's that all about?
That's right, Trey. Pack mail can scan that, copy that, shred that, return that, design that, cut that, print that, pack that, ship that, crate that, freight that, notarize that. Trey, at Pack Mail, we can do all that and more.
Pack Mail Supercenter, the Yes We Do That store. 361 Southwest Drive at Jonesboro. Don't trust just anybody to do all that. Trust Pack Mail.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day. In front of us, we have the Batesville Pioneers. Coach, if you would, introduce yourself as well as the players that you've brought today.
You bet. Hey, thanks for having us, and thanks for putting this on. We appreciate the dedication that y'all have in showcasing the athletes that are around the state. We've got Brody Fulbright. He plays offensive line for us. Rourke Sevier is in the middle. He plays inside linebacker. He'll play a little running back for us as well this year. And down on the end is Joseph Chun. He plays fullback and defensive line.
Coach, in the 5A level, how many we have going both ways?
In this group right here, we'll bring in the Buffalo package on defensive line, and Brody will come out and play a little bit on defensive line, but he won't play a ton. Rourke, he is the returning leader in tackles in the state, so he plays middle linebacker for us. And like I said, he'll run the ball a little bit, but that's not going to be his main focus. Joseph will kind of be an Iron Man out there for us, playing fullback and defensive line. So we have some other guys that can play fullback, but his main job is to kind of wreak some havoc on the defensive line.
Brody, we can say all we want to say, but the game's won and lost up front. I'm all about the offensive line. Talk to us about your role, your position, and some of your peers on the offensive line.
Yes, sir. Well, I think the offensive line we have this year, we're very sturdy up front. Got a lot of weight, a lot of height. We've got some returners, some returning starters. I think pretty much everybody is a returning starter. We got some new guys coming in. We have our backups. You know, everybody's putting in a lot of work. We do individual stuff every single day. 30, 40 minutes of that, going over our footwork, our steps, everything like that. It's going to play a huge role, I think, this year. I think it's one of our strong points, our offensive line. We've got, like I said, we've got some pretty beefy guys up there.
Coach, here's some of his fellow offensive linemen.
Yeah, no, Brody plays left tackle for us. He's a 3-year starter. He's been starting since he was a sophomore. And then next to him will be Jameer Greer. He'll be a junior. He started for us as a sophomore last year. He's going to be a great player, already is. He's got a high motor. We pull him a lot and get him out in space. He's very athletic. Our center is a senior, Hector Campos. He played a little bit for us as guard last year, and we moved him to center. He's one of those big guys that can do cartwheels and everything else. He's a very athletic big guy. And then our right guard is still, we're kind of in a competition there, but our right tackle is Bryce Smith. He's about 6'4". I think he weighed in 334 whenever we started this week. So he's a big old lineman, strong, moves well. Ouachita Baptist has offered him. I don't know if that's where he's going to end up going, but it'd be a great opportunity for him. And You know, Brody, he's, like I said, he's a 3-year starter. He'd go play college if he wanted to, too. So we've got a great group up front. Bryce is 330. The other guard that's next to him will be probably close to 280. Hector's 280. Jameer's 280. And Brody, he's probably 230 right now. So we've got some big guys up front. You know, I'm not too smart, but I know if we can get behind those guys and we can run the ball, that's what we're going to do.
Rourke, as a inside middle linebacker, talk to us about your role in that position, your responsibilities, and then your play.
My responsibility is mainly just to lead the defense. I mean, I'm the captain, and I just try to motivate everyone on the defense. We got a lot of returning starters as well. We got about like 10 returning starters. So I think our defense will be pretty good this year.
Part of that returning starters is you, Joseph. Coach says you had a great off season. Talk to us about the off season. What all have you been up to?
Well, moving from middle linebacker to D-line is a big thing for me. I put on a little bit of weight and then just got to drill the new moves because I'm not used to the stuff. But I think I'm going to be a big package, learning from him, helping him make more tackles, just things like that. My other defensive linemen, they're going to help us too. They're both really good.
Coach, talk to us about the defensive front, who all talk about personnel.
No, like Rourke said, we've got 10 guys that, you know, played quite a bit last year. Quite a few all-conference guys coming back, you know, up front. Darmel Wren is a defensive lineman for us. He's put on quite a bit of weight the offseason. He's quick off the ball. We're a slanting defense, so, you know, when he does what he's supposed to do, he's hard to block. Our nose man, Hunter Hauk, he's probably 5'5", 145 pounds, but there are going to be two men that's going to have to block him at once. He's mean, he's ornery. He's one of those guys you love having on your team. The linebacking core, I think, is obviously one of our strengths, obviously because we have Rourke, but next to him we've got a sophomore named Asher Melton. He's going to do a fantastic job for us this year as a sophomore, and then he's got a huge future as well. Him and Rourke are kind of like the movie Step Brothers. They do everything together. They're kind of, you know, they run around and they're kind of spitting image of each other. And then on the outside, we've got two returning guys. Ty Reynolds, he's a football player. I mean, he plays wide receiver for us too, but he is just a football player. I mean, it's hard to explain how good he really is. And then our nickel is Cooper Coleman. He's, you know, I talk about program guys all the time, and Coop, he's one that you build the program around. He's one that you're not going to look at and say, man, that guy is scary, but he is one that's going to give you everything he has. If his leg falls off, he's going to hop around out there on one leg. And then in the secondary, I think that is our strength of our team, just by who we have coming back. Xavier Pierce is one of our corners. He's a 3-year starter for us. Jake Darty, he's a 6'3", 170-pound guy that can run, jump, play the ball in the air. And then our safeties in the back end is Ryan Dell. He's kind of like a slash for us. He does this, slash that. So he does a lot of different things. And he's probably our smartest football player. He knows what everybody's supposed to do. And he corrects me sometimes on things that I get wrong, and he's a great one. And then our last one, our strong safety, our rover, is Parker Childers. He's kind of like Ty. He's just a football player. We can bring him in the box and do some 3-3 stack stuff with him. We can leave him back in the back end. He's fast enough that he can run around. But we've got a lot of returning guys that have had some battles, and that's, you know, Rourke as a sophomore, you know, he had a little baptism by fire out there. And, you know, now last year he was the leading tackler in the state. And, you know, he's a good one to build the defense around.
Coach, we're running out of time. Quarterback competition. Talk about that briefly.
Yeah, no, I mean, the good thing for us is we've got a lot of skill kids. So we've got a bunch of receivers that can run that we haven't had in the past. You know, we might have had a couple kids that can run, but this year we're going to have more speed than we've had in a long, long time with Xavier and Ty and Orion, and then Kendall Johnson is a sophomore that's going to be, when it's all said and done, one of the best Pioneers to ever come out of Batesville. And whichever quarterback ends up starting for us, whether it be Hayes Kibe, who is a baseball player that's just come out, or Michael Cheatham, who they're both juniors, they both do a great job. It's still kind of an ongoing battle at this point.
Well, we appreciate you joining us here for Media Day, Coach, and good luck to you guys in the season.
You bet. Hey, go Pioneers.
And next we move on to the final football segment with the Blytheville Chickasaws. You're watching the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day.
We spent over 70 years trying to do things the right way, with honesty, heart, and hometown pride. With 4 locations across Paragould, Rector, and Kennett, we offer a wide selection of GMC, Chevy, Buick, and Ford vehicles, and service centers to keep them running strong. We're a family-owned business, and we treat every customer like one of our own, because after 70 years, that's what matters most.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day. In front of us, we have the Blytheville Chickasaws for our final football segment. Coach, very much appreciate you joining us. Please introduce yourself and the players you brought with you today.
My name is Caden Hill. This is going to be my 8th year coaching, but it's going to be my first year as a head football coach. Spent the last 7 years at Cross County, so I'm excited for this season, excited to coach these young men in my first season as a head coach and the seasons to come. Who I have with me is offensive and defensive lineman Israel Craighead, running back and linebacker Trayvon Orr, and running back and linebacker Amari Ecton.
Coach, what is not the biggest surprise? What's the biggest change for you personally coming from Cross County?
Man, I would say the biggest change is going from the assistant role to the head role, be honest with you. And thing is football doesn't change. Thing is, the game doesn't change at all. So it's just a matter of, instead of you being the assistant role, you're in the head role. You're pretty much the face of the program. Everything falls on your shoulders, the good, bad, and the ugly. So, but I'm excited for the challenge. Everything is growth, it's change, but I love it.
Israel, come on, do you talk about your role on the football team? Start out with what position and your biggest attribute as a football player?
Well, I'm Israel Craighead, left tackle. As a senior, I'm just here, make sure everybody on the right track, because, it started with us up front. So we really just play a big role. Everybody depend on us, and if we don't do our job, everybody else can't do theirs.
Now, Trayvon, I'll ask you the same question. Your role on the team, start with your position.
I'm Trayvon Orr. I'm a running back and safety. My role is to control the defense and make sure everybody in that right position.
Amari, I'll ask you the same question.
Okay, my name is Amari Ecton, and I play running back. My role on the team is to help Chad Bell, my QB, help the offense and the line know their jobs.
Coach Hill, we'll throw it over to you. Talk to us. You list your offenses multiple. What can we look for out of the Chickasaws offensively first?
Well, my offensive coordinator, Coach Justin Ellis, who came from Berryville, he brings in a very unique offensive scheme. We're going to spread the ball out. We're going to run a lot of 10, 11 personnel. We're going to run the football first and foremost. I've told these young men that we will run the football. It all starts up front, but also we're going to run the football to set up the pass. So we will be in a lot of 2x2. We'll have some H-back sets. We'll be in trips, empty, quads, all this stuff. we have athletes, so we would put the ball out in space and make them work.
Talk about your athletes. Talk about your backfield. Start behind center and then get into the running back.
So our center is Taylon Handy. Our guards are Albero Gonzalez, Jordan Holton, and our tackles are, like Israel said, he's the left tackle, and the right tackle is Caden Burks. At running back, at quarterback, you have Chad Bell. He'll be a senior returning starter. And then you have Amari at running back, but also you have Trayvon Orr, who all those two are a tandem two. I call him the double-headed monster. And then you have Tredarius Luster, who's another running back as well. And then on the receiving end, you have Jatavian Wilson, you have Jaquan Frazier, you have Josh Holton, you have Draylon Scott, you have Shamarian Stokes at receivers. So all those guys, we have guys that we can put out in space to make plays.
Trayvon, Amari, y'all are both running backs. Are you on the field at the same time, or are you kind of complementing each other?
We on the field at different times.
You see, I start, and Trayvon is starting on the defense.
Okay. Y'all just spell each other as needed, or is there certain situations for a certain back?
Yes,
well,
sir.
Well, the way we do it is because I know that Trayvon is a starter on defense, so I try to make sure he's fresh for defense, but also he carries the ball very well. He's very physical, and both him and Amari, they complement each other. So, we'll make sure, especially during practice, we try to make sure we are, giving them both equal amount of reps. And then but I've told Amari, you better be ready to carry the ball 15 to 20 times a game. And then I've told Trey, hey, you better be ready to carry it 10 to 15 times as well. So, like I told you, we're going to run the football.
Israel, do you play any defense, or are you strictly left tackle?
Yes, player. I play defensive end, and that's really it.
Coach, how many do you have going both ways?
I would probably say we have 8 going both ways. Thing is even coming from even at 4A, it's still, to me, you got to be able to have guys, you got to have your best 11 on the field. You got to be able to go both ways sometimes. And I know a lot of people don't like being able to play guys both ways, and sometimes we have to make sure that we keep our linemen fresh. So a lot of times we have guys that we can spill, such as Israel and Jordan and other guys that we have that can come in and spill and things like that. So especially because we run a multiple front defense, we run a 4-3, run a 4-2-5, and sometimes we will run 3-4, just depending on the situations.
Coach, obviously the 3-4A conference is a gauntlet within itself. Your pre-conference schedule, wow. Talk to us about that. It's pretty salty.
Well, first and foremost, ironically, and I had nothing to do with it, but our scrimmage, we opened up with Cross County. Y'all probably already heard that. So that's something that I've told the young men, that we're going to play a team that just come off a state championship. So, and then you're going to the first game of the season. You have Osceola. Coach Hooks does a very great job getting those young men ready year in and year out. And then you got Nettleton with Coach Hampton. And Nettleton is a team that in this area has always done well. And then you have Little Rock Mills, who last year I think won 10, 11 ball games, and they always have athletes that can go. So that non-conference schedule is brutal, but we told the young men we're trying to go 1-0 every single day.
Coach, give us a hierarchy of the conference preseason, in your opinion, and where do y'all fit in that?
Well, I know everybody has said, the teams that, from just going off of last season, you have Gosnell, who returns a lot. You have Batesville Southside. You have Highland. You have Pocahontas. Thing is, that conference is one, and then you have Westside, Truman, Forest City adding in the mix. So all those teams, man, then you adding in us. Thing is that you can't sleep in that conference. Honestly, I don't ever settle for last. I'm not settling for last. We're not settling. We're trying to win the conference. That's point blank period. I'm not taking a back seat to anybody. So rankings don't matter. We take it 1-0 every single week.
Well, we appreciate you guys for joining us here for Media Day, and good luck to y'all in the season.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
And next up, we will have the Paragould Lady Rams back for volleyball. And You're watching the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day.
NEA Sports would like to thank Ridge Point Country Club for donating a round of golf to one of our area football coaches and sponsoring today's Media Day event.
Here, life moves different. Not slower because we're behind. Slower because we choose to soak it in. From post to posting, from stream to streaming. With Empower Broadband, we can FaceTime family across the country and get our work done so we can get back to what matters most. From game to gaming, from boots to booting up, faster internet doesn't mean a faster life. It means more time to enjoy the slow one. Connect faster, live slower with Empower Broadband.
Got this.
Almost there.
Got it.
Oh. Ew.
Let's DIY the right way with Barton's. We're the home renovation experts, from recommending the perfect fixtures to designing your dream kitchen. And with local delivery and installation services, there's never been a more perfect time to refresh your home. Now that's what I call leveling up. Don't just build it better with Barton's.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the 2026 NEA Sports Football Volleyball Media Day. Up on stage with us, we have the Paragould Lady Rams for our last volleyball segment. Coach, if you'd introduce yourself and the girls you brought with you today.
Yes, thank you. My name is Reed Fogelman. To my left, I have Ava Beasley, Kinley Glasgow, and Madison Martin.
And girls, if you kind of explain your role on the team and what you bring to the floor, what position you play.
Starting? Okay. I'm a 6th rotation player. I'm an outside, and my role I bring to the team is probably a pretty strong offensive key, and I mean, I like to hit the ball, so. But I bring offense, but also defense, because I've had to switch from different roles in the back row. So now I've kind of known all 3 positions in the back row, so it's really important to know each spot on the court.
Ava, I got to ask you, I'm sorry, excuse me, ma'am. 579 kills, is that career or last season?
That's last season.
Wow, that's impressive.
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry, Kinley, go ahead, sir.
I'm a setter on our team this year, and I'm returning. This will be my 3rd year playing with Paragould, and yeah.
I'm Madison. I play all around. I'm a utility player. One thing I bring to the team is I'm kind of like the hype man. I kind of help make sure everybody stays out of their head and they have a good time on the floor. Another thing about me is I'm kind of like Ava. I like to hit the ball, but I also like to play defense, and I feel like that's where I also help out my team is since I'm a utility player, I can help contribute anywhere in any spot.
Coach, Paragould's a tradition-rich volleyball school. You've had a lot of success there yourself. Talk about this edition of the Lady Rams. You got a Beasley, so you're going to have a chance every night you step on the floor. But talk about this group and maybe even some of the names you didn't bring with you today you're expecting big things from.
Yeah, so we've got 10 seniors this year, which is the biggest group of seniors that I've had at Paragould. They're a close group. They're really a drama-free group, which is always a good thing to have when you get a group of girls together. And they all kind of contribute in a different way. Madison kind of alluded to it. We have a team of really utility players. We've had lots of different lineup looks this season. We've had some injuries, some illnesses. We've had players step in different positions. So we're going to be able to kind of throw players where needed to get different matchups for us on different teams that we play. They're a fun group. Madison kind of said it. She's kind of our heart girl. We like to have a lot of fun. Like to have a lot of fun together on the court. It helps with our chemistry for sure. And it makes it fun to watch, honestly.
Ladies, let's go back to you guys. Give me a personal goal that you've got for yourself this year, and then a team goal, what you would like to see your team accomplish this season.
I would probably say a personal goal for me is probably taking more leadership and stepping into that role right before I go to college, because stepping into the role of a leadership now will help me further when I go off to play Division I volleyball. So I think, and just leading around the girls and helping them out will really help us in season, and it'll also help us when we go to state.
Have you made that decision yet? Or can you share that with us?
I've verbally committed to North Alabama.
Correct. Congratulations.
Thank you.
One of my personal goals this year is to keep our assist numbers high as a setter on the court. I touch the ball every time the ball comes over the net, and so I kind of get to pick and choose what we want. And we have a lot of utility players this year, so we have a lot of options on the court. And our team goal, obviously, every year is to be top 4 in our conference and make it to state.
My personal goal is to stay consistent and be able to be trustworthy to my setters so they can trust me to put the ball down. And one of my team goals is to obviously go to state and make it past the first round and win it out.
Coach Fogelman, probably at least a three-part question. 5A East, a very good conference. Talk to us about your pre-conference schedule, tournaments, etc. Then give us the hierarchy of the 5A East and where you fit into that preseason.
So we open up with Cabot and Jonesboro our first week. I think some of the other coaches have alluded, we've got 9 teams in our conference this year, so we don't have a lot of room in our schedule for a bunch of non-conference, but we do open up with a 3-game week with Cabot at Jonesboro, and then we start conference with West Memphis this year. So we are some bigger schools to start us off, some good competition, some height to kind of test the waters a little bit and make some adjustments as needed before we head into conference. As far as like a ranking, I mean, the 5A East is just a beast every year. It's anybody's game any given night, I feel like. You've got to show up and step on the floor ready to play against whoever it is, wherever they rank in the conference. We typically hang out in the middle a little bit, 2, 3, 4. I see us hanging out there, giving ourselves a chance to be first in conference this year if we can stay healthy. Keep improving on our chemistry from our camps this season. And of course, our ultimate goal is top 4 to make it back to the state tournament again this year.
For you 3, is there any particular opponent that you have kind of circled on the calendar that you're excited to face off against?
Us or her? Us?
Us, you guys.
I wouldn't really say like a specific team because, like she said, like the 5A East is a brutal conference, and so I feel like every game we play, it's a fight, and so I really wouldn't say a certain one to be specific.
Yeah, same as Ava. Like I really have no specific game. We look forward to every Tuesday and Thursday night to compete in the 5A East.
Anybody and everybody, I'm just ready for season to start and get on the court.
Very well coached answers there, Coach Fogelman. What about, you got to have a feeling, though, you get through the 5A East, you got a chance at the state tournament to go far. Don't you think that every year?
Yeah, for sure. I think the 5A East does a really good job of preparing us for the state tournament. The 5A across the state of Arkansas is pretty massive. I feel like it's the toughest conference. I think every coach feels that way about their conference probably that they play in, but we just came in town actually from Benton team camp. We played yesterday and this morning before we got here, seeing some teams from Central Arkansas, Northwest Arkansas. It gives us a chance to kind of see teams we won't see during our conference and non-con schedule, and that's good for us to kind of know what's out there in the rest of the state. We play actually at Fort Smith tournament this year. So we're going across the state in September to get a look at some other teams, play some different competition, some bigger competition. So I think that will help us in our efforts to make it back to the state tournament as well.
Ava, we'll start with you too, and I want to hear from all 3 of y'all because we talked about Paragould volleyball, the tradition, and the things that you guys have been a part of. Talk about those Tuesday, Thursday nights in the gym. Now, will you be in the new gym this year, or are you still in Dock?
We're going to start in Dock, and we should be in September in the new arena.
Okay, so
Yep.
so talk about those nights playing, volleyball on that floor, what it means to you, and just kind of the atmosphere you guys go into a lot.
I think Paragould volleyball has always been very big on volleyball, and so like my sisters, when they would play, I was always there. The gym was packed. The energy was high. It's just a full experience because Paragould loves volleyball, and we've had a couple runs at the state multiple years, and I think that grit and the energy and the competitiveness in Doc Painter is just something you don't want to miss out on.
And you guys will get to close it down, I guess, be the last game in there.
Yeah.
Yes. Playing at Doc is just like, it's a different than going to any other gym because, you know, Tech, all of our surrounding schools, they have like big arenas and it's just not as fun. And you get in Doc and it's very loud and like energy is always up and yeah.
One thing I love is the student section. That's one thing about Paragould volleyball is our student section will always have a theme they'll be dressing. If someone gets a hit, kill, serve, ace, like anything, a dig even, our student section goes wild and the energy flows and it goes crazy, and that's one thing I love.
Well, Coach, ladies, we thank you very much for joining us today. Good luck to you this year. We'll be keeping an eye on you, and just good luck to you again.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
We want to thank everyone for joining us. We're going to wrap this up, the 2026 NEA Sports Football and Volleyball Media Day. That's a wrap on today. We appreciate everyone for joining us. We want to thank everybody for all the hard work to put this together. We want to thank all the teams, the players, the coaches for being here and sharing and getting this season, getting the season started, sharing the excitement. So keep an eye on NEA Sports on the Facebook page. We'll be having our schedule for the year coming up. You can join us for those broadcasts, and just good luck to everyone this season.